Chapter 56. A wave of astonishment surged through his heart. By my dear mother, this Ye Feiran cannot truly be the Liu family's Liu Bangxia. The genuine Liu Bangxia is exceptionally beautiful, a rare gem of a woman. Yet this one in the palace, clumsy and coarse, with an unremarkable face, bears a certain ruggedness akin to that of a warrior. Could it be that Liu Bangxia has been replaced? Upon hearing this, Liu Xinglin finally grew anxious. He abruptly rose and strode towards the door, eager to discover which child was spreading such unfounded rumors outside. His sister had brought along the family's female relatives to the capital, accompanied by two maidservants who were disciples of their father, possessing some skills of their own, to ensure his sister's safety. Furthermore, he had hired several bodyguards for her escort. How could she have been switched on the way? The bodyguards had returned, stating that Liu Bangxia had safely arrived in the capital and taken residence in Songchuan Palace before they returned to collect their payment. Not far away, Su Haoyun had already approached with his sixth prince, observing Liu Xinglin searching for something. As they drew near, he inquired, "Is Lord Liu in search of something? If you require assistance, feel free to ask my two maidservants. There is no need for you to attend to it personally." Liu Xinglin realized his abruptness, convincing himself that he must have misheard. Yes, once his brother returned tonight, everything would be clarified. If she were not his second sister, how could she dare to meet their third brother? Thus, he suppressed his inner turmoil and bowed respectfully to Su Haoyun, saying, "My apologies, Madam Su. I was merely..." Seeing his hesitance, Su Haoyun immediately understood and replied, I see. Nature calls after all. Itsue, please escort Lord Liu to the restroom." Liu Xinglin, unsure of how to explain, could only stiffen his resolve as he followed Itsue to the lavatory, feeling rather awkward before the esteemed lady. Once he was done, Itsue accompanied him to wash his hands before leading him back to the small reception room. Upon seeing the sixth prince, Liu Xinglin bowed deeply, proclaiming, "This humble official, Liu Xinglin, pays his respects to His Highness, the Wang." In the presence of a sovereign, one must observe the proper hierarchical etiquette. Although the sixth prince was treated as one of their own at the Su residence, outside of it, all must adhere to the formal respects due to a prince. The sixth prince, however, wore a face as cold as ice and offered no response to Liu Xinglin. Madame Yi, understanding the situation, spoke on his behalf. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Lord Liu. The sixth prince has always been this way. You must have heard of his circumstances. This child has endured much, and it is kind of you to remember him." Liu Xinglin rose and stepped forward, asking, "May I take the sixth prince's pulse?" Madame Yi nodded, "Of course. The Liu family has been renowned physicians for generations. Can you ascertain whether there is hope for his condition?" As she spoke, she helped the sixth prince sit in a chair and exposed a slender, pale wrist. Beside them, Ye Feiran could not help but drool, thinking, "Goodness, how fair. The sixth prince appears delicate, yet who would have thought he possesses such strength?" The sixth prince nearly faltered, thinking, "This brat, is that all you can say?" After a prolonged examination, Liu Xinglin ultimately shook his head in disappointment. Madame Yi asked, "Is Lord Liu also at a loss?" Liu Xinglin replied, "No, it is simply that I cannot discern the nature of the sixth prince's ailment. From my assessment, that the sixth prince is not only unwell, but rather in robust health, with no issues whatsoever. However, that a physician may treat the body, yet there are ailments beyond the reach of medicine. Perhaps the sixth prince's condition is not one that can be remedied with mere herbs. I am ashamed, for I am unable to treat the sixth prince's affliction." Madame Yi was taken aback, believing Liu Xinglin to be a skilled physician. Just days prior, she had summoned Mr. Ji to examine the sixth prince, who had declared that the prince was free of any ailment and did not even require restorative medicine. She smiled at Liu Xinglin, saying, "There is no need for you to feel remorse, Lord Liu. This ailment has afflicted the sixth prince for many years. It is only natural that it cannot be cured quickly. The emperor has conferred the title of a Wang upon His Highness, hoping for his comfort and ease, with no further expectations. As long as he lives well, Tong'er can find solace in the heavens." Mentioning Zhang Mintong brought a flicker of sorrow to Liu Xinglin's eyes as he nodded. "When I parted from Tong'er, she was merely 7 years old. Who could have imagined that now we are eternally separated?" Upon recalling that he had directly addressed the noble consort by name, Liu Xinglin immediately felt regret exclaiming, "I have overstepped. It was inappropriate for me to refer to the noble consort so casually." Su Haoyun, too, was overcome with emotion, wiping her tears, and gestured in private, "Let us not be overly formal. Lord Lu, were you and Tong'er childhood friends?" Lu Xinglin nodded. The ancestral home of the Zhang family is situated right next to the Lu residence. During her childhood, Tong'er would spend time with us each year, enjoying the company of our grandfather and maternal grandfather. The Lu and Zhang families have always maintained a close relationship, so each time she returned, my second sister and I would visit her. At that time, my second sister was only 2 or 3 years old, always surrounding her and calling her sister. As memories of their childhood flooded back, Lu Xinglin found his emotions hard to contain. This was a bond forged in the innocence of youth. Su Haoyun was even more astonished. Lu Xinglin, Lu Bangxia, and Zhang Mintong shared such a deep friendship. How could Lu Bangxia have committed such an atrocity, trading the lives of Tong'er and her mother for the sake of the Lu family's prestige? While Su Haoyun was lost in thought, Lu Xinglin bowed once more, stating, "I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave now. I have also brought some medicinal herbs treasured by the Lu family. They hold little value, merely gathered by the Lu family's disciples during their leisure in the mountains. If Madame Su does not mind, please accept them for the sixth prince and the young master to strengthen their health. A few roots will suffice." Upon seeing the large old ginseng and the rare medicinal herbs in the box, Su Haoyun immediately exclaimed, "How could we possibly reject such a gift? Last time, we received 2 large boxes of precious herbs from Lord Lu, and now you bring even more. How about this? Lord Lu. If you ever have any questions, feel free to come to the Su residence to consult with me. While I may not excel in many matters, I can certainly offer insights regarding the currents of the capital." Meanwhile, Ye Feiran pondered, surely this guidance must come from the esteemed ones of the Su family. Could it be that mother intends to introduce the esteemed ones to Lord Lu? Lu Xinglin graciously thanked Su Haoyun, and she personally escorted him to the door. Once Lu Xinglin had departed, Su Haoyun remarked with surprise, "The Lu family is quite different from what I had imagined. They're not only well-versed in propriety, but also conduct themselves with great discretion. Yet that Lu Gairan's behavior is indeed perplexing." At this moment, Su Haoyun remained unaware that Lu Gairan had been replaced, with a new individual clearly aiming for the noble consort and her child. However, Ye Feiran had already communicated this information to the sixth prince through his thoughts. Upon learning the truth, the sixth prince pondered deeply. Although his spiritual perception had been sealed for many years, he could still receive information from the outside world. He had long suspected that Lu Gairan was not what she seemed, yet he had no idea the extent of her duplicity. Ye Feiran continued to fret. This Lu Gairan remaining in the palace must have motives beyond just the noble consort and the sixth prince. What will she do next? The clouds of suspicion are indeed thick. The sixth prince mused, "If your curiosity persists, I could take you to the palace for a closer look." Fortunately, Ye Feiran's preoccupation was short-lived. Soon enough, she happily exchanged her earned tokens for a pack of calcium-rich snacks and began to indulge. The sixth prince understood that Ye Feiran was merely a witness to these events. It was up to them to restore order in Daming. However, with Ye Feiran's presence, that elusive force, which he had always sensed but never seen, seemed to be subtly emerging. At this moment in the Lu residence, Lu Xinglin had just returned home not long ago, and Lu Xuanhu had also come back. Dressed in the official attire of the Ministry of Justice, he brandished a standard-issue broadsword, theatrically stepping over the threshold and declaring to his elder brother, "Brother, do I not look imposing?" Lu Xinglin frowned, instantly recalling the hushed discussions he had overheard at the Su family, where someone mentioned that his younger brother Lu Xuanhu had been appointed to a position in the Ministry of Justice by their second sister. Upon seeing the official garb and the badge hanging from his waist, it was indeed the uniform of the Ministry of Justice. Could it be true? Had their second sister truly been swapped out? But who possessed the audacity to abduct a chosen beauty of the emperor? Lu Xinglin initially intended to reprimand his brother, chastising him for his youthful folly. After all, the position in the Ministry of Justice was not one to be taken lightly. Yet, at that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his complexion paling. He was consumed with worry if what had been said was indeed true. Then where was his true sister now? Noticing his brother's silence, Lu Xuanhu inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Xinglin snapped back to reality and asked Xuanhu, may I inquire if our second sister has lost weight? Is there any difference in her appearance compared to before? Lu Xuanhu scratched his head and replied, I did not see our second sister. Lu Xinglin frowned. What do you mean? Did you not go to the palace to see her? How could you not have seen her? Lu Xuanhu explained, Elder brother, do not be hasty. I did see her, but I cannot see her face. She mentioned having caught a chill and remained behind the curtain in the inner chamber, veiled. However, Zissou and Zikeo were attending to her, and they said that she had indeed caught a chill but was feeling much better after taking the medicine you sent. Hearing that Zissou and Zikeo were by her side, Lu Xinglin felt a sense of relief. After all, they were both disciples of the Lu family, accompanying Banksia into the palace for companionship. That if Zissou and Zikeo were there, then surely everything was fine. Yet, Lu Xinglin remained uneasy, contemplating that he should visit the palace himself one day. However, the palace was a different realm. If his sister refused to see him, he would have no opportunity to enter. He could only remind Lu Xuanhu, next time you see your second sister, do not forget to keep a close eye on her and report on her condition. Lu Xuanhu nodded, still admiring his official attire, and replied, rest assured, elder brother, our second sister is in the palace as a noblewoman, not in some den of wolves. She is currently quite esteemed. Before I came, the empress even sent someone to invite her for tea. Lu Xinglin's heart sank once more. His younger sister was inherently timid and not articulate otherwise. He would not have sent Zissou and Zikeo to her side, let alone befriending the empress. It would be fortunate for her to have the favor of the noble concubine in the harem. Yet, no matter how anxious he felt, there was nothing he could do after all. It was the imperial palace, and he could not enter. As Lu Xuanhu had said, the Empress Wang had summoned Lu Guiran to her palace, precisely for the clever suggestion she had provided that day. Chapter 57. Recently, the Empress had been reclusive, striving to demonstrate her acknowledgement of her mistakes by hand-copying the Buddhist scriptures 100 times to pray for the well-being of the elderly Lady Su. She publicly declared that neither her family nor herself had committed any wrongful acts against Lady Su, even swearing before the Buddha that if she had truly wronged Lady Su, she would welcome divine retribution. She intended for the emperor, who had inadvertently entered the Buddhist chamber, to overhear her vow. Of course, the emperor would not take her words as truth at most. He would think he had misunderstood her, believing she might also be a victim of circumstance. After all, Wangshi had been sent into the palace by her family to solidify their power, making her, in a sense, a victim as well. Consequently, following this incident, the emperor lifted the empress's house arrest and rescinded the reprimand she had received, though the imperial seal remained in the possession of the noble concubine Ye. Noble concubine Ye sought to mend her relationship with the empress, yet she was repeatedly turned away, leaving her in a passive position within the palace, frustrated and unsure of how to proceed. Moreover, she possessed numerous pieces of evidence against Empress Wang's misdeeds, even serving as a witness to Wang's schemes against noble concubine Shushi. They had once been allies bound together, yet now she found herself excluded, leaving noble concubine Ye deeply concerned. Meanwhile, Lu Guiran was in the Empress's Yongning Palace, and her second suggestion was, Your Highness, it would be wise to mend relations with noble concubine Ye. Do not hold a grudge against her any longer. The Empress, however, was unwilling to relent, scoffing. Who does she think she is? Just because she possesses the imperial seal, does she presume to be my equal? The Yu family is merely a vassal of the Wang family. Were it not for my advocacy, how could she have entered the palace or attained the rank of noble concubine? Lu Guiran smiled and replied, Yet, Your Highness, do you possess a better strategy, one that could surpass the achievements of others? Noble concubine Ye is indeed detestable, yet she has not spoken entirely in error. Presently, the fourth prince enjoys the emperor's favor, having been allowed to accompany the regent in learning state affairs since the age of 13. He has handled several matters quite well. The emperor exposed your previous actions, and such opportunities will not arise again. As for the other princes, Lu Guiran shook her head, declaring them all to be hopeless. In earlier years, there had been one outstanding candidate, but unfortunately, the Wang family's short-sightedness had rendered him a fool. The empress fell silent, aware that Lu's words held truth yet she remained unwilling to accept it, exclaiming, "Am I to be forever subordinate to the Yu family? If she were to ascend to become the Empress Dowager, knowing how I have treated her now, how could I ever hope for a good life?" Lu Guiron smiled. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I would not allow you to be perpetually humiliated. I possess a box of rare tea from beyond the borders. It took 10 years to procure this single box. Such a treasure should not be used for personal enjoyment rather. It would serve well as a gesture of goodwill to noble concubine Yu. After consumption, it will impart a wondrous fragrance and enhance her beauty." The Empress furrowed her brow at Lu Guiron, saying, "If such a treasure exists, why do you not keep it for yourself? To entice the Emperor and elevate your own status. Why seek to amuse me?" Lu Guiron waved her hand dismissively. "Every item possesses duality. While this tea is remarkably effective, it is not without its side effects. The dazzling display of fireworks is fleeting. The beauty of the night blooming serious lasts but a moment. Such a treasure can hardly be relied upon for permanence." The Empress immediately grasped the implication. "I see. So this tea can allow noble concubine Yu." Lu Guiron made a silencing gesture, kneeling before the Empress. "Your Highness, my family has practiced medicine for generations, intertwining healing with poison. What I propose is a matter of life and death. Should anything go awry in the future, I assure you it will not implicate you. However, after my passing, I implore you to watch over the Lu family." The Empress promptly helped Lu Guiron to her feet. "Do not worry, my sister. The Lu family shall henceforth be my Wang family's most trusted subordinate." Lu Guiron smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Your Highness. May you live 1,000 years." Having received the precious 7-leaf tea from Lu Guiron, the Empress could not help but lift the lid and inhale its fragrance, which instantly filled the entire Yongning palace. The Queen could not help but be drawn in by the alluring fragrance, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. No wonder it can enhance one's beauty to such an extent. If it weren't for its potent toxicity, even I would be tempted to try it. Life is as fleeting as a blooming flower and as beautiful as a firework, such as the best fate for concubine Yu. Why should she, having done nothing, simply reap the benefits accumulated by the Jing Guogong mansion over decades? The fourth prince may receive support, yet he shall remain nothing more than a puppet of the Jing Guogong mansion, permitted to call me mother only." With that, she instructed her personal maid, "Go summon concubine Yu. She must be weary from standing outside for so long." The maid complied, and soon concubine Yu was ushered in, kneeling before the queen with tear-streaked cheeks, sobbing, "Sister, please do not remain angry with me. I truly understand my mistakes. From now on, I will heed your words in all matters and will never overstep again." It was not merely concubine Yu's desire to submit. She was compelled to do so, not only due to the bond between the Yu and Wang families, but also for the sake of the fourth prince. Without the Wang family support, the fourth prince would never ascend to the throne, and the Yu family lacked the strength to stand independently. They had to rely on the Wang family in many respects. She had prepared herself mentally for this encounter, ready to endure scolding or punishment from the queen, as long as it allowed the queen to vent her frustrations, after which she could pretend nothing had happened. Before the fourth prince ascended as crown prince, there were matters she must endure. For her son, she was willing to do anything. However, unexpectedly, the queen stepped forward to assist her up, sighing, "Sister, what is the need for this? I understand you have faced grievances these past few days and recognize that my ire should not have been unjustly directed at you. I have reflected on this, and just now, Lady Lu also advised me. As sisters, there is no need for such discord." Tears streamed down concubine Yu's face as she grasped the queen's hand, saying, "Sister, do you truly wish to forgive me?" The queen patted her hand gently, replying, "It was I who was in the wrong. There is no question of forgiveness. By the way, Lady Lu visited earlier and gifted me a box of fine tea. This 7-leaf tea is a bit too fragrant for my taste. Since you have always enjoyed floral teas, why not take it and enjoy it?" As she spoke, she casually handed the tea box from the table to concubine Yu. Faced with the queen's goodwill, concubine Yu was naturally eager to accept. Not only would she accept it, but she also intended to savor it fully, as it marked a chance for reconciliation between sisters. Having received the 7-leaf tea, the queen's expression brightened considerably. "Sister, your complexion has not looked well of late. Drinking a cup of 7-leaf tea daily will enhance your beauty and soothe your spirit. Concubine nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, I shall certainly heed your advice. In the Sioux residence, Ye Feiran, having learned to crawl, no longer lay about idly, and with the arrival of spring, he often crawled into the courtyard to gaze at the sky, the earth, and the flora and fauna. The sixth prince would follow him with a book or a sword, sometimes engaging him in conversation, and at other times simply sitting quietly by his side. As the weather warmed, the residents of the Sioux household donned their spring attire, and the blooming peach blossoms filled the air with a gentle warmth, captivating Ye Feiran. In his heart, he recited a poem with an air of maturity. The trees are adorned with vibrant blossoms, countless branches ablaze with spring's hues. The peach blossoms have bloomed. How exquisite! I wonder what rewards the emperor will bestow upon my second cousin today. In the original narrative, this period saw General Sioux demoted, his elder brother failing in the exams, and their aunt perishing during childbirth, while the elderly matriarch of the Sioux family met a tragic end in a horse-riding accident. Sioux Yushi found herself in dire straits. Not only was she unable to go to the military camp, but she was also deeply concerned for her parents and brothers, yearning to earn a living as soon as possible. Thus, she requested a position as an imperial bodyguard, a minor official rank, which would help support the family. Although the emperor felt sympathy for the Sioux family, he was also aware of their prior transgressions, and since the matriarch had died under their watch, his ire lingered. Yet, he did not deny Sioux Yushi's request, granting her the title of 7th rank imperial bodyguard, who later became the personal protector of the 4th prince. At that time, Sioux Yushi and the 4th prince had already become estranged, one harboring unspoken feelings, while the other kept a distance, as it was the Wang family that had brought such calamity upon the Sioux family. Quickly, Sioux Yushi returned, enveloped in a refreshing aura upon entering. He spun Ye Feiran around his arms. Seeing her son's joyful demeanor, Madame Sioux realized, "Have your wishes been fulfilled?" Sioux Yushi grinned, "Yes, mother. Tomorrow, I can report to the Western Military Camp's Young Soldiers Battalion. The Emperor has appointed me as the captain of the Left Chi Squad, overseeing 100 men. Am I not impressive?" Madame Sioux's lips curved into a proud smile as she nodded, exclaiming, "Impressive indeed. My dear Shier is the most remarkable." Thinking of her 2 exceptional sons, one in literary and one in martial pursuits, Madame Sioux felt tears of emotion welling up. However, recalling that their successes were largely due to the quiet encouragement of her nephew, she could not help but feel inclined to reward Ye Feiran. Yet, knowing that his treasure chest was already filled to the brim, she instructed the kitchen, "Prepare Feiran's favorite chestnut cake, the kind that melts in the mouth." Sioux Yushi scratched his head, grinning like a simpleton. "Mother, am I the one receiving the promotion, or is it Feiran? Why is the reward for him?" Afterward, he playfully lifted Ye Feiran, leaving even him puzzled, thinking, indeed. Laughter erupted among the gathered, and Madame Sioux remarked, "At your age, are you really competing with your younger brother for a bite to eat? Ever since he joined our family, the Sioux household has been on an upward trajectory. Your brother is our little nobleman. Do you understand?" Sioux Yushi certainly understood, as did everyone present. Only Ye Feiran remained in a state of confusion, pondering, "Wait, am I a little nobleman? Does that mean someone of great power is guiding me?" Madame Sioux recalled the master's words, that Feiran was the reincarnation of a word spirit, a celestial being from the heavens. At that moment, a new revelation fell from the heavens. What a surprise! There's new gossip from the palace? Ah, it appears the queen is plotting against concubine. What could she possibly seek by targeting concubine at this juncture? Ah, she is after the sole candidate for empress. Chapter 58. The Yu family proved to be quite challenging to manage, a sentiment that Empress Wang had consistently relayed to the Jinggugong household. This was evident not only in the demeanor of the imperial concubine Yu, but also in the many political disagreements between the Yu brothers and the Jinggugong manor. A particularly delicate matter arose in the form of Yu Guifei's father, Yu Tianin, a disciple of the venerable Prime Minister Qi. Although he had always aligned himself politically with the Jinggugong, he staunchly opposed the Wang family's attempts to involve the Qi family in their affairs. His singular condition was that once the elderly Prime Minister Qi retired next year, he would gracefully exit the political arena, thus fulfilling what he deemed the only good deed owed to his esteemed mentor. Over the years, in the relentless pursuit of power, He had found himself compelled to act against the teachings of his mentor, particularly after marrying the Jing Guogong's eldest daughter. Yet, he maintained some principles. He could sacrifice anyone, but not the old Prime Minister Qi. However, the bond of mentorship had long since been severed, and even in the original narrative. When the old Prime Minister faced misfortune, he chose to live in seclusion, rebuffing Yu Tian'en's attempts at reconciliation. Recently, Yu Tian'en had received letters from his daughter, which filled him with anxiety. He had paid numerous visits to his brother-in-law, the Jing Guogong, only to be met with dismissive banter. The latter insisted that the quarrels between the sisters were trivial, urging him to focus on nurturing the fourth prince, while extolling the virtues of unity among those outside the palace. Yu Tian'en thought to himself that it was not his daughter who was wronged, and the indifference of his brother-in-law was palpable. His daughter, Yu had always been strong-willed. Since entering the palace, she had faced countless indignities, all orchestrated by the powerful empress of their family. Yet, he remained silent, recognizing his own role in compelling Yu to enter the palace. Ambition knows no bounds. Everyone coveted the extraordinary achievements of the dragoness ascent. Supporting an emperor to the throne rendered any likelihood of a fall from grace into mere fantasy for the next century. With a sigh, Yu Tian'en mused upon the treacherous path ahead. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. He instructed his daughter to practice patience and forbearance, asserting that once the fourth prince became crown prince, their future would become smoother. However, Yu Tian'en underestimated the depths of human malice. His family was merely a pawn in the Wang family's quest for power. In the Su residence, upon hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Su Yushi felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. With news of his impending journey to the youth camp the following day, how could he possibly find peace of mind? Ye Feiran's inner voice continued. The seven-leaf tea hails from mystical lands beyond the frontier. Although its effects do not rival the potency of the divine poison, it is a peculiar toxin specifically targeting women. It can render a woman extraordinarily beautiful and enchanting for a period ranging from several months to a few years. However, this beauty is fleeting once the bloom fades. The afflicted will age at an alarming rate. In less than 3 years, Yu Guifei will perish, and her demise will be tragically horrific. Akin to withered branches and desiccated bark, Ye Feiran could not continue. How could Empress Wang, a woman herself, be so consumed by the allure of power that she would resort to such lethal measures against Yu Guifei to secure her position as Empress Dowager? Su Yushi, unable to bear the conversation any longer, exited the chamber and vented his frustrations in the martial arts arena of the courtyard. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince followed him out and, crossing his arms, inquired, "Cousin, what are your thoughts?" Su Yushi, taking a moment to steady his tumultuous emotions, replied, "I am uncertain. Logically, I should let Yu Guifei fend for herself. I should allow them to tear each other apart. Both the Yu and Wang families are conspiring against us, eager to see our family eradicated. Even though I share a bond of friendship with the fourth prince, I cannot prioritize that over my family's welfare." The sixth prince interjected, "You are reluctant, aren't you?" Su Yushi thumped his chest and admitted, "Indeed, I am reluctant, but what of it? The fate of the Su family has been foretold by Fei time and again, and each time it has been validated. Had we not attempted every possible means to evade disaster, we would still be unaware of the extent to which they would torment us." The sixth prince remained silent for a moment before stating, "My suggestion is to save her." Su Yushi turned to the sixth prince in astonishment and asked, "Why?" "She was once complicit in the harm done to you and concubine Shu. Although she may not have taken direct action, she was certainly aware." The sixth prince nodded, "I understand. They seek to support the fourth brother and must eliminate me. However, if we wish to dismantle the Jing Guogong household, we must save Yu Guifei." Su Yushi began to comprehend and queried, "Your Highness means to continue sowing discord between the Wang and Yu families?" The sixth prince affirmed, "We have yet to mature. Even if cousin were to head to the youth camp now, growth will require considerable time. Thus, we must employ our wits. Our adversaries, while indeed foes, can be wielded as effective tools if utilized wisely." The sixth prince then turned to Su Yushi and added, "Moreover, if you save his mother, he will undoubtedly be grateful to you. In the future, perhaps our fates will diverge." Su Yushi uttered a soft hum, uncertain of the sixth prince's implication, yet ultimately nodded in agreement, preparing to enter the palace that very night. The sixth prince's gaze deepened with contemplation, as he felt a burgeoning sense of control over his destiny. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Feiran had emerged and clung to his leg. Gazing up with wide eyes and small pointed teeth, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, brother, hug." The sixth prince could not suppress a smile, bending down to scoop the little one into his arms, asking, "Why did you come out?" Ye Feiran replied in his thoughts, "It's because you and cousin have been gone for so long. I worried you might be fighting again. It's dangerous to brawl at night. We might not see clearly, and what if someone gets hurt?" The sixth prince mused that sometimes, for the sake of honing one's night vision, training did indeed take place under the cover of darkness. He held Ye Feiran tightly, gazing up at the stars, and asked, "Would you like to go on the roof?" Ye Feiran nodded eagerly. With a gentle leap, the sixth prince carried him onto the rooftop, where they gazed up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, feeling its infinite breadth. Previously, Ye Feiran had not appreciated the beauty of the night sky, as the modern city of steel and concrete had obscured it with a shroud. Now, as he looked up and casually spotted a shooting star, he quickly made a wish in his heart. Wow, a shooting star. May the Sioux family and the sixth prince enjoy peace and prosperity. And may I remain a little young master forever. He'd lie back and enjoy life without care. Who could resist such a desire? The sixth prince could not help but smile, finding solace in Ye Feiran's presence. To ensure that his wish for Ye Feiran's carefree existence came to pass, the sixth prince felt compelled to act swiftly. Though he was merely 7 years old, he carried the memories of a past life, making him, in a sense, appear to Ye Feiran. As the night deepened and stars fell, Ye Feiran drifted off to sleep on Shao Tsung's lap. Meanwhile, Su Yushi ventured into the palace under the cover of night, only to find the palace gates locked, unless one was a fifth-rank official or faced a special circumstance. Entry was strictly prohibited after the gates were closed. However, he had a secret base and made his way to the northwestern corner of the palace, igniting a blue firework. The blue fireworks were a promise between him and the fourth prince. If the blue fireworks were seen, it signified an urgent matter, compelling him to set aside all affairs and attend the meeting. The fourth prince was indeed restless that night. He was already aware of Su Yushi's petition in the Great Hall and knew he would be departing the capital the following day for the Tongzi camp in the western suburbs. Although the camp was not far from the capital, the mere hour's ride meant the end of their daily companionship. That night, he instructed his close attendant, Xiao Fuzi, to prepare some food and drink, and he sank into solitude, drinking away his sorrows. Suddenly, he saw the blue fireworks burst outside the window. Indeed, they had chosen the northwest gate for their rendezvous because the fourth prince's bedroom window faced directly towards it, and he had a fondness for writing, painting, or enjoying tea by the window. Upon seeing the blue fireworks, Xiao Heng's expression instantly brightened, and he promptly dashed towards the northwest gate. In his haste, wearing only his inner garments, Xiao Fuzi hurried after him with an outer robe, shouting, "Your Highness, slow down. You should put on your coat. The lingering chill of spring is still upon us. Be careful not to catch a cold." The fourth prince paid him no heed as he ran to the northwest gate, commanding the guards, "Open the palace gates. I must step out." The guards, wary of the fourth prince's erratic behavior, exchanged glances with Xiao Fuzi, who understood the fourth prince's agreement with the second young master of the Sioux family, realizing they would only be conversing outside. Among friends, a proper farewell was in order. Xiao Fuzi, merely 12 years old, innocently believed that the fourth prince and the second young master of the Sioux family were simply good buddies. As the palace gate swung open, the fourth prince could hardly contain himself as he rushed out and spotted Su Yushi beneath a tree. 13-year-old Su Yushi had already grown into a tall and robust figure. Remarkably, the fourth prince, at the same age, was now a head shorter than him. Su Yushi waved. "Your Highness, over here." Xiao Heng joyfully bounded to his side and grasped his arm, saying, "Yushi, did you come to bid me farewell? I actually wanted to see you off at the city gate tomorrow. I have prepared many good things for you. You may not have them once you reach the military camp. Why are you so silent? I was overjoyed to see the blue fireworks you set off. I didn't expect you to remember our promise. I am so happy." Su Yushi sighed inwardly. The fourth prince's nature was pure and straightforward, making him ill-suited for the treachery of the court. He was not fit to be an emperor, nor even to engage in politics. If he were to ascend the throne, he would be easily manipulated. Noticing Su Yushi's silence, Xiao Heng inquired, "Yushi, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Finally, Su Yushi spoke, "Your Highness, there is something I must tell you, but you must remain calm and refrain from rash actions that might cause alarm. For now, you only need to alert the Empress and advise her that doing nothing is the best course of action." Xiao Heng was taken aback, asking, "Yushi, what are you saying? Is something wrong with my mother?" Chapter 59. What he anticipated as a romantic encounter was instead a concealed undercurrent. The fourth prince looked at Su Yushi in disbelief, asking, "You mean my mother intends to harm the empress? Why would she do such a thing? My grandmother is the younger sister of the Duke of Jing, and the empress is her own aunt. Why would she wish harm upon her cousin?" Su Yushi understood the fourth prince's innocence and his profound goodwill towards the world. Yet, the world does not always reciprocate goodwill for goodwill, prompting him to remind, "Do not forget, the empress once forsook your position in the struggle for the crown prince." If the emperor had not been astute enough to expose a monumental lie, this plot could have succeeded. If that had come to pass, do you comprehend the peril you would face? The fourth prince nodded slowly, fully aware that being excluded from the competition for the crown prince was detrimental. Even if he perceived it as a blessing, it would spell disaster for his mother and the Yu family. Moreover, with the empress's heart, their survival was uncertain. Noticing him nodding, Su Yushi added, "Thus, you must be exceedingly cautious, particularly of Lady Lu by the empress's side. Though I cannot divulge the reasons now. You must warn the empress to avoid anything offered by Lady Lu at all costs." The fourth prince understood the urgency. He refrained from further pleasantries with Su Yushi, his thoughts racing to his mother, who had already returned to the palace with the 7-leaf tea. He hurriedly made his way to concubine Yu's chamber. Su Yushi, too, did not linger. Having alerted the fourth prince was the greatest kindness he could offer to his friend. Should he face danger, he would go to great lengths to save him. But if the Su family were in peril, he would forsake everything, wishing only for their safety. As the fourth prince rushed back to concubine Yu's quarters, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma permeating the hall. Realizing it was the scent of the 7-leaf tea, his heart leapt into his throat, fearing his mother had already consumed it. Ignoring the palace maid's attempts to stop him, he burst into concubine Yu's bedroom, and upon seeing her holding the 7-leaf tea, he sighed with relief, though his vigilance remained unshaken. He feigned anger, saying, "Mother, you seem to have the leisure to enjoy tea. I heard it was you who advised father to send me to Hanshin Academy for my studies." Several palace maids rushed in, blocking the fourth prince's path, with the lead maid saying, "Your Highness, the empress is tired. You cannot disturb her." Concubine Yu immediately intervened. "Enough. All of you leave. I wish to speak with the fourth prince. Do not disturb us." The maids bowed and exited the room. Once they were alone, concubine Yu intended to sip her tea while conversing with her son, but the fourth prince suddenly knocked the teacup from her hand, spilling it on the floor. Concubine Yu was genuinely angered this time, saying, "Have you lost your mind? I sent you to Hanshin Academy for your own good. Look at you. Always playing around with your companions. Do you even study properly? With your father's health improving, I sought permission for you to stay at Hanshin Academy for half a year. Half a year, and you can return to the palace twice a month. What is there to be angry about?" The fourth prince knelt abruptly, exclaiming, "Mother, I understand that sending me away is for my own good. The palace is in turmoil, and my personal guard has gone to the Tongzi camp. You worry that someone in the palace may wish me harm, thus making this decision. I am not foolish. How could I not comprehend your concerns?" Concubine Yu was taken aback, sighing as she moved to help the fourth prince up, saying, "Since you understand, why are you throwing a tantrum?" The fourth prince pointed to the tea stains on the floor, insisting, "It's that. It must not be consumed." Concubine Yu's gaze froze as she inhaled the fragrant aroma filling the room, asking, "Hanger, did you hear something?" The fourth prince recalled the parrot in concubine Yu's room and rose to take it from its cage, prying its beak open and inserting a tea leaf into its mouth. Instantly, the parrot became lively, chattering incessantly. However, after a brief span of time, it suddenly toppled from its perch. Concubine Yu stepped back in alarm, asking, What just happened?" The fourth prince revealed the unsettling truth to concubine Yu. This tea is poisoned, yet its effects do not manifest immediately after consumption. Did the empress not tell you that this tea is beneficial for beauty and health, recommending daily intake? After 1 or 2 days, there may be no apparent effects. In the short term, it indeed enhances one's appearance, but over time, it will deplete one's vitality. Just like this parrot, it will lose all energy to sustain itself. However, like opium, it entices you to yearn for its allure. Thus, you will continue to consume it, gradually exhausting your spirit until, ultimately, only a withered corpse remains. Startled, concubine Yu fell back onto the bed's edge, anger surging within her as she gasped, "The empress, how could she betray me like this?" Rising with determination, she seized the box of 7-leaf tea, intent on confronting the empress, but the fourth prince intervened. "Mother, did the empress ever claim that she was the one who gifted you the 7-leaf tea?" Concubine Yu shook her head. No, she said it was from the Lu family. Lu family. In an instant, she grasped the implication and coldly laughed. Ah, what a meticulous empress. This way, she can distance herself from any blame. Should anything go awry, all responsibility will fall upon the Lu family. Lu family. How could I almost forget? The Shushi concubine and her son met their fate because of the Lu family. Aware of her slip of the tongue, she fell silent. Yet the fourth prince discerned the critical connection and questioned, Mother, does the matter concerning the Shushi concubine and my sixth brother also relate to the empress and the Lu family? Concubine Yu rushed forward to cover the fourth prince's mouth. Warning, you must not speak of this indiscriminately. Our lives are already in the empress's grip. I never anticipated she would turn against me. From the previous incident, I realized she is unwilling to remain beneath me or to coexist equally. She desires absolute power, to dominate all beneath her. If I were to perish, and you ascend to the position of crown prince, she would become the sole empress dowager. Her scheming has reached a point where she disregards even the bond of blood. Willing to end my life. The fourth prince's face contorted in pain. Mother, that is a life at stake. That is my sixth brother. Why? Why would you? Concubine Yu retorted bitterly. Do you think I desired this? Do you think I had the power to resist? Ever since I was forced to break off my engagement with Master Qi and compelled to enter the palace to bear you, what choices have I had left? I am but a tool for Empress Wang, a blade in her hand. I must feign ignorance of her true desires while tacitly assisting her. Having come this far, I have no path of retreat. The fourth prince grasped her hand, asserting, who says there is no retreat? Mother, there is a way out. Concubine Yu looked at her son weakly, inquiring, a way out? From whence does this escape arise? Pray, enlighten me. The fourth prince replied, if there were no way out, I would not have learned of your impending peril, nor would the empress's schemes have come to fruition. We would suffer the same fate as the Shushi concubine, eternally separated. Concubine Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with urgency as she turned to her son, asking, yes, yes. Hunger, who informed you of this? What was their motive? The fourth prince withdrew his hand, displeased. They have no ulterior motive. They merely instructed me to convey to you that you must no longer trust Empress Wang. Especially beware of Lady Lu. The poison she possesses is beyond remedy, and anything she provides is to be avoided. Furthermore, we must sever ties with the Jingwood Duke's residence. Otherwise, we cannot foresee how many more such incidents may occur. Tears streamed down Concubine Yu's face as she realized that continuing to collaborate with Empress Wang would only lead to her own ruin. She had already lowered herself to this extent, desiring no further conflict, even willing to share her son, yet the Empress still refused to relent. Finally, Concubine Yu took a deep breath and said, Hunger, I can surmise who has been relaying information to you. Tomorrow, please deliver a letter to them on my behalf, and also send one to your maternal grandfather. Rest assured, Mother will be fine. I will take care of myself and protect you. After delivering the letters, focus on your studies at the Hanxing Academy and do not concern yourself with palace affairs. Xiaoheng understood that certain matters required his mother to handle them personally. Yet, as a son, he still felt a twinge of unease and remarked, Mother, there are at least 3 individuals in the palace sent by Empress Wang. Henceforth, you must exercise utmost caution in your words and actions. Concubine Yu nodded, and the mother and son refrained from further discourse. The parrot that had fainted earlier had now recovered, flapping its wings and returning to its perch, though it appeared quite agitated, seemingly searching for something. For both Concubine Yu and Xiaoheng, this night would be one of restlessness. In contrast, Ye Feiran slept soundly, nestled against Xiao Tsung's thigh like a small koala. The little koala suckled on a soft pacifier, seemingly lost in dreams, as the corners of its mouth curled upward and it occasionally swallowed. Xiao Tsung. He wiped the child with a handkerchief, pondering if the little one was dreaming of delicious treats. Xiao Tsung practiced his martial arts throughout the night, seizing the opportunity to rest for a mere 2 hours as dawn approached. He naturally required little sleep, and even 2 to 3 hours would suffice for him to feel refreshed. Yet during this brief slumber, he slept deeply. When he awoke, he found that Ye Feiran had yet to stir, having merely shifted to embrace another thigh. Xiao Tsung. He moved slightly, only to feel a tingling sensation in his leg, realizing that the weight of the little one had rendered it numb. Yet, the little piglet showed no signs of waking, and upon sensing his movement, tightened its grip with its small arms and chubby legs. Resigned, Xiao Tsung maintained the position and continued to lie there. Yin Shu, seeing this, placed a pillow behind him and retrieved the unfinished wooden carving. This time, He was sculpting a rabbit, though it appeared to be a plump creature sleeping with its bottom in the air. The rabbit's expression was endearingly foolish, resembling Ye Feiran's sleeping face. Adorned in an adorable red cloth apron with a tuft of hair atop its head, it made Yin Hui chuckle. "Your Highness, you have sculpted young Master Feiran." The sixth prince immediately gestured for silence, ensuring the slumbering child remained undisturbed before whispering, "Each month brings changes. This month, he has grown a bit more. Perhaps next month, he will begin to walk." Yin Hui nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld the sixth prince, who could now converse and respond with ease. At that moment, Ye Feiran finally rolled over, yawned, and sat up, rubbing his eyes. Upon seeing the sixth prince, he clung to his thigh again, nuzzling against it and murmuring, "Brother." The sixth prince chuckled, "Is Feiran awake?" Ye Feiran nodded while thinking, "Awake? Ah, that was such a comfortable sleep. Sleeping is truly delightful." The sixth prince asked, "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Ye Feiran shook his head, thinking, "No more sleep. If I do, I'll turn into a little piglet. I'm so hungry. What should I eat?" Upon hearing this, the sixth prince instructed Yin Shu, "Has the kitchen prepared some small wontons? Please bring a bowl for Feiran. He can now eat something soft." Ye Feiran's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he abruptly sat up, shaking off the remnants of sleep. He thought to himself, "Oh, can I finally have wontons? Ah, at last, I can indulge in human food. Though there are plenty of snacks in the system, they are merely snacks." Yin promptly responded and soon brought over a small bowl of wontons. The sixth prince took the bowl and scooped up a mini wonton, perfectly sized for a little one to eat in a single bite. He approached Ye Feiran and said, Ye Feiran opened his mouth, and the tiny wonton slid inside, swallowed before he had a chance to chew. In his mind, he exclaimed, "Wow, is it really this smooth? But I haven't even tasted it yet. What kind of filling is this?" Just as he spoke, another wonton was brought to his lips, and this time, Ye Feiran savored it slowly. The filling was incredibly fragrant, likely a combination of meat, chives, and water chestnut. He mused that if the broth contained a bit of seaweed, some shredded egg, and a handful of shrimp shells, the flavor would surely be exquisite. The sixth prince carefully noted this, promising himself that he would ensure Ye Feiran had even more delicious wontons next time. However, seaweed was a rare ingredient that required a trip to the seafood market, so he planned to personally instruct the kitchen the following day. Ye Feiran devoured a dozen or so wontons, relishing half a bowl of wonton soup, finally satisfied as he patted his belly, declaring, "I'm full, so full. Oh, nothing compares to real food. By the way, is my second brother leaving today? Should I go see him off?" Chapter 60. The sixth prince thought, "You still have that on your mind? Your second cousin has already left the city. You might still catch him if you hurry." He glanced outside at the bright spring day and instructed Yin Shu, "Where is the second young master at this moment?" Yin Shu replied, "He should be waiting at the city gate for the fourth prince." Yesterday, Su Yushi was unaware of the situation with the fourth prince, and they needed to meet for her to feel at ease. The sixth prince pondered for a moment and then commanded Yin Shu, "The weather is splendid today. I shall go see my second cousin off." Yin Shu complied and ordered a carriage to be prepared. Ye Feiran, filled with joy, exclaimed, "How wonderful! My dear brother Song understands me so well. He anticipated my desire to do something and has already arranged it for me. What a considerate brother!" The sixth prince, unable to suppress his delight at being called a good brother, thought to himself that this little one was still learning to speak, and once he could articulate properly, he would surely want to hear him call him good brother many more times. However, that title of good brother would become something that Xiaozong would cherish for a lifetime. Years later, should he not coax him into calling him good brother a few times, it would undoubtedly leave him unfulfilled. Yet, all of this was in the future, at this moment. The sixth prince's thoughts were simple as he projected his gratitude towards the Su family onto Ye Feiran. After all, the Su family was currently under their protection, needing none of his assistance. The sixth prince picked up Ye Feiran and changed into riding attire, setting out with 3 close mates. On this rare sunny day, it was only fitting to ride. Ye Feiran, for the first time being carried while riding, curiously observed his surroundings with wide eyes. The streets bustled with life. The citizens of the capital lived in prosperity, with many merchants present, and occasionally, one could spot individuals from the western regions. Ye Feiran recognized their European features. The cultural ambience of Daming indeed resembled what he knew of the Song dynasty, though it was slightly more enlightened, without the harsh ideologies that suppressed desires. There were many women and young ladies on the streets, though only a few would cover their faces with veils, adhering to the elaborate customs. It was now April. The gentle breeze brought warmth, flowers blossomed, and butterflies danced gracefully. The picturesque scenery enchanted Ye Feiran, who mused inwardly, the ancient bridges, flowing waters, and painted walls are truly beautiful. The aesthetic of the ancients was consistently refined. Why does our architecture seem to regress as it develops? The thought of modern, iconic buildings left him wanting to bury his face in his hands, questioning whether the designers possessed any self-awareness regarding their ugliness. The sixth prince pointed to a stall in the distance. Fair, over there, there's a candy cellar. Would you like to have some? He spoke softly, ensuring his voice was low to avoid recognition. Ye Feiran gazed at the intricate sugar figurines and nodded, thinking to himself, wow, sugar art. Craftsman of the ancient times. Quickly, bring me one to taste. The sixth prince gestured to the candy cellar, and Yen Shu approached to purchase a rabbit-shaped confection. Ye Feiran took it, eagerly biting into it with his 4 tiny teeth. How should I describe it? It's not overly sweet, but quite fragrant. As they continued their journey, Ye Feiran listened to the vendors' calls and appreciated the beauty of the spring day in the capital, feeling as though the gentle breeze had intoxicated him. The West City Gate stood at the end of Baihu Street, where the crowd thinned, leaving only a few vendors who had come from outside the city and some scattered houses. The street was wide, and in the distance, they spotted Su Yushi and the fourth prince conversing while mounted on their horses. Su Yushi asked the fourth prince, "How did last night go?" The fourth prince replied, "Everything has been arranged. My mother has instructed my uncle to concoct a similar 7-leaf tea, which the empress will see me drink daily. It is merely a beauty tonic, harmless to the body. I brought the real 7-leaf tea with me. Would you like to see it?" As he spoke, he retrieved a pouch from his chest, releasing an enticing aroma, revealing the 7-leaf tea. Su Yushi accepted it, nodding, "I will give this to my aunt. She knows an extraordinary gentleman who should be able to discern this poison." The fourth prince nodded, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "As we part today, I am uncertain when we shall meet again. I, too, must set off for Hanqing Academy, only able to return to the capital every fortnight." Su Yushi considered this and suggested, "Let us correspond. We can arrange to return to the capital together." The fourth prince's eyes sparkled. "Can we truly?" Su Yushi replied, "Why not? Your Highness, we are good friends." The fourth prince felt a pang in his heart. After all these years, he finally acknowledged their friendship. He said, "I must truly thank you for your help regarding my mother." Su Yushi, illuminated by the midday spring sun, donned a striking red cloak that radiated brilliance even brighter than the sun itself. He gazed at the fourth prince, saying, "If you continue to speak as if we are strangers, I shall." He then pulled a beautifully embroidered pouch from his robe. "Not present you with this gift." The fourth prince exclaimed in surprise, "You prepared a gift for me? When did you do this?" Su Yushi handed the pouch to the fourth prince, who opened it to reveal a jade flute adorned with a blue gemstone tassel, exquisitely crafted and visually stunning. The fourth prince immediately played a tune on the flute, the melody soaring and lingering in the air. In harmony with the moment, Ye Feiran's mind began to sing softly. Beyond the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the heavens. The evening breeze brushes the willow as the flute's sound fades, and the setting sun falls beyond the mountains. It was indeed that famous farewell song, perfectly suited to the atmosphere. The sixth prince smiled, thinking how lovely the song was and how beautiful the little one's voice sounded. However, Su Yushi began to dampen the mood. "Your Highness, the sword you gifted me last time was inlaid with the crimson crystal from your hat's brim. The blue gemstone on this flute comes from my belt, which I also borrowed." Ye Feiran, "Second brother, are you allergic to romance? At this moment, why speak of hats and belts? Can't you just bask in the beauty of the atmosphere?" However, the fourth prince did not find this to be a dampener. Instead, he caressed the sapphire on his flute, and a hint of enchantment glimmered in his gaze as he softly replied, "Very well. I shall cherish it and keep it close at all times." Ye Feiran's inner voice began to express sarcasm. "TSK, TSK, TSK, is this a token of love? You ancients are quite remarkable, starting young with romance. However, it seems that in this era, many marry at 12 or 13, so it hardly qualifies as early love. Unlike our time, where the legal marriage age must reach 20, emphasizing fewer births, better births, and late marriages." Xiao Zong, listening in confusion, pondered how the average lifespan of the daiming populace was barely 50. Marrying at 20 seems rather counterintuitive for generations of procreation. By 20, one should already be cradling a child. But then he thought of his nearly 30-year-old Uncle Luo, still unmarried, and shook his head. For some, even raising the marriage age to 30 would not guarantee matrimony. The two did not intrude upon Xiaohong and Su Yushi's farewell, but observed from afar until Xiaohong departed. Only then did the sixth prince urge his horse forward, waving to Su Yushi. She acknowledged him with a bow. Your Highness, the Prince of Yi. Oh, you've brought my little cousin along. Feiran looks splendid today. That sugar bunny in his hand is delightful. But how did he get it all over his face? Ye Feiran, alarmed, began to wipe his mouth, while the sixth prince, with a sigh, produced a handkerchief to clean his face and then addressed Su Yushi, second cousin. I have something to discuss with you. Su Yushi nodded, gesturing for him to proceed, and the two rode together into a nearby grove. Ye Feiran was taken away by Yin Hui, where a skillful maid fashioned a peach blossom crown to adorn his head, rendering him irresistibly adorable, drawing compliments from passers-by. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the grove, wondering what his second cousin and the sixth prince were plotting and why he was not included. Wait, could they be taking a bathroom break? Ha. With this thought, Ye Feiran burst into laughter, leading onlookers to believe the little one was merely being cute, which only encouraged them further. In the grove, Su Yushi inquired, Your Highness, what did you wish to discuss? The sixth prince replied, The youth camp does not belong to the Su family army. Your journey may not be entirely safe. Su Yushi chuckled. Which member of the Su family hasn't tasted blood on the battlefield? It's just a youth camp. If I cannot even handle this, what right do I have to call myself a Su? The sixth prince nodded, admiring the resilience of the Su family. Nonetheless, he cautioned, the Jingwa Duke's residence has faced repeated setbacks. Recently, there were whispers of two princes conspiring against the throne. I wonder when it might erupt. I suspect someone will not let this opportunity pass. Perhaps we could set a trap. Su Yushi squinted at the sixth prince, momentarily stunned before articulating, Your Highness, are you suggesting we set a trap? What do you intend to do? Instinctively, she used the formal you, aware that the sixth prince was merely 7 years old. A 7-year-old speaking of traps? No, wait. The sixth prince had been afflicted by the divine poison for 3 years. Upon arriving at the Su family, it was immediately countered, revealing martial prowess far beyond his years. His manner of speaking and acting was more mature than that of typical children. This might be a result of his exposure to the divine poison, or perhaps the presence of another gifted child in the family had influenced him. Furthermore, since the arrival of her little cousin, she had learned many things previously unknown to her. And that reincarnated individual, Yichichin, surely harbored secrets yet to be revealed. With this realization, Su Yushi promptly voiced her concern. Your Highness, is there something amiss in daming? Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the summit of a small hill, which, though modest in height, provided a view of parts of the capital. The sixth prince declared, Daming, a storm is brewing. Second cousin, would you join me in safeguarding our realm? Dismounting, Su Yushi knelt solemnly before the sixth prince, respectfully stating, I, Su Yushi, pledge to dedicate myself to the people of Daming, serving them until death. The Su family army had always fought for the people of Daming, never for kings or officials, and certainly not for the Su family itself. Xiaozong also dismounted, helping her to her feet, saying for now, this matter must remain between us. Do not disclose it to Feiran. Since he wishes to live as a carefree young master, let us bear the burdens ourselves, allowing him to enjoy his life. Looking down at the carriages and crowds below, Su Yushi remarked after a moment, I thought the Su family's fortunes were on the rise, but it appears the hardships are only just beginning. Xiaozong responded, It's not merely hardship. One wrong step could lead to irreparable ruin. Yet we have no choice but to exert our utmost efforts. In the distance, the mountains appeared to echo the tumult of rising waves, like undulating dragons and serpents, heralding the impending storm. When Su Yushi and the sixth prince emerged, Ye Feiran had already succumbed to slumber. After all, he was still under 8 months old, capable of concentrating his energy for only half an hour before needing another nap. Xiaozong took Ye Feiran from Yin Hui's arms. The little one was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking, as if he sensed the comfort of a more suitable embrace and nestled deeper into his hold. Choosing not to ride, Xiaozong opted for a carriage instead, initially hoping to show him the street performers on the way back, but now that seemed utterly impossible. Meanwhile, in the palace, concubine Yu, having learned of the empress's plot against her, no longer felt any sisterly affection. That semblance of sisterhood had been nothing but her own delusion. She deliberately reserved some 7-leaf tea, daily bestowing portions to the maid assigned by the empress, eager to uncover the mystery behind this peculiar tea. The 7-leaf tea, taken from the palace, was delivered into Su Haoyun's hands. She summoned Mr. Ji, hoping to discern the nature of the poison. Mr. Ji merely touched it briefly, then hurried to wash his hands, cautioning Su Haoyun, "Madam, this substance must not be touched. No one has handled it, correct?" Su Haoyun shook her head, questioning, "Is it merely a bit of tea? Why is it something we cannot even touch?" Mr. Ji replied, "This is not tea, although it resembles the rare seven-leaf tea. It is not even a plant. It is a type of insect, unknown in our central plains, originating from distant lands. Someone has fashioned its corpse into the shape of seven-leaf tea. Consuming tea brewed from it will render one unnaturally beautiful in a short time, yet age rapidly, ultimately becoming a mere corpse." Even Su Haoyun, who had seen much in her life, was shaken by the implications of the seven-leaf tea. Realizing the extent of the Empress's schemes, she suddenly felt that Qin Wanshi was but a minor player in comparison. Su Haoyun inquired, "Is there an antidote for this tea?" Mr. Ji shook his head. "The poison has an antidote, but the curse does not. Only by killing the mother insect can the curse be lifted. However, the essence lost to poisoning can never be restored." Chapter 61. Upon hearing this, Su Haoyun was filled with dread. What kind of malevolent force had concocted such a vile poison? Regarding this extraordinary realm beyond the borders, Su Haoyun had indeed heard whispers of it. She turned to Mr. Ji and inquired, "If one were to cease consuming this venom, would it no longer devour one's life?" Mr. Ji nodded in affirmation, stating, "Although the venom is potent, it requires daily ingestion to achieve the control of the motherworm. Otherwise, it merely induces discomfort." As Mr. Ji had predicted, within days, the palace relayed news of the Empress Yu's grave illness. Reports suggested she was suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, unable to eat, and had lost considerable weight. The fourth prince hurried back from the Hanshin Academy, chastising his mother. "I warned you time and again that this substance was to be avoided. Why did you insist on keeping it? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. Revenge is trivial compared to the loss of life. How can I feel at ease leaving you alone out here?" Empress Yu, her complexion pale as wax, abruptly sat up, lifting the covers. "Who permitted your return? I wished to spare you from the sordid affairs of the palace, which is why I sent you away to study. Were you not eager to befriend that young man of the Su family? Go ahead. His elder brother visits the Hanshin Academy every few days, so you should foster a good rapport with them. The Su family currently enjoys favor in the emperor's eyes, and soon, they may rival the Jingwa Duke's house." It turned out that Empress Yu's illness was feigned, a ruse designed to allay the queen's suspicions, making them believe she was intolerant of the poison, thereby risking her life. The fourth prince gazed at Empress Yu in astonishment, to which she waved her hand and said, "Enough. Your return is fortuitous. It will deepen their conviction. I have also taken the opportunity to eliminate those two palace maids the queen placed here. If I had not acted, we would be living under her constant surveillance. Our every move monitored. I have endured enough of this." The fourth prince understood, murmuring, "I apologize, mother. I have misunderstood your intentions." Empress Yu patted his shoulder. "You possess a gentle nature and could never contend with such individuals, which is why I sent you away early. The matters I intend to undertake next are not something you wish to witness. If you do not wish to see them, then some matters must be faced head-on by me as your mother. As long as I can protect you, as long as you are well, I ask for nothing more. Even this position of the crown prince, I would forego. At this juncture, Empress Yu's sole desire was to preserve her life and ensure her son's safety and prosperity. She was aware that she could not outmaneuver the queen, but if she could not win, she would rather engage in a mutual destruction." The fourth prince lowered his gaze, feeling powerless and incapable of safeguarding his mother, let alone himself. At that moment, a loud proclamation from the eunuchs echoed outside. "The emperor has arrived. The empress dowager has arrived." Empress Yu quickly placed something beneath her tongue and hastily reclined back onto the bed, signaling for the fourth prince to sit by her side. The fourth prince understood immediately, forcing back tears as he grasped Empress Yu's hand, his face etched with sorrow. When the emperor and empress entered, he promptly rose and bowed, only to be halted by the empress. "Quickly, no need for formalities. How is your mother?" With that, she approached Empress Yu with feigned concern, taking her hand. "My dear sister, how did you suddenly fall so ill?" Empress Yu's pallor intensified, and she found herself gasping for breath at the empress's sudden approach, appearing as though she had lost considerable weight. The emperor stepped forward, softly stating, "Empress, given that Empress Yu is in such a state, it would be best not to agitate her further. Let the imperial physician examine her." Seeing Empress Yu's evident condition, the empress ceased her doubts and rose to summon the physician. The physician approached, took Empress Yu's pulse, and after a long examination, expressed his concerns. "If she does not properly recuperate, I fear her time may be short." The fourth prince was taken aback. anxiously pushing the physician to the ground and, for the first time, erupted in anger. Quack. My mother is still young. What do you mean her time may be short? If you cannot diagnose her properly, do not speak such nonsense. I will find the best doctors outside the palace. The empress attempted to soothe him. Fourth prince. Do not be angry. The physician merely spoke a truth. Your mother's condition is indeed worrying. The emperor, exasperated, thought to himself, does the empress not know how to speak? He raised his hand to intervene. I understand his anxiety. It is only natural. Rest assured, my son. Your father will seek out the finest doctors in the land to treat your mother's ailment. The fourth prince knelt before the emperor, tears streaming down his face. Father, may I take charge of this matter? I only wish to fulfill my filial duty to my mother and do not wish to stand idly by. The emperor nodded. I completely understand your filial piety. It is permitted. The fourth prince bowed deeply in gratitude to the emperor, then personally administered medicine to Empress Ye before the emperor and empress departed from her quarters. After their separation, the empress coldly remarked, It is indeed a matter of mother and son. If I were in such a state, the fourth prince would not exhibit such concern. The senior palace maid beside her laughed in agreement. Your Highness, that is an erroneous statement. It is the one who nurtures and cares for a child that they will cherish. Just look at the emperor and the late Empress Sue. He is equally devoted to his adoptive mother. The empress considered this, realizing that the emperor was not the biological son of the late Empress Sue. Yet his loyalty was unparalleled. However, she overlooked the fact that the late Empress Sue had single-handedly rescued him from the northern Lao camp during his childhood, nurturing him from the age of 5 to adulthood, overcoming countless obstacles to elevate him to the throne, only to retreat into obscurity after his ascension. The late Empress Sue had indeed treated the emperor with genuine kindness, a sentiment earned, but what had she ever done for the fourth prince? A person who had caused his mother's demise could never expect his goodwill. Once the emperor and empress had departed, the fourth prince sank despondently to the ground, muttering after a while, No wonder mother did not allow me to remain in the palace. Engaging in such matters is truly painful. Empress Ye, heartbroken, sat up, spitting out the medicine from under her tongue, catching her breath as she supported her son. You must return to Hanshan Academy tomorrow. Do not wade into these murky waters. There are no good doctors. The best physicians reside within the palace. The fourth prince, however, was resolute. I refuse. Given my mother's condition, how can I simply leave? As a man, I must protect her. We are bound together in life and death. I cannot bear to watch them bully my mother without taking action. For the first time, Empress Ye felt her son's love and reliance upon her. Previously, her strictness had led to their encounters ending in discord. Now, seeing her son stand unwaveringly by her side, tears streamed down her face. My child, rest assured, your mother will not come to harm. I shall topple the queen and ensure she pays the price she deserves. All along, she had been merely a tool in the queen's hands. The queen had commanded her to enter the palace, compelling her to part from young Master Qi. She had insisted she bear the emperor's child, thus requiring her to consume concoctions meant for producing male heirs daily. Now, the queen commanded her demise, and was she to comply? After awakening from her midday slumber, Ye Feiran recounted the tale once more, joyfully earning 200 melon coins, which she exchanged for a pack of baby food snacks. Each time she indulged in secret. She had to evade everyone in the Sue household, yet at the sixth prince's residence, she often found herself alone. Thus, she decided to abandon pretense, pulling out the beautifully packaged snacks from her bosom and beginning to eat. The sixth prince stifled a laugh, wiping the remnants from her face and advising, Take your time. No one is here to steal from you. The little stutterer has finally begun to speak fluently. He only stutters occasionally now. In just half a year, the progress of the sixth prince has been remarkably swift. Ye Feiran, now 8 months old, is able to support himself while standing and is diligently learning to walk. However, his calves remain weak and he must consume more nourishment to grow stronger. In this manner, the two little friends share a tacit understanding of each other's secrets. One possesses a system, while the other harbors extraordinary abilities, both helping to conceal their respective limits from each other. After finishing a pack of frozen treats, Ye Feiran suddenly spots a newly unlocked shelf. Upon closer inspection, he exclaims excitedly, Wow, lollipops! Oh my, strawberry milk flavor. Heaven knows how long it's been since I had a lollipop. He glances at the ingredient list, discovering that it is made from milk powder and sugar-like substances, a high-tech product suitable for a baby of his age, also serving as a teething stick. It turns out to be a teething version of a lollipop, which is quite good indeed. He immediately exchanges for one, though it costs a hefty 5 melon coins. Fortunately, this small lollipop boasts added benefits of vitamin D and calcium, which are immensely beneficial for a baby just learning to walk. Due to Su Haoyun's frail condition during her pregnancy, largely attributed to the long-term poisoning by the Qin family, Ye Feiran was born with a very weak constitution. In the original text, he appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old at 6, exhibiting significantly delayed intellectual development. These vitamins and calcium are crucial for him, serving as the key to his growth and preventing premature death. As Ye Feiran begins to gnaw on his lollipop, the sixth prince pretends not to notice, engrossed in his military texts, appearing utterly absorbed. Ye Feiran giggles at him, his large eyes nearly disappearing in mirth, sparkling with cleverness, reveling in his secret indulgence. In his heart, he triumphantly thinks, the daft sixth prince is the cutest. Only he wouldn't tell mother about my little snack escapades. The sixth prince's inner world is rich, yet he maintains an icy, expressionless facade, indulging all of Ye Feiran's little antics. Upon arriving at the Western City Boys' Camp, Su Yushi becomes busy with training, only to discover a letter hidden among the gifts from the fourth prince. Upon opening it, he finds it pinned by concubine Yu, expressing her surprising desire to collaborate with the Su family army. She acknowledges the Su family's loyalty and patriotism, not expecting their support for the fourth prince's rise, but rather wishing to ally in purging the treachery surrounding the throne. She possesses ample evidence against the Duke of Jingwa's household and is willing to assist the Su family army in toppling it. Su Yushi is taken aback, yet he is not easily swayed by concubine Yu's offer. If the Su family were to be accused of colluding with palace concubines, it would be a burden no external minister could bear. He tosses the letter into the charcoal pot, providing no response to concubine Yu while ensuring he maintains a favorable stance. He writes a letter in return and hands it to his loyal bodyguard, instructing him to deliver it directly to his aunt, leaving the subsequent matters to her discretion. The bodyguard respectfully accepts the letter and rides off to deliver it to the Su family. Upon receiving the letter, Su Haoyun is quite surprised. After some contemplation, she instructs Yihong to invite Mr. Ji to Shoan Hall, assuring her that someone would assist him upon arrival. Mr. Ji is currently running a charity school in the suburbs of the capital, having enrolled over 100 students, including a girls' school with more than 20 attendees. Su Haoyun has generously provided thousands of taels, leading Mr. Ji to fulfill her every request. Observing the contents of the letter, Su Haoyun ponders. Could there be a trap in concubine Yu's sudden plea for help? She shakes her head, reasoning, since she has recognized the queen's treachery, seeking self-preservation is only logical. However, considering that most of the 6 ministries are under the Duke of Jingwa's control, the Su family remains an outsider. In slow agreement, Su Haoyun contemplates. If it is mutually beneficial, it may be worth a try. After receiving Yihong's message, Mr. Ji proceeds to Shoan Hall with his medical kit. Shoan Hall serves as a meeting place for physicians in the capital, its true ownership shrouded in mystery, primarily catering to itinerant doctors. Occasionally, it hosts medical exchange activities, with numerous successful treatments of difficult ailments in its history. At the same time, the fourth prince receives a message from Su Yushi, instructing him to seek a physician named Mr. Ji at number 13, Bingzi Hutong in the capital. Upon receiving this news, the fourth prince hurriedly sets off with his entourage to Shoan Hall, coinciding with an event focused on discussing difficult medical cases. Mr. Ji, intrigued, shares his insights on obstetric complications. If there were a means to assist from within during childbirth, it could significantly reduce mortality rates for both mother and child. Someone nearby remarks, Mr. Ji speaks lightly, but what could possibly assist from within? The only one capable is Qin Xiaoxiu, due to his naturally small hands and great strength. Childbirth has always been fraught with danger. Assisting in such a process is no small feat. The fourth prince listens attentively, then steps forward to inquire, "Excuse me. Who is Mr. Ji? I have a matter to discuss." Simultaneously, Ye Feiran, savoring his lollipop, muses, assisting tools? That must refer to forceps. They can be crafted in various shapes based on need, potentially saving many mothers and infants during critical moments. Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, Shaotsong contemplates. Realizing that if such tools could indeed save lives, it would be worthwhile to inform Mr. Ji. Coincidentally, Ye Feiran seems to have seen forceps before and begins to describe their different forms in his mind. Forceps were invented in the early 17th century by an obstetrician in Europe, resembling a cake server, shaped to fit an infant's head. Imagining the appearance of the forceps, Shaotsong attempts to carve 2 small models from wood, hoping to show them to Mr. Ji when he arrives, perhaps inspiring a breakthrough. In Shoan Hall, The fourth prince bows to Mr. Ji, stating, "I have been observing your medical skills, which are truly admirable. I did not expect Mr. Ji to be a young lady." Mr. Ji, in her early 20s, presents herself in male attire, yet her femininity is apparent. She returns the bow, inquiring, "What brings you to seek my assistance, young master?" The fourth prince, straightforward, replies, "I will not beat around the bush. I am Xiao Hong, and I wish to invite Mr. Ji to the palace." Upon hearing the surname Xiao and the name Xiao Hong, Mr. Ji immediately recognizes him and prepares to bow in respect. She has learned about these royal matters from Wang Qi, who, after withdrawing from the third princess's engagement, seems to have become rather neglectful of his own affairs, frequently immersing himself in the charity school. He occasionally lectures the children on historical texts and accompanies them to distribute medicine and porridge to the needy. However, he also shares gossip about the powerful circles. Mr. Ji, raised under her master's teachings, struggles to comprehend, as she has been taught to uphold virtue in poverty and to aid the world in wealth. Now, having achieved a modicum of success in her medical practice, she yearns to provide opportunities for education to children who, like herself, come from impoverished backgrounds. Xiao Hong halted her bowing gesture and said, "There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Ji. It is I who seeks your assistance, and thus I should be the one to bow." Mr. Ji nodded and replied, "Where are the patients? We must not delay. Please, allow me to accompany you to see them at once." As a healer, Mr. Ji never discriminated against patients nor harbored any peculiarities. She would attend to anyone who sought her care. Wealthy families might offer higher fees, yet she adhered to the principle of first come, first served, even if the ones ahead in line were mere beggars. Xiao Hang gestured for Mr. Ji to follow him into the carriage, and they set off toward the imperial palace. At that moment, within the palace, Lady Lu was paying her respects to the queen in the Yongning Palace, and they began discussing the ailment of concubine Yu. Lady Lu inquired, "What do the physicians say?" "Your Majesty, is concubine Yu truly ill?" The queen, filled with doubt, responded, "I too find it strange, yet there seems to be little to doubt. A maidservant I stationed in concubine Yu's quarters exhibited the same symptoms just days ago. They were responsible for brewing the chia tea daily and delivering it to concubine Yu. It is said that on a day when concubine Yu was in good spirits, she gifted them each a cup. I did not inform them that it was poison, and they drank it joyfully. You are aware, dear sister, that chia tea is quite addictive. Later, when they brewed tea again, they secretly prepared a cup for themselves as well. Within a few days, both fell ill. Fearing they might transmit their illness to her, concubine Yu sent them to the Thai hospital for recuperation. Yet, astonishingly, they passed away shortly thereafter." Lady Lu pondered for a moment before stating, logically, "This poison should not manifest so quickly, unless they failed to adhere to the instructions and consumed more than prescribed. Another possibility is that the victims were too frail, leading to their energy being swiftly depleted. Your Majesty, are the bodies of those two still available? I wish to conduct an autopsy." The queen trembled at the thought. Despite her malevolent intentions, she held a superstitious dread of the deceased and promptly waved her hand dismissively, saying, "The Thai hospital reports that they succumbed to exhaustion and malnutrition, with no signs of poisoning. The bodies were disposed of long ago. Maidservants' corpses cannot remain in the palace overnight." Lady Lu merely nodded. "That is of little consequence. It may even hasten concubine Yu's demise. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. This poison can only be countered by members of the Lu family. You may rest easy. Perhaps in a few more days, concubine Yu will meet her end." Reflecting on this, the queen could not suppress a smirk, yet feigned piety by clasping her hands together, saying, "Ahmadba, she is still my cousin, and I truly pity her fate. However, after her passing, I shall certainly petition the emperor to grant her a grand burial befitting a noble consort." While Lady Lu outwardly flattered the queen, inwardly she scoffed, thinking how absurd it was for the queen to feign sorrow when the woman was already dead. In the grand scheme of things, having such individuals in the Great Ning was indeed a misfortune, yet it was also thanks to them that their plans could progress steadily. As for the Lu family, should the matter of concubine Yu come to light, they too would face dire consequences. A smile graced Lady Lu's lips as she bowed, saying, "I extend my early congratulations to your Majesty. May you hold power over the realm and enjoy eternal longevity." The queen finally burst into laughter. "You always know how to flatter, dear sister. Rest assured, when I become Empress Dowager, the Lu family shall not be forgotten. You have a beloved younger brother, do you not? I shall promote him to the position of Assistant Minister of Justice, a respectable 7th rank official indeed." Lady Lu feigned concern. My younger brother is rather unruly. It may not be suitable. The queen laughed. What is there to be unsuitable about? For great deeds, there must be rewards. Our Wang family has always believed in rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Now that you have achieved such significant accomplishments, how could I refrain from action? Do not be modest. This official position will certainly be bestowed upon young Master Lu. Lu Zuanku was taken aback by his sudden elevation from obscurity to the rank of Assistant Minister of Justice during his visit to the capital. This abrupt change in his status caused him to become quite elated, leading him to associate with a plethora of frivolous companions, all of whom belonged to the affluent circles. Everyone was aware that his sister was a lady in the palace. Though merely a favored concubine, her charm had garnered much affection from the emperor, explaining the rapidity of his promotion. Conversely, his elder brother had been languishing in a lowly position since entering the capital, nearly being pushed out by Ye Qingzi. Fortunately, Lu Xinglin remained focused and diligent, dedicating himself to mastering the intricacies of the Ministry of Revenue. Having had no prior exposure, he had to start from scratch. Yet he absorbed nearly 70 to 80% of the knowledge, and even began to handle government affairs intermittently. During court sessions, he could respond fluently to the emperor's inquiries, earning the emperor's praise and affirming that this foreign minister was indeed a wise choice. In stark contrast, Lu Zuanku spent his days reveling in debauchery at the joyous pavilion. Inundated with invitations from young rakes, neglecting his duties entirely and exploiting his connections for personal gain. When Lord Hu came to deliver an edict today, he found neither Lu Zuanku at the Ministry of Justice nor at the Lu residence. In desperation, Lu Xinglin had to personally lead his servants to retrieve his brother. Upon discovering Lu Zuanku inebriated and oblivious, attempting to drag Lord Hu for another round of drinks, Lu Xinglin, furious, confined him to the ancestral hall for reflection and later apologized to Lord Hu. Lord Hu sighed, offering a gentle reminder, Lord Lu, with great stature comes great scrutiny. You must exercise greater caution. If your brother continues this way, it will inevitably lead to trouble. Today's edict, we shall not announce. You may deliver it directly to young Master Lu. With that, he handed the imperial decree to Lu Xinglin and departed. Lu Xinglin sighed. He regretted venturing into this capital filled with temptation, for in Sinan, Lu Zuanku's mischief would only have involved minor escapades. Now, amidst the enticements of the capital, Lu Zuanku had adopted many unsavory habits from the rakes. Moreover, he was deeply troubled by his sister, whose circumstances were shrouded in mystery. He longed for an opportunity to enter the palace and inquire about her remarkable ability to pave such a prosperous path for them. Yet, for reasons unknown, his sister persistently refused to meet him. Burdened with worries, Lu Xinglin found himself contemplating Su Haoyun. He felt that Madame Su bore no ill will toward him and sought her counsel on how to navigate his current predicament. With this thought in mind, he instructed the steward to prepare a horse and a gift, setting off in the direction of the Su residence. Meanwhile, within the palace, the fourth prince had brought Mr. Ji to concubine Yu's residence in the Yuan palace and had begun to take her pulse. Concubine Yu, skeptical of the existence of divine healers outside the palace, withheld the truth from Mr. Ji, merely asking, Doctor, how do you perceive my health? Mr. Ji's expression grew serious as he replied, that you exhibit merely slight deficiencies. There is no grave concern. However, have you come into contact with anything unclean? Concubine Yu's demeanor shifted to one of gravitas as she inquired, Oh, what do you mean? Mr. Ji replied candidly, to be frank, I recently acquired a package of chia tea, which I have been studying to devise an antidote. Though I cannot eliminate the effects of long-term poisoning, for someone like you, who has only had brief exposure, a few doses of medicine may suffice for a cure. Upon hearing the term chia tea, Concubine Yu immediately comprehended the implication and hastily rose, exclaiming, So, it was that lad from the Su family who sent you, wasn't it? Has he accepted my counsel? Wise one, do you truly possess a method to counteract the poison within me? Although she had not consumed the 7-leaf tea, her previous encounters with it had inadvertently allowed its poisonous essence to seep into her very flesh. While it did not afflict her with a grave illness, she found herself longing for the tea day and night, and her restless nights were devoid of any peaceful slumber. Mr. Ji stepped back, clasped his hands, and said, Your Highness, please remain calm. Detoxification is indeed feasible, but you must maintain a tranquil state of mind. As for other matters, I am merely here at the request of the fourth prince to treat you. I have no connection with anyone else. You must ease your worries to prevent the toxin from worsening, which could hinder the effectiveness of the treatment. Upon hearing this, The fourth prince was filled with delight and eagerly inquired, "Is it true? Mr. G is indeed a miraculous physician. Let us hasten to attend to mother." Mr. G replied, "There is no rush. First, prepare a bathtub for me, and then follow the prescription I provide to prepare a medicinal bath. After soaking in warm water for half an hour, I shall take a blood sample from the tip of your finger." The fourth prince acknowledged and quickly instructed the palace maids, who were brought from the Ye family's dowry, to prepare the water, while he personally went to the imperial medical department to procure the necessary herbs. The commotion in the Ye concubine's palace was reported to the empress by spies stationed outside, who conveyed the news with a cold laugh. What sort of doctor could possibly cure the toxin affecting Lady Lu? If such a physician existed, Lady Zhang would not have perished so prematurely. Alas, I believe they are merely toiling in vain. Waiting for death may be a better option. However, after pondering for a while, her unease lingered, prompting her to ask Lady Lu, "Are you truly certain that this toxin can only be resolved by members of the Lu family?" Lady Lu replied, "Of course. The Lu family has resided in Xianan for generations, a place rife with venomous creatures and deadly curses. Otherwise, with their abilities, why would they settle in Xianan? They seek to master such medical arts. Unfortunately, the Lu lineage has now come to an end, the most capable among them." She did not continue her thought, merely smiling faintly as she rose and stated, "Your Majesty need not worry. Even if your concubine does not perish, she will only live in a feeble state. She may endure for 3 years, but she cannot outlast 5. What is there to fear from a sickly person? You should cultivate a good relationship with her and the fourth prince, making them aware that only you are their true support. By bestowing kindness, they will naturally feel gratitude. And the fourth prince, having benefited from you, will align himself with your interests." The empress nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, very well. I shall bestow generous rewards." In recent days, Lady Lu had received numerous accolades from the empress, though she feigned indifference, focusing solely on securing benefits for the Lu family. In the Ye concubine's palace, the medicinal bath was ready. She extended a delicate finger towards Mr. G. He placed a jade vial on a high stool and caught the dark blood that flowed from her fingertip. With a muffled sound from Ye concubine, tiny poisonous insects, no larger than pinheads, dripped into the vial. Once the last insect had fallen in, Mr. G promptly sealed the vial with a cork, the semi-transparent container appearing to harbor writhing life within. Ye concubine gazed at the vial, a mix of trepidation and curiosity, and asked, "Sir, is the poison within me curable?" Mr. G tucked the vial into his medicine box and assured her, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall come every 7 days to collect a blood sample from your fingertip until no more insects emerge." Finally, Ye concubine regarded Mr. G with newfound respect and could not help but inquire, "With such exceptional medical skills, why do you not serve in the imperial medical department?" Mr. G smiled and declined. "My master left a directive that I must not enter the imperial medical department in this lifetime. Though I am unsure of the reason, I must honor my master's wishes." Ye concubine, intrigued, asked, "Oh, may I inquire as to whom your master studied under? My Ye family holds some influence in the capital. I am sure I have heard of that renowned physician." Mr. G did not conceal the truth, responding, "My master's name is Lu Rubai, not well known in the capital. She passed away when I was 13, leaving me a collection of medical texts to study. Your Highness, please focus on your recovery. After the bloodletting, you must rest for at least 3 to 6 hours. I shall take my leave now." The news of Mr. G's antidote for the curse reached Ye Feiran, who was instantly intrigued by Mr. G's master, captivated by the beautiful name that echoed in his mind. Lu Rubai, her name reminiscent of willow leaves, suggests an enchanting beauty. The sixth prince, nearby, could not help but choke on his water, thinking that this young man was obsessed with beauty. Chapter 63. Ye Feiran's thoughts continued. Lotus flowers as fair as a face, willows as graceful as eyebrows. Indeed, the ancients had a refined way of describing beauty. However, I cannot fathom what kind of beauty could possibly deserve such a name. Yet, at this moment, my Xiaozong remains the most handsome. Surely, no one in this world could surpass him in looks. How could someone so young possess such alluring features? Just wait until he grows up. As Xiaozong, who had been increasingly frowning, heard Ye Feiran's words, his expression softened. He had never truly grasped his own appearance. In his previous life, he was labeled a fool by others. Only in the army of the Su family was he occasionally referred to as the handsome young man. No one dared to reveal his true identity for fear of persecution. Considering his future appearance, Xiaozong pondered that he often mingled among the Su family soldiers, frequently darkening his face to conceal his whereabouts. It was the first time someone had praised him so openly. Could it be that he was indeed good-looking? He took a copper mirror to scrutinize himself closely, yet he could not discern any significant difference, having no concept of beauty or ugliness. However, if he felt he looked good, then Xiao Tsong contemplated and instructed Yin Shu, "Are there any more attractive garments?" I. He suddenly felt a twinge of shyness. As a grown man, dressing up for the sake of receiving compliments seemed absurd. Yin Shu considered for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, do you wish to go out for a spring outing? We have several splendid new spring outfits that the Emperor recently sent, quite luxurious and beautiful. However, since Your Highness usually prefers martial attire, I had them set aside. I shall fetch one for you to try on." Ye Feiran, engrossed in the unfolding events, looked up, her excitement palpable. "Oh, a handsome young man wishes to don fine clothing? Let me have a look." Xiao Tsong seemed to defend himself, saying, "The weather has been quite pleasant lately. Fair, are you feeling bored at home? Would you like to go out for a spring outing?" Ye Feiran nodded vigorously, her thoughts racing. A spring outing. Oh my brother, what a divine intuition you possess. How did you know I was growing weary at home? This is the season of April. Not going out to enjoy it would be a travesty. Xiao Tsong's lips curved upward, realizing he had inadvertently hit the mark. Just then, Yin Shu returned with the garments. Xiao Tsong examined them, selecting a more understated outfit. He found his father's taste rather rustic, adorned with gaudy embellishments. Fortunately, one outfit appeared elegant and tasteful, a light blue robe, intricately embroidered with subtle golden patterns that did not appear overly ostentatious. He retreated behind a screen to change into the attire, finally emerging after a moment of hesitation. When Ye Feiran looked up and beheld him, she gasped, as if a celestial being had stepped out from a painting. In Ye Feiran's heart, there was an exclamation. "Oh my goodness, where did this celestial envoy come from? My word, dressed like this, you might be abducted by human traffickers. But wait, my brother possesses unparalleled martial skills. Which trafficker would dare approach him?" Xiao Tsong, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words, had a faint blush on his ears. Clearing his throat, he said, "This outfit is a bit cumbersome. I think I shall change it." Ye Feiran, however, was in a hurry. No. Please don't. Why change it? It looks so splendid. Keep wearing it." Xiao Tsong, who was about to turn back towards the screen, paused and instructed Yin Shu, "From now on, such garments should be tailored for martial arts. This would not only cater to a certain child's aesthetic, but also accommodate his martial training needs." Yin Shu nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. I shall ensure the modifications are done well. The attire worn by noble young masters is generally unsuitable for martial practice, which is why Lord Luo rarely dons them. He prefers a simple white robe that is both visually appealing and practical for combat. The clothing of these young masters often restricts mobility or is overly voluminous. While they may be visually pleasing, they are truly impractical for a practitioner." Yin Shu agreed that her prince looked handsome in this attire and was determined to devise a way to make it both attractive and functional. In the afternoon, the three palace maids busied themselves preparing provisions for the young prince, who whimsically wished to venture outdoors for a picnic the next day. The young prince mentioned wanting to have a barbecue with the young master, and they had never experienced such an outing before. They were eager to partake in the adventure. Ye Feiran was already anticipating it, longing for barbecue, grilled fish, and sashimi. Alas, these delights were forbidden. He lamented, when would he grow up? When could he indulge freely in such feasts? Later that afternoon, Mr. Ji returned, quietly bringing a medicine box to the Su residence. The sixth prince, intrigued by the legendary goo worms, accompanied Ye Feiran to the hall where Su Haoyun was receiving Mr. Ji. Upon entering, they beheld a translucent jade vial beside Mr. Ji, filled with wriggling, tiny goo worms that appeared quite eerie. Ye Feiran exclaimed inwardly, "Oh dear, my fear of clusters is about to overwhelm me." The sixth prince frowned at the vial and solemnly remarked, "Those are goo worms." Su Haoyun, taken aback, looked at the sixth prince and inquired, "Oh, Your Highness is familiar with goo worms?" The sixth prince did not speak the whole truth, merely stating, "Yes, I have read about them." Mr. Ji nodded, "Indeed. These are goo worms, and they are still alive, but they will not survive long once they leave their host. The small amount of blood they consume will lead to their demise. Goo worms feed on blood and simultaneously release digested remnants, which contain a substance that can awaken all potential within the host's body. Thus, in the initial stages of being infested, a host might appear increasingly beautiful, their skin improving and their spirits rising. However, once this illusion peaks, rendering the host's skin almost flawless and their beauty strikingly alluring, they will begin to decline rapidly. Their aging will become apparent at a visible rate, and both their appearance and constitution will deteriorate, rendering them beyond salvation, even by the most divine beings. Su Haoyun scrutinized the goo worms and asked, "What is your intention in bringing them here, Mr. G?" Mr. G replied, "I wish to see if I can locate the mother worm. This creature poses a significant threat. If left unchecked, countless victims may arise. The offspring worms can sense the mother worm, and I hope to use them to trace her whereabouts." Su Haoyun nodded. "Will the mother worm be far away?" Mr. G shook his head. "Their sensing range is limited to 10 kilometers. Beyond that, they lose their efficacy. Therefore, the mother worm must be within the capital." The sixth prince pondered this revelation, surprised to learn that he might uncover the identity of those who have been slowly undermining the Great Ning and handing it over to the Liao people. Perhaps he could glean some clues from the mother worm. Su Haoyun expressed his keen interest in the mother worm, stating, "If you need assistance, I can dispatch personnel to help you." Mr. G declined. "That won't be necessary. We have sufficient manpower at present. Young Master Wang has been assisting me lately, and he has a number of trusted guards." Su Haoyun frowned. "Young Master Wang?" "Wang Qi." Mr. G confirmed, "Indeed. But he is different from others in the Jingwu Duke's residence. I trust he and the Duke's household are not aligned." Su Haoyun had met Wang Qi, the young gentleman who nearly wed the third princess, only to be thwarted by Yi Qingse. In their brief encounter, she remembered him as a remarkably handsome young man. Quite talented, though his romantic fate had been unfortunate. She refrained from interfering in Mr. G's associations, as others have their own judgments. After discussing the sixth princess studies with Mr. G, she sent him off from the residence. The sixth prince, however, stealthily followed Mr. G until the latter turned around in a narrow alley and smiled. "Your Highness, why have you been trailing me? Are you interested in the goo worms I possess?" "Children should not play with worms. Be careful not to get bitten." The sixth prince, however, produced a pair of wooden forceps from his robe and offered them to Mr. G. Mr. G, puzzled, asked, "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" The sixth prince replied, "I heard fourth brother mentioned that the teacher sought tools for obstetrics. This item aligns with the fetal head and may serve as an assisting instrument. However, it was made in haste and requires your refinement." Mr. G initially felt perplexed, but upon carefully examining the forceps, her expression transformed to one of ecstatic recognition. "Yes, exactly. Your Highness, you are truly a genius." The sixth prince waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot claim to be a genius. It was merely given to me by another. If I can assist my teacher, it benefits the people, and that is my goal." Mr. G meticulously scrutinized the object, murmuring, "It certainly needs modification. If it were to be elongated further, it might aid in deeper complications during childbirth." However, she raised her gaze to the sixth prince and inquired, "You followed me all the way from the Su residence to the narrow alley, and I cannot believe you did so merely to deliver a pair of forceps. If you wish to give them to me, you could have done so at any time. You must have other matters you wish to discuss with me?" Mr. G, being learned and insightful, had discerned during their lessons that this child was not ordinary. His apparent precocity was merely the surface. She suspected there was a deeper complexity to him. The sixth prince bowed respectfully. "Your insight is indeed sharp. Nothing can escape your notice. I wish to join you in investigating the mother worm. I have a feeling there is more to her than meets the eye." Mr. G contemplated this, glancing at the forceps in her hand, and slowly nodded. "Very well, considering you have helped me resolve a problem that has troubled me for many years. I am willing to include you in the inquiry about the mother worm. However, your status is unique, and the relationship with the Jingwu Duke's residence is delicate. We must not trouble Wang Qi with this matter again. Do you have someone you can lend me for a few days?" The sixth prince considered this and nodded. "Of course I do." As the Prince of Yi, he had the authority to select a cadre of personal guards, though he was still too young for the emperor to have arranged this for him. Generally, younger princes would recruit from the young soldiers' camp. And the sixth prince suddenly recalled that this was indeed a viable option. How should he express to the emperor his desire for personal guards? Chapter 64. The weather today is splendid. The sixth prince, adhering to Ye Feiran's aesthetic, donned a splendidly voluminous white garment. He realized that whenever he dressed in slightly more appealing attire, the little one would exuberantly vocalize his delight for an extended period, occasionally even drooling in admiration. Of course, drooling is a natural trait of infants. He merely enjoyed teasing the little one, which rendered the situation quite endearing. At 8 months, Ye Feiran could finally stretch his little legs and stand, though he had yet to master walking. Fortunately, the sixth prince had anticipated this and crafted a walker for him. Ye Feiran gazed at the contraption with a hint of disdain, not due to the craftsmanship of the sixth prince, but rather at himself, pondering how. As a soul in his 20s, he had come to require a walker. The sixth prince, perceiving his thoughts, reassured him. Does Feiran not like it? That's perfectly fine. Big brother will carry you wherever you wish to go. Ye Feiran extended his tiny arms, internally expressing, all right, brother, riding you is far preferable to riding that walker. The sixth prince was taken aback. What sort of nonsense was this child uttering? Am I a horse? Nevertheless, he continued to dote on him, lifting him onto his shoulders. Inwardly agreeing, yes, Feiran is right. My agility is indeed superior. Yen Shu had already prepared the carriage, while two other maids arranged their belongings within it. The sixth prince then embraced Ye Feiran and entered the carriage. The springtime sun shone brightly, casting light upon the carriage window. The sixth prince lifted the curtain, allowing the fragrant breeze to waft in. In the distance, the faint sound of a bamboo flute reached his ears. He glanced towards the source and nodded slowly before lowering the curtain once more. Ye Feiran inquired, brother, what are you looking at? Is there a beauty outside? The sixth prince replied, where would a beauty come from? There's merely a handsome fellow outside. Ye Feiran persisted, no, I must see. Where is the beauty? He leaned out, determined to catch a glimpse of the lovely figure outside. The sixth prince, exasperated, had no choice but to raise the carriage curtain. And only then did Ye Feiran settle down, his thoughts still racing. Ah, spring has arrived, and the young ladies are donning beautiful gauzy skirts. Yet, there are few true beauties. Oh, that one is passable, but still not as charming as my Shao Kong. Shao Tsung pondered whether to cover his mouth, torn between the desire to silence him and to relish his incessant chatter. By nature, he was a quiet and reclusive individual. Yet with Feiran, this lively parrot, his world transformed from solitude to vibrant chaos. At times, when Feiran was not by his side, he felt an emptiness in his surroundings. Fortunately, his adoptive mother was generous, allowing Feiran to remain with him while providing a few skilled maidservants for protection. The martial maids from the Su family boasted remarkable skills, appearing as delicate and harmless young ladies, seemingly incapable of martial prowess. However, those who had witnessed the Su family's martial exhibitions knew that the young ladies were exceptionally formidable. Their excursion took them to the southern outskirts, where vast expanses of plum groves, peach orchards, pear forests, and various other ornamental flowering trees flourished. It was the splendid month of April, and the flowers were still in full bloom, vibrant and captivating. Particularly, the peach blossoms, pear blossoms, and plum blossoms competed in beauty, enchanting all who beheld them. During this season, the Feiran villa thrived, as young ladies often gathered in groups to enjoy the springtime, with carriages lining up in front of the villa, indicating a prosperous day. However, today they were not heading to Feiran villa, but rather to a scenic wild stream nearby. After traversing several tranquil mountain paths, they finally reached their destination, where Ye Feiran was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Exclaiming internally, wow, is this truly the legendary paradise? It is simply stunning. Mountain flowers bloom profusely, waterfalls cascade, birds chirp melodiously, and there are so many hopping little rabbits. As soon as he finished speaking, the sixth prince swiftly dashed forward, catching a plump little rabbit in his hands. Ye Feiran's delighted laughter echoed in the valley. Brother, you are amazing. You caught me a little rabbit so quickly, and it's a little white rabbit. This rabbit, with its gentle demeanor, appeared adorably foolish and did not attempt to escape Ye Feiran's embrace. Instead, it curiously licked his hand and sniffed his cheek. The maidservants were busy setting up a tent and laying down thick oilcloth on the ground. Ye Feiran placed the little rabbit on the oilcloth and crawled after it, mimicking its movements. The sixth prince watched him with a gentle smile, the scene too beautiful for anyone to disrupt. Ye Feiran sat on the ground and looked up at the sixth prince, shouting, brother, come, let us play with the rabbit. The sixth prince smiled and approached, cautioning, be careful, don't fall. He had become quite fluent in speech, stumbling only occasionally, and was able to communicate effectively. Ye Feiran engaged him further, brother, pet. The sixth prince obligingly reached out to stroke the rabbit's fluffy head, nodding, it feels nice. Ye Feiran continued, rabbit, ears big. The sixth prince nodded. Indeed, the rabbit's ears are quite large. Ye Feiran added, rabbit, tail, small. The sixth prince agreed, yes, the rabbit's tail is very small. Feiran is wonderful. You can say so many words now. Yet, Ye Feiran wiped his brow, internally grumbling, this is exhausting. Why is learning to speak so difficult? I never felt this tired in school. The sixth prince, unable to contain his amusement, asked, "Then, what color is the rabbit's fur?" Ye Feiran tilted his head, thinking, no way, brother, this pronunciation is quite challenging. But he still cooperated, saying, "The rabbit is bay color." The sixth prince burst into laughter, correcting him, "It's white." "Feiran, look at my mouth. White." Ye Feiran exclaimed, Bay internally cursing, "Damn it, Bay. You old man. It's white, you little fool." The sixth prince nearly succumbed to laughter, unable to resist pulling him into an embrace, saying, "Don't rush, Feiran. Take your time. White is white, just like the clouds, just like daytime. White is pure and unblemished, beautiful and pristine, just like you, Feiran." Nestled in the sixth prince's arms, Ye Feiran nodded slowly, murmuring, White. The sixth prince gazed at him with delight, pinching his tender cheeks. Feiran learned to say white. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent with the sixth prince patiently teaching Ye Feiran to speak. Though Ye Feiran learned quickly, he often forgot what he had just mastered, feeling frustrated, thinking, why is this memory function so faulty? I've learned it all, yet why must I forget? It seemed that one could not transcend the limits of human physiology. One could only speak when they were meant to. At noon, Yin Shuqing and her maid Jin Shu began preparing lunch for everyone. Most of the food was readily available. It merely required heating over a stove. Qing Shu and Jin Shu had gathered an array of wild vegetables, tossing them to a plump rabbit that eagerly munched away without a hint of fear. Ye Feiran, observing the scene, remarked, "It seems this rabbit knows it has latched onto two golden thighs." One of the golden thighs glanced over and suggested, "How about we give it a name?" Ye Feiran nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Xiao Tsong pondered and inquired, "Do you have a name you fancy, Feiran?" Ye Feiran genuinely fell into contemplation, musing internally, "What shall I call it? It's a rabbit, adorably so, and it seems somewhat familiar." After much deliberation, he finally realized why the rabbit appeared familiar. It was none other than the mischievous rogue rabbit. He raised his face and pointed at the rabbit, exclaiming to Xiao Tsong, "Jian." Xiao Tsong nodded in agreement. Jian. Yes, it's quite fitting, healthy, and robust. Ye Feiran covered his face, thinking to himself, "It's Jian. The mischievous one." Xiao Tsong responded, "Is it truly appropriate to name a rabbit Jian?" Eventually, the rabbit was brought back to the Su residence. And over time, Xiao Tsong found that the name suited it perfectly. The rogue rabbit, filled with joy, wept tears of happiness, thus acquiring its very first name. At noon, Ye Feiran indulged in a hearty meal. At 8 months, he could enjoy some egg custard and meat puree. Yen Hui also prepared tender meatballs, and Ye Feiran savored a dozen, embodying the essence of a little food enthusiast. Surrounded by the picturesque mountains, with a gentle warm breeze and radiant sunlight, the occasional drifting willow fluff would alight upon Ye Feiran's hair. After satisfying his hunger, the little one began to feel drowsy, nestling in the half-open tent for a nap. Suddenly, the sixth prince looked up to find Jian nibbling on Ye Feiran's hair. The sixth prince remarked, "This rabbit is indeed mischievous. Why is it nibbling on hair for no reason?" He gently pushed Jian aside, draping his outer robe over Ye Feiran, and softly patted his side, allowing the delicate lashes of Ye Feiran to flutter shut as he quickly fell into slumber. Yin Shu brought a small blanket to wrap around Ye Feiran and sealed the tent flap, aware that even in the depths of spring, a sleeping child could easily catch a chill. The sixth prince instructed Yin Shu, "Take good care of him. I shall attend to a matter." The maids nodded, though they were slightly uneasy about the sixth prince venturing alone into the wilderness. What if he encountered a wild beast? However, as young maidens, they were well aware that the sixth prince, now a boy of 7 or 8, had long since been deemed capable of attending to his own needs without a maid in tow. Their concerns, though valid, merely allowed them to watch from a distance. Unexpectedly, scarcely had the sixth prince stepped into the woods than the sounds of a struggle erupted within. Yin Shu and the martial maids rushed forward to investigate, but were halted from afar by the sixth prince's stern voice. "I commanded you to. Take care of him. No one is allowed to approach." With that, he drew a short sword from his boot and engaged in combat with the intruder. The assailant, towering at 7 feet, concealed his face and wielded a broadsword, threatening in a hoarse voice, "You must be the little scourge born of the Shu Fei, right? Hee. Someone has paid me to take your life. Behold my blade." Chapter 65. The martial maids immediately took defensive positions, leaving a portion to protect Ye Feiran while others advanced to assist the sixth prince. The sixth prince was locked in combat with the thief, only to discover that his opponent possessed formidable skills, easily dispatching the Su family's martial maids. Strangely, the intruder did not utilize his blade. Instead, he kicked the maids away with ease. Despite the chaos, his taunts continued unabated. "You little potato, your skills are surprisingly high. But what does that matter? Watch as I use my iron sand palm to send you tumbling." The sixth prince retorted. "Why all the unnecessary chatter while fighting? Also with that voice. Don't you realize you sound just like a palace eunuch?" The eunuch, kicking away the advancing maids, appeared entirely uninterested in the young women, seemingly focused solely on confronting the young prince. Yin Shu and Qing Shu arrived just in time. The sixth prince recognized that lingering in battle was unwise, as these two palace maids were also skilled fighters. He quietly urged the eunuch, "Stop the noise and hurry. Leave me a few wounds." The eunuch nodded. Addressing the others, "Let us wrap this up. It's unfair for so many of you to hit me at once. Next time, when this little potato is alone, just wait and see how I'll send him reeling." With that, he lunged towards the sixth prince, leaving a mere 2-centimeter scratch on his arm before swiftly retreating with agility. The sixth prince was utterly frustrated. With such a minor injury, he would heal before he even had a chance to see the emperor. Seizing the moment while the two palace maids had not yet arrived, he discreetly drew a dagger from his robes and lightly slashed his own arm. Although it appeared to bleed profusely, it was merely a superficial wound meant to intimidate. As soon as the two palace maids arrived, he feigned unconsciousness, prompting the others to hastily prepare a carriage back to the Su residence. This incident alarmed the entire Su family. Su Haoyun returned, Su Haoqing returned, Su Yulan returned, and Madame Su urgently rushed to the palace to summon the imperial physician. The emperor, having heard the news, quickly donned plain clothes to check on his son, while the Su family was filled with trepidations, fearing the emperor's displeasure for not adequately caring for the sixth prince. However, the emperor did not blame them. He merely inquired, "Did His Highness the Yuang not bring his personal guards? Even if he is temporarily staying with Madame Su, surely he should have his guards with him?" Yin Shu knelt before the emperor, replying, "Your Majesty, the prince has not yet been assigned personal guards." The emperor frowned upon hearing this. "Not assigned personal guards? What is the military department doing?" Yin Shu then revealed the truth. The military department stated that the Su family has sufficient soldiers and advised them to manage it themselves. The emperor's anger flared. "Nonsense. The Su family army is the Su family army, and personal guards are personal guards. How can they be confused? If a prince borrows the Su family army, can other princes do the same? I must see how the military department dares to treat my own son with such disdain." With that, he rose to personally visit the military department to assert his authority. Su Haoyun hurriedly followed the emperor, repeatedly apologizing. "It is entirely my fault. I failed to protect His Highness the Yuang. I believe that a dozen martial maids would be sufficient to safeguard the two children, yet alas, the thief found an opportunity." The emperor's expression remained dark as he responded, "This matter cannot solely be blamed on you. It is my oversight, and more so, a failure of the military department. A dignified Yuang has no personal guards? What kind of reputation does that project? We cannot rely on the Su family's maidens to protect him. If Miss Su is unharmed, let her accompany me to the military department." Su Haoyun could not refuse. Her heart had long harbored grievances against the situation, where the illustrious Yuang was merely a hollow title. Not only was there a lack of personal guards, but even the ceremonial entourage was absent. Although the Ministry of Rites had not overtly aligned with the Duke of Jinghua's residence, the rot within was already apparent. Each of the 6 ministries had its issues. Upon closer examination, few remained untainted. For an entire morning, the emperor traversed from the military department to the Ministry of Rites, from the Ministry of Rites to the Ministry of Revenue, and from the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of Works, clarifying the allocation of personal guards for the Yuang, the ceremonial entourage, the monthly overdue allowances, and the renovation of the prince's residence. Upon finally comprehending the tribulations faced by Su Haoyun, she expressed her grievances. It was not that she, as a noble daughter, refrained from undertaking these responsibilities, but rather that the Ministry of Rites evaded her requests, claiming that the sixth prince was too young and that ceremonial displays were unnecessary at present. As for the Ministry of War, there was no need to mention it, as they had not even permitted her entry. Regarding the Ministry of Revenue, "Your Majesty, I visit every month, only to return empty-handed each time. Thus, I have chosen to cease my visits for the past few months, as the Su family is not in dire need of that small amount of silver. However, it is a pity for Prince Yi, as all his due rewards have been unjustly withheld." These words from Su Haoyun were sincere. Despite her busy schedule, she remained attentive to each child, especially when Prince Yi was newly conferred. She would frequently urge the matter, only to encounter repeated resistance. The excuse was that the prince was still too young and that it would be better to procure new items when he was of age. Su Haoyun was reluctant to entangle herself in such trivial matters, especially since she had recently acquired substantial wealth. Not to mention, she could easily provide the prince's monthly share of 5,000 taels or even 50,000. Rather than squandering time in disputes, it was more prudent to earn more, ensuring a more comfortable life for the children. As for the assassination attempt on the sixth prince, she had just interrogated the Su family's martial servants who accompanied him. And from their accounts, she immediately discerned the culprits. Those two mischievous boys seemed to be scheming something, and it was clear that this incident was yet another of their troublesome antics, as their martial prowess was unmistakable. Furthermore, why must they inflict such severe injuries upon the sixth prince? The thought of his bloodied arm pained her deeply, and when Su Er returned, she would undoubtedly give that mischievous boy a thorough scolding. Upon hearing Su Haoyun's words, the emperor became even more incensed, promptly reprimanding several officials with demotions or fines. He did not blame Su Haoyun, instead stating, "Were it not for this matter, I would have remained unaware of the considerable grievances my Tsonger has endured. Henceforth, Miss Su, you must never conceal matters from me. Here, I bestow upon you a jade pendant. At any time, you may enter the palace to seek an audience with me. Should Tsonger face any injustice, you may bring it to my attention." As he spoke, he removed the jade pendant from his waist and placed it into Su Haoyun's hands. Su Haoyun immediately knelt in gratitude, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your majesty's affection for the sixth prince, and I shall certainly care for him with utmost devotion." The emperor assisted her to her feet, sighing, "Tsonger is my son, and naturally, I must cherish him. I am immensely grateful that you can care for him in place of Tsonger. I have observed that Tsonger has grown taller and healthier in recent days, displaying a newfound vitality compared to his time in the palace. Today, when I called his name, he even responded, indicating that the Su residence is indeed a place of blessings for him." Su Haoyun mused that if the emperor knew how articulate Tsonger had become, he would surely weep for joy upon embracing the Su family. Nevertheless, from this perspective, the emperor was indeed attentive to the sixth prince, not abandoning him due to his condition, exemplifying a dutiful father. To her astonishment, after her outing, she returned with dozens of servants and a set of 3 ceremonial displays. The Ministry of War had assigned a dedicated officer to invite her to select from the youth camp. What reason did she have to decline? She immediately chose her second nephew and allowed him to personally select 30 young soldiers. The youth camp accepts no one over 18 years of age, typically selecting 15 or 16-year-olds for various military encampments. Originally, this batch was intended for distribution, but Su Yushi intercepted them. Those admitted to the youth camp were indeed remarkable, each one of them tall and robust, resembling adults. Su Yushi smiled, thinking that the sixth prince was excelling in this endeavor. Unexpectedly, having only been at the youth camp for a few days, he was officially chosen as a personal guard. The private soldiers of the Prince of Daming could not exceed 1,000, and the personal guards were limited to under 100. The 30 Su Yushi selected were all exceptional, and he intended to train them meticulously to establish an elite personal guard for the sixth prince. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran had just awakened, bewildered by the sudden changes upon his return from a simple outing. Not only had the sixth prince been injured in an assassination attempt, but the emperor had also personally intervened. His mother had brought back 30,000 taels of silver for the monthly allowance, and over 100 people filled the courtyard, making their small compound feel cramped. Sitting on the couch, Ye Feiran gazed with wide, innocent eyes at the commotion, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth is happening? I barely had the chance to enjoy my melon before it fell upon my head. Turning to look at the sixth prince, whose arm was suspended, he exclaimed in distress, "Brother, what has happened to you? How did you manage to injure your arm?" The sixth prince, attempting to explain, said, "Feiran, do not cry. My arm is not broken. It is merely a minor surface injury. The doctor has bandaged it this way to make it appear more serious, but in truth, there is nothing to worry about." Ye Feiran ceased his tears, his large eyes seeking confirmation. "Is that truly the case?" The sixth prince replied, "Of course, it is true. I am genuinely uninjured. You can see for yourself." Just as he was about to raise his arm for Ye Feiran to inspect, Ye Feiran rushed forward to stop him. No, just keep it suspended. There is no need to risk a further injury merely to prove your point." After an exhausting day, Su Haoyun finally returned as dusk approached, collapsing onto a chair, wiping her sweat while downing half a pot of water. setting down her teacup. She began to vent her frustrations. I am utterly exhausted. You should have seen the faces of those in the Ministry of War. When I previously visited, they were insufferable, almost tattooing the words to make things difficult for me on their faces. This time, with the Emperor's direct involvement, they seemed eager to offer me their utmost assistance. What a disgraceful atmosphere. Ye Feiran silently concurred. Indeed, what a disgraceful atmosphere. The winds of corruption have always swayed with the tides, favoring some while neglecting others. Mother, do not let it anger you. Take care of your health. Upon hearing her son's words, Su Haoyun's mood lightened slightly, but her gaze soon fell upon her godson's suspended arm, darkening her expression. This was her first time displaying displeasure towards Shao Kong. She stood and looked at Shao Tsung, asking, Songer, you must honestly explain to your godmother what has transpired with your arm? Shao Tsung stood silently, but Ye Feiran's earlier thoughts betrayed him. He heard Ye Feiran's inner voice. He feels disrespected and lacks a personal guard, so he conspired with his second cousin to stage the charade. Yet this serves a dual purpose. It not only salvages his dignity, but also spares his brother from the relentless training at the youth camp. The training there is perilous, and while his brother's martial skills would undoubtedly see him through, the Jingwu Duke's estate would not easily permit his return. Naturally, Shao Tsung heard Ye Feiran's thoughts and offered no defense, standing properly in acknowledgement of his fault. Songer recognizes his mistake and begs for your punishment, dear godmother. Su Haoyun sighed in exasperation and replied, what use is punishment? You two boys have been exceedingly reckless. What if you had truly injured yourselves? As it stands, these are merely superficial wounds, but if... Shao Tsung interjected, godmother, that will not happen. Songer is aware of his limits, and so is my elder brother. Su Haoyun was aware that Shao Tsung possessed exceptional skills, and her two nephews were not to be underestimated either. Considering this, she believed the two of them would not be capable of causing any significant trouble. Instead, a sense of guilt washed over her as she lamented. It is entirely my fault for lacking the ability to contend with those scoundrels, forcing you to resort to such desperate measures to obtain what the prince rightfully deserves. Shao Tsung hastily interjected, and, please do not say that. Their animosity towards me is not a reflection of you. They simply wish to target me. In his previous life, he had been their primary target, mercilessly hunted down. Despite being afflicted by the poison of the gods for many years, they still harbored fear towards someone so naive and helpless. This realization affirmed that he must possess something that instilled fear within them. Thus, he resolved to live well, to demonstrate that their actions would not come without consequence. Su Haoyun nodded slowly, reaching out to gently ruffle Shao Tsung's hair. I am not unreasonable. I understand that you young men strive to carve out your own paths. However, should such incidents arise in the future, please at least inform me, so I do not have to worry unnecessarily. Shao Tsung nodded vigorously, assuring her, you need not worry, and I will definitely inform you next time. Moreover, I will ensure that Feiyu is safe. She was asleep when we undertook this endeavor. Ye Feiran interjected. What? You made such a commotion. And I was just lying here asleep? Oh, sixth prince, this isn't fair. Observing Ye Feiran's expression, both the sixth prince and Madame Su could not help but chuckle. Particularly Shao Tsung, who thought to himself that with such a little one around, it would be impossible to keep any secrets. However, his secrets were inconsequential in front of the Su family. In his past life, they had been the ones to rescue him, and their kindness and loyalty were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. While Su Haoyun was lenient with Shao Tsung, she did not extend the same grace to Su Yushi. She immediately reported the incident to Madame Su. Upon hearing this, Madame Su was filled with dread and promptly scolded Su Yushi, pulling her ear as a severe reprimand. She was well aware that her second child had a penchant for trouble, but who could have anticipated that this rascal would cause such a significant uproar, even attracting the attention of the emperor? In a fit of anger, Madame Su retrieved a ruler from the ancestral hall and delivered a thorough spanking to Su Yushi's backside. As Su Yushi ran away, she exclaimed, Mother, please listen to my explanation. It is not as you imagine. It has its benefits. Listening to the commotion next door, Ye Feiran was filled with a flurry of question marks and exclamation points. He turned to Shao Tsung, silently inquiring, Brother, your good friend is being punished. Are you not going to help him? The sixth prince remained motionless, diligently continuing to transcribe scriptures, even lighting some incense with a calm demeanor, as if the sounds of the beating outside had no bearing on him. Madame Su's temper was fierce, and she chastised Su Yushi for the better part of an incense stick's worth of time before the uproar finally subsided. Ye Feiran thought that his second cousin would surely be bedridden for a few days after such a beating, but to his surprise, the next moment, Su Yushi peeked into the room where he and the sixth prince were. Upon entering, she glanced around as if a thief in the night, then rushed to the window and shouted, "Ouch! That hurts. Sixth prince, please take it easy." Ye Feiran remarked, "Second cousin, your lines. TSK. Truly hard to describe." The sixth prince, setting down his brush, responded with a deadpan expression. "So, what do you think?" "The effect is rather satisfactory, wouldn't you say?" Ye Feiran, puzzled, watched as Su Yushi pulled down her pants, revealing half of her pale backside, from which she produced a cotton pad. Ye Feiran exclaimed, "Wow, second brother's backside is quite fair." Su Yushi. Xiaozong furrowed his brow at Su Yushi, admonishing, "Do not undress in front of children. What kind of example is that?" Su Yushi quickly pulled up her pants, grinning, "Your Highness, you certainly do not hold back when it comes to discipline. Who do you think I am doing this for?" The sixth prince maintained his icy demeanor, inquiring, "Have you selected your personal guards? Are they reliable?" Su Yushi reassured him, "Your Highness, rest assured, the guards I selected are utterly loyal. They are to be sent to the Su family military camp, and although they were initially disappointed to be assigned here, they were overjoyed to learn I would be their leader." The sixth prince nodded, acknowledging that the Su family military was indeed comprised of those who genuinely aspired to serve, thus ensuring unity among the ranks. Su Yushi, curious, pressed on, "Your Highness, are you in such a hurry to recruit personal guards because you have some important plan in the works?" The sixth prince replied, "Yes. You should take a few individuals to find Mr. G. She will instruct you on the next steps." Seeing his serious demeanor, Su Yushi did not dare to delay, responding, "Understood, I will go at once." However, the sixth prince stopped her. "What do you intend to do now?" "It is already dark, master. She also needs her rest." Su Yushi scratched her head, placing a hand over her heart. "I am just a bit excited. It feels as though I am embarking on something monumental." "Oh, sixth prince, do you think you are some extraordinary immortal?" "I have this feeling you will achieve great things in Daning." The sixth prince, exasperated, remarked to Ye Feiran, "There is no such thing as an extraordinary immortal. I am merely an ordinary person. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts, Feiran. Are you hungry? Let us head to the dining hall for a meal." As he spoke, he stepped towards the dining hall, while Su Yushi closely trailed behind, chattering incessantly. How can an ordinary person possess such exceptional skills? Although I have not studied much, I can tell when your Highness is deceiving me. Ye Feiran, overwhelmed by his second cousin's chatter, thought, "Please be quiet, second cousin. If you do not stop, the beef soup will get cold." Su Yushi replied, "Are we having beef soup tonight? Wonderful. I was just thinking of having a good feast." In the palace, the Empress had recently observed the fourth prince frequently entering and exiting Yuan Palace with a doctor sourced from the common folk. Each time he did so, the Empress received no news, which left her in a state of anxious anticipation. Who on earth was this person? Could they truly heal the noble consort Yu? Lady Lu assured her, "Do not worry, your majesty. I have inquired, and this individual is merely an ordinary doctor from the alley of apricot groves. Without the Lu family's bloodletting technique, it is impossible to cure the poison. Moreover, this technique is exceedingly complex, requiring specialized tools to contain the poisonous insects, as well as a specially crafted golden needle. That person could not possibly possess either." The Empress remained unconvinced. Yuan Palace is heavily guarded. If only someone could infiltrate and gather intelligence. At that moment, a powerful roar echoed from within Yuan Palace. "If you cannot cure my mother, then leave. You have wasted so much of my time. How could I have anticipated you were a quack? How could my mother end up like this? Are you trying to kill her?" The Empress's informant stationed at the palace door hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, there is news. The fourth prince claims that the common doctor has turned consort Yu into an elderly woman." Upon hearing the term elderly woman, a look of doubt crossed the Empress's face. While Lady Lu chuckled softly, "I told you, your Majesty, there is no need for concern. This is merely the final symptom of the poisonous insects. It is a pity her health is too frail. Otherwise, she would have experienced the fleeting beauty of youth. Had she become pregnant before this transformation, the child would have remained in her womb for a lifetime. The fetus serves as the most nourishing sustenance for the goo worm, a creature of cunning intelligence that neither allows the fetus to perish nor permits it to mature, instead halting its growth to provide an unceasing banquet for the goo worms residing within their host. A single pregnant fetus can yield a female worm. As the previous matron worm has grown far too old, Within the Yuan palace, Mr. Ji slowly inclined his head in respect to the noble consort Yu, stating, "From this moment forth, Your Highness shall be fully restored to health. Your Highness must adhere to my arrangements. When venturing outside for a stroll, it is imperative to don a bonnet. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to affix a few strands of white hair at your temples." The words uttered by Your Highness earlier may temporarily quell the suspicions of the discerning, yet she will undoubtedly return to verify this matter. It should be noted that this scheme was indeed imparted to her by the sixth prince, whose keen intellect and youthful cunning render him a most astute pupil. The fourth prince bowed respectfully to Mr. Ji, expressing his gratitude. "The grace and virtue of Mr. Ji shall be eternally remembered by Xiao Hong." Mr. Ji gently assisted him, saying, "The goo worm is perilous. Should there be any further changes regarding Your Highness, I implore you to inform me immediately." The fourth prince assured him, "Rest assured. I shall inform you, sir." Nodding in acknowledgement, Mr. Ji then departed the palace, carrying his medicinal box. After consuming the melon, Ye Feiran mused, "The matron goo worm is so treacherous, yet it is nurtured by the fetus of a pregnant woman. It is no wonder it is referred to as the matron worm. But why is it that only the Lu family can decipher this goo? Is there something extraordinary about their bloodline?" Ye Feiran pondered aloud. While the sixth prince had already set forth with Su Yushi, awaiting Mr. Ji at the entrance of the narrow alley. Xinglian Alley is home to dozens of medical establishments. Yet only Mr. Ji's clinic is discreetly nestled within the confines of the narrow passage. Logically, such a concealed location would suggest a lack of clientele, which indeed holds true. As Mr. Ji's establishment remains quiet, unlike the bustling activity seen at other clinics. However, Mr. Ji does not lack for funds and at times spends quite lavishly. As they entered the narrow alley, the first sight that greeted them was a row of medicinal jars, attended by several apothecary assistants engaged in tidying up. Tsuyushi approached one of the assistants and inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Ji is at home?" The assistant gestured inwardly, silent yet indicating they could enter. It soon became apparent that these assistants were mute. Tsuyushi nodded to the sixth prince and said, "Let us proceed. These assistants cannot speak, and I wonder where Mr. Ji found so many mute individuals." The interior of the narrow alley bore little distinction from its exterior, furnished simply with rows of shelves displaying various medicinal herbs. A two-story wooden structure, however, was particularly striking, as it was invisible from the outside, only revealed upon entering the alley. Mr. Ji was descending from the upper floor with a broom in hand. Upon seeing them, he welcomed, "You arrived just in time. I have just returned from Lady Yu." Having drawn her blood once more. This blood will suffice to nourish the goo worms for approximately 10 days. We must seize this opportunity to locate the matron worm and devise a means to eliminate it. Su Yushi and the sixth prince approached him, asking, "How shall we find it?" Mr. Ji motioned for them to ascend the stairs, and the two youths followed suit. The wooden building revealed a surprising expanse, far larger than it appeared from outside. Su Yushi exhaled. "I had thought Mr. Ji to be a humble physician, yet it seems he possesses considerable wealth." Mr. Ji replied, "It is merely the fortune bequeathed by my master. It holds little value, yet is of great utility." The first floor of the wooden structure was filled with medical tomes, while the second floor served as Mr. Ji's quarters and contained all the necessities for a physician. Within a transparent vessel resembling a glass dome, several goo worms were being nurtured, one of which flapped its wings as if eager to take flight. Mr. Ji pointed to that particular worm, stating, "Once it undergoes metamorphosis, I have administered a potion to hasten its maturation." Fortuitously, the first to metamorphose is indeed a male worm. Tsuyushi, clutching her sword, furrowed her brow in confusion. "A male worm? Were we not searching for a female worm? Why have we raised a male?" The sixth prince interjected, "Once the male worm reaches maturity, it shall seek out a female for mating. Thus, it is the only one capable of locating the matron worm." Mr. Ji nodded, but was met with laughter from Su Yushi, sixth prince. "At such a tender age, you possess so much knowledge. Who has instructed you?" The sixth prince replied impassively, "Isn't this common knowledge?" In truth, he had been oblivious to such matters at 7 or 8 years of age, but having been reborn, he felt it imperative to understand the concept of mating. Mr. Ji affirmed, "The sixth prince speaks truth. I intend to utilize this male worm to locate the matron worm. For the past few days, I have been drawing blood from Lady Yu to nourish these goo worms and hasten their metamorphosis. A goo worm can only survive for 3 days post-metamorphosis. Let us hope we can find the matron worm within this time frame. Once the matron worm is slain, all offspring will become ineffective, and the individual within the palace will no longer be able to use it to harm others." The sixth prince, intrigued, inquired, "How does the teacher possess such knowledge? The art of medicine and goo is still somewhat lacking." Mr. G candidly replied, revealing no secrets from his disciple. "It was imparted by my own master, who is indeed a goo physician. However, she is one who saves lives, unlike those who employ goo for malevolent purposes." The sixth prince further asked, "And what of your master? Where did she learn?" Mr. G hesitated, shaking his head. "I do not know. All I am aware of is that your master is named Lu Rubai, yet since she took me as her disciple, she has not left this wooden structure. She dedicates her days to studying the art of medicine and goo, resolving her daily meals within these walls. Regrettably, she passed away without ever being able to dispel the goo that had been planted within her." The sixth prince was fascinated by the intricacies of this medicinal art, particularly the vessels used for nurturing the goo worms, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered them before. Mr. G, not wishing to linger on idle conversation, glanced at the dimming sky and remarked, "Tonight the moon is full. The goo worms will undoubtedly seek out the matron worm after their metamorphosis. The matron worm, during the full moon, enters heat and seeks out males for mating. We must take advantage of this time to eliminate them. Should the matron worm survive post-mating, she will seek a pregnant woman to embed her larvae, leading to dire consequences for both the mother and her unborn child." As the sixth prince and Su Yushi grew increasingly impressed by Mr. G's vast knowledge, they noted his unwavering integrity. Not only does he refrain from exploiting his medical expertise for illicit gain, but he also dedicates himself to charitable endeavors. Concurrently, they developed a fondness for Lu Rubai, recognizing the wisdom and virtue of one capable of nurturing such a remarkable disciple. As dusk descended and the mist rose, a radiant moon gradually ascended into the night sky. Mr. G meticulously observed the goo worms within their vessel, noting their agitation in response to the moonlight. Soon, they began to shed their delicate outer shells, akin to the golden cicada, revealing a pair of translucent wings. Observing this transformation, Mr. G lifted the cover from the vessel, allowing the goo worm to flutter its wings, emitting a sound reminiscent of a mosquito's buzz as it slowly soared towards the window. Mr. G produced a compass, dropping a single drop of consort-used blood upon it, and solemnly instructed, "Follow closely behind me." "How many individuals did you bring along?" Su Yushi replied, 30. Is that sufficient?" Mr. G nodded, "Quite enough. Allow them entry. The mute assistants will distribute a butterfly net to each of them." Su Yushi whistled, and upon hearing the signal, 30 young scouts entered the narrow alley in an orderly fashion, each receiving a lightweight butterfly net from the mute assistants. Mr. G held the compass, following its guidance as he ventured forth. He had previously cautioned that apart from the three of them, the others should not follow too closely, lest they disturb the mother and male insects, causing them to refuse to mate. The opportune moment to eliminate them was during the mating, for otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. However, locating the mother insect proved to be a challenge, as they nearly lost track of the male several times during the pursuit. The male was exceedingly cunning, adept at utilizing the terrain and thickets to conceal its presence. Fortunately, the presence of Ye Feiran's essence allowed the compass to reacquire the male's trail. As the moon reached its zenith, marking the time of the month when the Yin energy was at its peak, the mother insect finally made her appearance, much to the eager anticipation of the group. She was a silvery white creature, residing atop an ancient tree that had stood for centuries, feeding on flesh and blood, indicating that a graveyard must be nearby. Mr. G held his breath and signaled for the sixth prince and Su Yushi to remain silent. The silvery insect ascended to the branch of the ancient tree, using the flaps of its tail as a signal to communicate with the male. They moved with extreme caution, even in the dense forest, close to the desolate graveyard, fearful of any misstep. After careful confirmation, the mother insect made her way towards the male, who reciprocated without hesitation, fluttering his wings to join her. At last, the cautious mother opened her embrace to welcome the male's fervor. Only when they commenced the process of begetting the next generation did Mr. G issue the command, "Act now." In the very next heartbeat, a multitude of flying insects descended upon them like a torrential rain, striking Su Yushi and the sixth prince in a bewildering flurry. Mr. G clicked his tongue and commanded, "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly summon your people to capture the insects." It turned out that these flying insects were the mother insect's guardians, tasked with protecting her during mating. The reason Mr. G required so many individuals was to capture and eliminate these worker insects. Only by vanquishing them could they approach the mother. The 30-odd young soldiers had not anticipated that their inaugural mission would be to exterminate insects. Moreover, these insects proved quite resilient, but thankfully, the insect nets were effective. With precise aim, they could ensnare the insects, and a firm kick would suffice to dispatch them. Thus, the group labored throughout the night, finally eliminating all the worker insects. Mr. G then traversed the vines of the ancient tree to approach the mother insect, successfully ensnaring her within a translucent jade bottle. By this time, the male insect had exhausted itself during mating, succumbing shortly after the mother was captured. Su Yushi, gazing at the insect within the jade bottle, inquired, "Why not kill it directly? Wouldn't it be a menace if left alive?" Mr. G replied, "Ordinary weapons cannot slay it. One must use green vitriol oil and quicklime. Leave it to me. Rest assured, I shan't allow it to escape. If you are truly concerned, accompany me back to the alley, and I shall dispose of it in your presence." Green vitriol oil is akin to ancient sulfuric acid, possessing formidable corrosive properties. Some say it is the prototype of the corpse-dissolving liquid found in martial arts novels. The sixth prince observed the mother insect and shook his head, saying, "How could we possibly doubt our teacher? We are merely curious as to why killing the mother insect is so troublesome." Mr. G explained, "You are unaware that if the insect could be easily killed, what a waste it would be for the insect masters who spend years, even decades, cultivating them. Insects are scarce. Even ordinary ones require a full seasonal cycle to develop properly, let alone this super insect with its numerous offspring. Since your interest is piqued, come with me to the alley, and I shall enlighten you about the origins of these insects." The two youths were eager to listen and followed Mr. G back to the alley. He recognized that keeping the mother insect was a perilous endeavor with no benefits. Even if he wished to conduct research, he would not utilize something of such high danger. From his treasure trove, he procured green vitriol oil and quicklime, alternating them within the jade bottle. Soon, a hissing and burnt odor emanated from within, and after several repetitions, the mother insect was finally slain. Nevertheless, Mr. G did not let his guard down. He sealed the jade bottle and placed it on a shelf, intending to let it rest for 7 days and nights before discarding it. Thus, even if a celestial being were to arrive, they could not resurrect this creature. Having witnessed this, Ye Feiran felt a shiver run down his spine. He had heard of these insects in novels, but seeing such a malevolent entity for the first time was unsettling. No wonder Ye Feiran had been so tormented after a mere touch. This creature was indeed treacherous. Fortunately, Mr. G had dealt with it, otherwise, its potential to harm would have been incalculable. Its method of reproduction was equally bizarre, requiring a gestational host, which was utterly astonishing. Ye Feiran took a deep breath, reflecting, "Why do I suddenly feel that this world has taken on a light fantasy quality, especially with the extraordinary phenomena in that foreign realm, each more fantastical than the last? Moreover, the sixth prince's remarkable abilities are rife with inexplicable natural forces. This narrative is becoming increasingly intriguing." Chapter 68. Due to Su Yushi and the sixth prince's midnight escapade, Ye Feiran found himself unable to embrace the sixth prince's companionship, leaving him somewhat restless. He yawned, glancing at the night watch maidens sleeping soundly on the small bed, and longed for his elder brother's return. Although he had dozed off for a moment, he awoke to find the space beside him empty and his spirits lifted. Observing the moonlight and dawn breaking outside, Ye Feiran sat up, estimating that it must be past midnight. As he prepared to rise and check if Xiaocong had returned, he heard a faint rustling sound outside the window. A smile crept across his lips as he mused. "So, you do know how to come back?" He swiftly turned and pretended to be asleep. The sound was indeed that of the sixth prince, who elegantly scaled the low window in his tight-fitting black night attire, resembling a lithe feline in the shadows. Seeing him enter, Ye Feiran promptly shut his eyes, feigning deep slumber. Xiaocong, noticing his pretense, approached and gently patted him, whispering, "You seem to be sleeping quite soundly." Little did he know, Ye Feiran's inner voice retorted, "Of course, how could one not sleep soundly? If I didn't, how could you sneak out for dubious activities?" Xiaocong was left speechless, pondering, but everything I did was quite legitimate. Yet the little one's act of pretending to be asleep sparked a playful impulse in him. He moved closer, stroking Ye Feiran's forehead and whispered, "Since you're asleep, I shan't disturb you. I wouldn't want to wake you." With that, he picked up a blanket, intending to sleep on another couch. Upon hearing this, Ye Feiran immediately sprang up, inwardly exclaiming, "I'm not asleep. If you dare sleep elsewhere, I shall never speak to you again." Little did he know how terrifyingly habitual a person's dependency could be after months of sharing meals and sleeping alongside the sixth prince. His absence left him sleepless. If he were to sleep elsewhere, a restful night would be utterly unattainable. The sixth prince chuckled softly. Placing the blanket down and turning to scoop him up, softly asking Feiran, "Why are you still awake?" Ye Feiran shook his head, silently thinking, "You're the reason I can't sleep. Perhaps it's because I napped too much during the day. I slept for 7 hours." The sixth prince mused that indeed, that was excessive slumber, yet there were times when Ye Feiran would sleep for 6 hours straight, only awakening for meals and brief moments. Yet he never seemed to suffer from insomnia at night. However, upon further reflection, could this not be a manifestation of his attachment? After all, even in the absence of his adoptive mother, he slept soundly. With this thought, the corners of the sixth prince's lips curled into a smile. He cradled Ye Feiran and gently patted him, asking, "Feiran, are you awake? Did I wake you? It's all right, just lie back down. Big brother will soothe you back to sleep." Ye Feiran nestled obediently in the sixth prince's embrace, calling out, "Brother, I'm scared." In his mind, Ye Feiran lamented, "This is dreadful. I never intended to say this. It's not me speaking. It's the peculiar traits of human infants." The sixth prince chuckled inwardly, softly patting Ye Feiran's back. "It's my fault, little brother. Next time, if I go out, I will definitely inform you in advance. I truly did not expect to be out so late today. Things turned out to be more complicated than I imagined. That bug was rather difficult to eliminate. But thankfully, it was indeed vanquished." He was well aware that any secrets held by Ye Feiran could not remain hidden from him, and thus he had never considered keeping anything from him. Before each other, they were as transparent as a blank slate. Ye Feiran replied, "All right, brother, no lies." He intended to express that his brother would not deceive him, but his current pronunciation rendered him incapable of articulating the word lie, and even people came out unclear. However, having spent ample time with him, the sixth prince could discern the meaning through context, promptly nodding in agreement. "Big brother does not lie. I will certainly inform you in advance next time." Ye Feiran nodded, burrowing further into his embrace, and before the sixth prince could utter another word, a gentle snore escaped from him. The sixth prince observed, "How enviable is this speed of falling asleep." Consequently, the following day, Ye Feiran slumbered until noon, and the sixth prince indulged in a rare lazy morning. When the two finally awoke, Su Haoyun was anxiously watching over them, gently caressing their foreheads. Upon seeing them awake, Su Haoyun finally sighed in relief and inquired, "What mischief did you two get up to last night? Why did you sleep until now?" Ye Feiran feigned innocence, gazing at his mother with wide eyes and a sweet smile that melted her heart. The sixth prince rose and bowed to Su Haoyun, "Adoptive mother, it was I who kept Feiran up late playing. Please do not blame him." Su Haoyun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It is not you I blame. Mr. G has arrived, bringing a pair of forceps with him. I do not know what he intends to do, but he insisted on seeing you." The sixth prince speculated that this must pertain to the forceps for childbirth, yet it was surprising that Mr. G had come so early after working late into the night. Su Haoyun, seeing they were both awake, instructed Yi Hong, "Please summon Mr. G." Yi Hong promptly fetched Mr. G, who, upon seeing the sixth prince, could not conceal his delight. He approached and grasped the sixth prince's hand. "Your Highness, you are truly an extraordinary genius. After you left last night, just as I was about to rest, a woman came to me, saying her daughter-in-law was in labor and needed assistance. Coincidentally, I had been researching the forceps you mentioned, so I took them to try. The situation was dire. The baby's head was stuck, and the mother was nearly unconscious, yet she still had a breath of life. I immediately administered acupuncture, and with the forceps, I managed to extract the child. It was remarkably effective, and both mother and child are safe. After the child was born, the woman experienced significant bleeding, but after a few needles, it was staunched, likely due to the forceps damaging the birth canal. Thus, the forceps require refinement. At the very least, the front should not be so coarse." She cautioned that the woman would need at least half a year to recover before resuming marital relations. And thankfully, the woman's family expressed their profound gratitude for her life-saving intervention. The sixth prince was astonished that the forceps had proven so beneficial so swiftly. Nodding, "As long as lives are saved, that is what matters. This is also a method taught to me by others. You may certainly improve the design according to your experience. I believe it will become a vital instrument in saving countless mothers." Mr. G replied affirmatively, "I just returned from the mother's home and came to express my gratitude to you and that esteemed individual. This instrument can be likened to the hands of the guanine of childbirth. Truly remarkable. After so many years of effort, I have witnessed many mothers die in childbirth. Now, at last, they can be saved. I have named this instrument the guanine forceps. What do you think, Your Highness?" The sixth prince nodded. "Excellent. It is most fitting." While Mr. Ji and the sixth prince engaged in animated conversation, Ye Feiran, having finished his morning wontons, began munching on the latest gossip. He prioritized the royal line for gossip, as the affairs of the royal family were most valuable. Today, the sun shone brightly, and it was a rare occasion for the noble consort Yu, who had not ventured beyond her quarters for a long time, to stroll through the imperial garden. Accompanying her was only a close maid, one from her dowry upon entering the palace, who softly encouraged her. "Your Highness, look how splendid the flowers are in bloom. The weather is delightful, and spring is so beautiful. Do not let it go to waste." Consort Yu, clad in simple attire and donning a hood, spoke with a slightly muffled voice. "Humph, are you mocking me for being past my prime? Or do you imply that with the arrival of late spring, I have lost all favor?" She pondered. Have I failed the flowers, or have they failed me? The maid, chastised, dared not speak further and knelt to apologize. "I did not mean it that way. I only wished to bring you some joy. Since things have come to this point, lamenting will not change anything. For the sake of the fourth prince, you must take care of yourself." Consort Yu's temper flared, pacing back and forth, her voice hoarse. "For the fourth prince, for the fourth prince. Everyone insists I must live for the fourth prince. Has anyone ever thought of me? I have truly had enough. I no longer wish to continue like this." At that moment, the empress and her entourage also emerged to enjoy the spring, seizing the tail end of the season to admire the remaining blossoms. April had ushered in early summer, and everyone was dressed lightly, especially the empress, who looked stunning in her newly tailored purple gown. Upon spotting the distressed consort Yu, she scoffed with mild dismay. How can she be in such a state when going out? Dressed like this, one might think her family is in mourning. Beside her, the attentive Lady Lu was presenting the empress with fresh seasonal fruits. Lady Lu chuckled. "Surely consort Yu has become quite haggard these past days. Treat her as a joke and merely observe. If she dampens your spirits, we can retreat to the lotus pond at the back, where the newly bloomed hibiscus is at its most resplendent." The empress had just stepped away when she suddenly halted, smiling softly. "This is not a dampener at all. It adds color. Consort Yu's arrival is fortuitous, for I was just lamenting the lack of entertainment. Alas, I wonder if she would be willing to amuse me." Lady Lu understood the empress's meaning, chuckled softly, and immediately gestured to her attendants. "Your Highness, since we have nothing to do, why not go and greet consort Yu?" The queen nodded, saying, "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last met my cousin. Ever since her illness, she has avoided me, and I truly miss her." With that, the group rose and made their way towards the direction of consort Yu. Not far away, consort Yu, having apparently calmed down after her outburst, sat in a pavilion on a stone bench, lost in thought. At that moment, the queen's voice rang out. "Isn't that my dear sister Yu? What brings you to sit here? Oh dear, on such a hot day, why are you still wearing a hood? I heard your health has improved greatly. Why are you still so cautious?" Upon hearing the queen's voice, consort Yu froze for a moment before slowly turning around. Her expression was hidden beneath the hood, but her hands trembled slightly as she stepped forward to greet the queen, saying, "Your humble servant pays her respects to her majesty." The queen immediately replied, "Sister, since you are unwell, please do not stand on ceremony. Someone, assist consort Yu to her feet." Upon hearing this, Lady Lu stepped forward, helping consort Yu while deliberately knocking off her hood, feigning panic as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I did not mean to. Please, consort Yu, forgive me." Consort Yu, in a flurry, searched for her hood, but the queen's gaze fell upon her, and she could hardly recognize the once delicate beauty of consort Yu. Aside from strands of white hair, her eyes and lips were now marred with a network of fine lines resembling spider silk. Chapter 69. Perhaps having been caught in an unflattering state, consort Yu screamed as she hastily donned her hood, disregarding decorum, and fled towards her chambers. The queen, feigning concern, called out several times, "Sister, what is the matter? Please, take care not to fall." Only after consort Yu had disappeared from sight did the queen and her entourage burst into laughter, particularly Lady Lu, who laughed unabashedly, "Your Majesty, look at how utterly hideous consort Yu has become. Even a ghost would be repulsed." After enjoying her laughter, the queen leisurely settled onto the stone bench, humming softly. "She still wishes to compete with me. She ought to consider her own status. Everything she desired would ultimately belong to her, including the titles of the fourth prince and the empress dowager." Meanwhile, hidden within the corner of the imperial garden, the fourth prince, having witnessed everything, clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply as he silently vowed to avenge his mother. The Wang family had gone too far. They were of the same bloodline, yet how could they be so heartless? Not only had they harmed his mother, but they also mocked her in public. At that moment, The fourth prince finally recognized that the Wang family was not his support, but rather his cage. He resolved to no longer be their puppet, refusing to live as they expected. That very night, the fourth prince left the palace, knowing that Su Yushi had been summoned by his sixth brother as a personal guard. He could hardly wait to see him. Although he understood that everything that had just transpired was merely an act orchestrated by his mother, without Yushi's timely warning, it could have easily become reality. How would he face such a situation then? Ignoring it was not an option, yet he felt powerless against the queen. Regardless of how he contemplated, it seemed to be a deadlock from which both he and his mother could not escape. In his despair, he longed for Su Yushi even more, shaking off the small servant beside him as he galloped towards the back gate of the Su residence. He eagerly took out fireworks, only to see Su Yushi stepping out with several personal guards. Without a second thought, Xiaoheng rushed to his side, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist. Su Yushi was momentarily startled and immediately instructed his subordinates, "You all go ahead and close the door. I have matters to discuss with the fourth prince." The guards pretended not to see anything, closing the door as they returned to the Su residence. Su Yushi noticed something was amiss with Xiaoheng, who trembled all over, tears streaming down his shoulders. Alarmed, Su Yushi embraced him tightly, concern etched on his face. "Fourth prince, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Let me check." Xiaoheng shook his head, simply holding on to him as his emotions overflowed, crying uncontrollably. Su Yushi realized he must have encountered something distressing, so he stood still, allowing Xiaoheng to vent. Once Xiaoheng had exhausted his emotions, Su Yushi finally spoke. "Can you now tell me what has transpired?" Xiaoheng nodded slowly, recounting everything that had happened in the palace. Su Yushi sighed and said, "Fourth prince, our struggle has only just begun. The hardships ahead will be even greater and more unbearable. I understand this is difficult, but I must urge you to be strong, courageous, and willing to endure humiliation. Only then can we triumph over evil and achieve the harmonious world we envision." Having calmed down, Xiaoheng also recognized the predicament before them, nodding slowly, "I understand, and I will continue to do as you advise. Yet sometimes, when my heart feels heavy, I wish to confide in you. Yushi, do you think I am too weak?" Su Yushi shook his head. "When I was in a difficult situation, you consistently did your utmost to assist me. Without your aid, I would not have participated in the martial examination so soon. In my times of frustration, it was you who chose me as your companion in the palace, defying consort you and the Wang family to keep me by your side. Fourth prince, you are my benefactor." Xiaoheng shook his head. "No, you are my benefactor. Without you, I would still be living in a facade." He could only imagine the consequences had Su Yushi not revealed the truth. He would have accepted his mother's inexplicable death, continuing as the puppet of Queen Wang, becoming a puppet emperor under the Wang family support. He was inherently gentle-natured. Sitting on that throne would not yield any grand achievements, but rather foster the very parasites that plagued the court. Xiaoheng knew he was not cut out to be an emperor and that his desires lay elsewhere, composing poetry, painting, and singing melodies, sharing his life with someone he cherished. Yet due to various unavoidable circumstances, he was compelled to engage in pursuits he wished to avoid. Su Yushi then asked, "Are you feeling better now?" "I have good news. The cursed insect-controlling consort you has been eliminated. With that danger gone, she can rest easy." Xiaoheng nodded with delight. "I thank you on behalf of my mother. She has said that if there is any way she can assist, she will not hesitate." Su Yushi affirmed, "You need not worry about such matters now. Since the Su family has entered this game, we will see it through to the end. I am now a personal guard of the sixth prince, and I bear some responsibility for royal affairs. You, fourth prince, may pursue your desires, while I will handle the rest, ensuring you have no worries." Xiaoheng acknowledged her words, asking, "And my sixth brother?" "Never mind, I understand. Yushi, you must protect yourself. Being caught up in this conflict entails constant danger." Su Yushi understood that Xiaoheng had likely realized something. He was far more astute than others perceived. The sixth prince's foolish facade could not be maintained for long, if the fourth prince could see through it. So too could outsiders. However, before this illusion was shattered, they must discreetly eliminate all possible dangers. After a brief moment beneath the willow tree outside the Su family's back gate, Su Yushi personally escorted Xiaoheng back to the palace. They rode together, with the fourth prince Xiaoheng in front and Su Yushi behind. It was only then that she noticed how much weight Xiaoheng had lost in recent days. He had become quite thin. She gently reminded him, "Your Highness, I understand that you have faced numerous challenges lately. Yet, during such times, it is even more crucial to take care of your health. After all, A sound body is the foundation of all endeavors. Only by nurturing your well-being can you attain everything you desire. These words echoed the sentiments of her younger cousin, which Su Yushi had taken upon herself to impart to the fourth prince. Xiao Heng found her words rather amusing and chuckled softly, murmuring, "A sound body is indeed the foundation of all endeavors? Yushi is right. I should eat more and rest adequately, for I must protect my mother. And also?" Su Yushi, intrigued, prompted, "And also what?" Clearing his throat and shaking his head, Xiao Heng replied, "Nothing, nothing. It's getting late. And the palace gates will soon be locked. You should return early." With that, Xiao Heng dismounted and hurried towards the palace gates, leaving Su Yushi puzzled. As May arrived, 9-month-old Ye Feiran was just beginning to take his first steps. Holding onto a low wall, he slowly moved forward, only to stumble and fall. With wide, tearful eyes, he put on a facade of grievance, while internally he was shouting in frustration, "Darn it! How did I fall again? These new legs are truly useless. I refuse to believe I can't learn to walk this path." Determined, he clung to the wall and picked himself up, continuing to inch forward step by step. The sixth prince did not rush to assist him, although he felt a pang of concern when Ye Feiran fell. He understood this was a necessary part of every child's journey. Although Yanshu wanted to help, the sixth prince stopped her. Thus, after a morning of effort, Ye Feiran managed to take 2 steps without holding onto the wall. The sixth prince felt a swell of pride, even more so than Ye Feiran himself. He set down his sword, opened his arms, and called out, "Feiran, come to your brother." Ye Feiran's excitement surged, thinking, "If you say that, I must seize this moment." He looked at the striking young prince in front of him and took his small steps, 1, 2, 3, a total of 13 steps, before he tumbled into the sixth prince's embrace, his laughter ringing like silver bells. Nearby, Su Haoyun couldn't help but shed tears of joy. How wonderful! Feiran can walk, and he is bonding so well with his brother. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered. Why was the first word he spoke brother, and why was his first walking experience witnessed by him? Was she, as a mother, being rather neglectful? However, Ye Feiran did not share this sentiment. He believed his mother was busy earning a living and that his brother was exceptionally handsome. All he needed to do was relax and enjoy his milk. Life's little pleasures were simply delightful, and if they could last a lifetime, it would be even better. The sixth prince lifted Ye Feiran, praising him. "Feiran, you are amazing. I shall reward you with, what should it be?" Ye Feiran's inner voice chimed. "Hurry and say it. Give me a kiss." The sixth prince, slightly embarrassed, leaned down to kiss his forehead. "This reward I shall owe you for now. I will give it to you later." He crafted a 9-linked ring for Ye Feiran, who was nearing his first birthday, as a playful challenge. Although he knew that for an adult of high intelligence, the 9-linked ring might seem trivial, it served to develop a child's fine motor skills, and Ye Feiran, despite his intellect, could still enjoy the puzzle. Recently, Ye Feiran had grown weary of the gossip surrounding the queen and the concubine Yu's rivalries. What truly intrigued him had made no progress. Questions lingered about the identity of the nobleman connected to the young male protagonist, the true identity of concubine Lu, and the significance of the mysterious regions beyond the borders. Even though these matters remained unresolved, he wished something would happen concerning Prince Penglai and Prince Fukan. Their affairs loomed over him, igniting a desire to nudge them, wondering if they were ever going to act on their schemes. Luckily, although the drama between Prince Fukan and Prince Penglai had not unfolded, other news emerged just as Ye Feiran joyfully celebrated his first steps. An urgent piece of gossip landed quietly before him, accompanied by 30 gossip coins. Eagerly, Ye Feiran opened the gossip, and his expression shifted dramatically. "What is this? The Wang family is truly relentless," he exclaimed inwardly, his thoughts racing. "Last time, my scoundrel father attempted to frame the Su family for treason and failed. And now the Wang family is back at it. This time, they did not accuse the Su family, but rather laid blame on Vice General Shen Hui, who had served under General Su for many years. At 32, Vice General Shen remained unmarried, having dedicated his life to following General Su across various terrains. In his youth, he believed himself to be expendable, a mere foot soldier whose life was worth little more than a few silver coins. A simple mat would suffice for his burial. Tossed carelessly into a graveyard, perhaps it was this reckless abandon that propelled him to rise through the ranks, eventually becoming a vice general. Now holding the position of a 4th-grade commander under General Su, Vice General Shun had no vulnerabilities. He was unmarried and childless. Yet the Wang family had found a way to exploit him. Su Haoyun, initially intending to leave, paused upon hearing her son's warning thoughts, remaining still to listen intently. Ye Feiran continued, "Ah, now I understand. 7 years ago, Vice General Shun was involved with a courtesan named Chizu. At that time, he lived each day as it came, spending lavishly without saving, often indulging in the pleasures of brothels. He was not particularly handsome but possessed a charming demeanor. After victories in battle, the emperor would generously reward the troops, and Vice General Shun, a centurion by then, would find himself with a few hundred taels of silver, which he would spend extravagantly to earn a smile from a beautiful woman. A fresh courtesan had arrived, and the madam devised a scheme to auction off her virginity. Ah! The plight of ancient women is truly disheartening, he lamented inwardly. It was evident that the girl had been sold into servitude. She cried throughout the ordeal. Unable to bear it, Vice General Shun spent all his savings to buy her freedom. Little did he know that the grateful girl insisted on following him, declaring that since he had rescued her, she belonged to him. At that time, he was about to embark on a perilous assassination mission, one from which he might not return. He had no choice but to find her a safe place to stay and gave her all the money he had. As a man, how could he resist the allure of such beauty? Just one night later, Chizu found herself pregnant with Vice General Shun's child. Unfortunately, that was the last time they saw each other, as he set off on his deadly mission and never returned. Originally, the Su family's troops had only been dispatched to quell bandits for a little over a month. Coupled with the fact that Deputy General Shun's mission was exceedingly arduous, his absence extended to over a year. By the time he thought of that young woman, 2 years had already elapsed. Reflecting upon it, it was merely a fleeting night of joy, hardly worthy of lingering sentiment. Furthermore, as he bore the weight of his own life, the girl accompanying him would undoubtedly share in his fears. If she departed, she would seek a better match elsewhere. What Deputy General Shun did not realize was that, following that one fateful night, the maiden had conceived, awaiting his return in that modest courtyard. As a woman, she only knew that a general stationed there had redeemed her, yet remained oblivious to his name, having received no token of his presence. In her naivety, she believed that no one would squander over 500 taels of silver without reason, the sum Shen had spent to secure her freedom and rent the courtyard. Yet, in this world, there indeed exist individuals who, with a carefree heart, would throw away such a fortune. Ye Feiran mused, Deputy General Shun is quite the enigma. How could he not have considered that the young lady might bear a child? 10 months later, the maiden gave birth to a daughter, whom she affectionately named Mir. She held a persistent curiosity about the identity of the man who had redeemed her and provided her with shelter. One day, a group of soldiers approached her, informing her that the man who had rescued her had now attained the rank of a 4th-grade official and intended to take her to the capital to reunite with her husband. Naturally, the maiden was elated, yet unaware that those who had approached her were not the subordinates of her husband, but rather his adversaries. They used her and Mir's lives as leverage, compelling him to defect to Beliao while leaving behind evidence of his betrayal. Or else they would kill the mother and daughter. A towering man, once a stranger to the notion of fatherhood, suddenly found himself with a soft, tender daughter who called him daddy. The little girl, only 6 years old, smiled sweetly at him for the first time, and her innocent call shattered his heart completely. Astonishingly, she bore a resemblance to him. Torn between loyalty and familial ties, Deputy General Shun was at a loss, ultimately choosing to take his own life in front of his wife and daughter. Ye Feiran clutched his heart, momentarily breathless, relieved to realize that this was merely an extension of the plot, indicating that the events had yet to unfold. However, the situation was already in motion, and he gasped. This is dire. The Wang family is already en route to seize Mir and her mother. If they capture them, not only will Deputy General Shun perish, but the Su family's forces will also suffer a crippling blow, and the Wang family will use his body to their advantage without a moment's hesitation. Su Haoyun swiftly mobilized a contingent of the 5th Young Ladies' troops, instructing them to hasten to Zixi County in Jiangnan, seeking a brothel named by Hua Tower to inquire if a maiden named Chizu had ever been there. With scant clues, the search proved tedious, yet fortunately, Ye Feiran possessed the same information as the Wang family. They had discovered through interrogating remnants of the Su family that Deputy General Shun had redeemed a courtesan, oblivious to the existence of their daughter, who later became the leverage for their nefarious schemes. Ye Feiran sighed. Deputy General Shun is truly a remarkable individual. When I first encountered him, I perceived him as a simple, large-hearted man without any ill temper. I do not wish for him to meet such a tragic fate. However, the esteemed member of the Su family should intervene, right? Once he takes action, Deputy General Shun will surely be safe. With this thought, Ye Feiran felt a surge of optimism, nodding to himself, yes, everything will be all right. The sixth prince, observing this, gently embraced him, as if echoing his sentiments. Indeed, everything will be fine. Fei, I need not fear. Your brother will protect you. He had witnessed the retreating figure of their adoptive mother. Believing that this matter would resolve smoothly, he recalled the foolishly naive Deputy General Shin, who in his past life had not been exploited. As the Su family had already fallen, leaving only Su Yushi as the sole survivor, the remnants of the Su family had not been affected, led by Deputy General Shin, who ultimately perished in the counteroffensive against Belial. Whether this outcome was fortunate or unfortunate is debatable. The end was still death. Yet he passed away without ever reconciling with his wife and daughter, unaware of his daughter, who bore two dimples just like him. A small detachment of the 5th Young Ladies' troops received a secret mission from Su Haoyun and departed without delay. Without rest, they journeyed day and night, finally arriving in Zishi County within 3 days. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late, as Chizu and Mi-er had already been taken by the Duke Jingwa's household. With no other recourse, they sent a message via carrier pigeon to Su Haoyun, seeking a way to rescue the mother and daughter duo. However, without any tokens, they were uncertain how to earn Chizu and Mi-er's trust. Fortunately, time was on their side. The Duke Jingwa's men appeared unaware that the situation had been discovered. As they returned with a child, their pace not particularly swift. At last, prompted by Ye Feiran's inner voice, the carrier pigeon returned within 2 days, bearing a single poetic line, wishing to send a colorful note along with a piece of silk across mountains and rivers. Where can it be? It turned out that the name Chizu had been bestowed by Deputy General Shan, who, having grown up in poverty, had not received much education but cherished listening to poetic recitations. Although he could not read, one line remained etched in his memory. The brothel's matron had remarked, "In our establishment, those redeemed cannot retain their stage names. A proper name for a virtuous woman will sever ties with the past." The matron, lacking in education, had given the girls names that were rather garish, while even the courtesan had a rather common name, Peony. The maiden auction that night was named Lotus, perhaps a nod to her beautiful name, untouched by the muck of the world. Deputy General Shin recited the only line of poetry he could recall, wishing to send a colorful note along with a piece of silk across mountains and rivers. Where can it be? How about I name you Chizu? At that moment, Chizu wept, kneeling to bow deeply before him. Had it not been for Deputy General Shan, that night, her innocence might have been sold to the gluttonous landlord, Zhang, known for his notorious habit of gifting the women he had bedded to others, turning their first night into a harbinger of a lifetime of degradation. Thus, Chizu regarded Deputy General Shan as her savior, pledging to follow him for life, to bear his children, yet their separation had lasted 7 long years. After absorbing this poignant subplot, Ye Feiran found himself on the verge of tears. I never imagined that Deputy General Shan, seemingly simple-minded, was truly a man of deep emotion and loyalty. What a pity that both parties wished to honor their commitments. Yet fate dealt them a cruel hand. However, on the other hand, the esteemed member of the Su family is remarkably swift. Just as I finish this tale, that noble has already set plans in motion to reclaim them. Suddenly intrigued by this unnamed strategist, he wondered if he might have the opportunity to meet them. Each time Ye Feiran expressed such curiosity, the 6th prince could not help but smirk and shake his head. However, their adoptive mother had instructed them not to disturb the essence of the prophetic figure, lest they disrupt his foresight. The prophetic figure was a virtuous being, capable of benefiting families and nations alike. Disturbing him might render his words ineffective in the future. Consequently, the Su family exercised utmost caution, aware of the protective mechanisms surrounding him, and the people dared not be negligent. That night, the leader of the 5th Young Ladies' military detachment, the Nightingale, stealthily followed the subordinates of the Duke of Jingwa as they went to fetch someone, disguising herself as a tavern maid and pretending to be kind by delivering them a barrel of wine. Upon seeing the wine, the eyes of the Duke's men gleamed with greed, and that very night, they were incapacitated by a potent dose of somnolent drug. Nightingale hurried to rescue the individuals. But as anticipated, the mother and daughter, Mi-er and Chi-Su, were unable to trust the girls who had subdued a dozen brawny men with such a drug. In desperation, Nightingale recited a line of poetry, wishing to send a colorful note and a piece of silk across mountains and rivers. Who knows where it lands? At that moment, Chi-Su's eyes lit up. She grasped the charming Mi-er and stepped forward, inquiring, "Is that the general's poem? Did the general truly send you to retrieve me?" Chapter 71. Chi-Su, born in the countryside, was unaware that this poem was a masterpiece, having always believed it to be penned by Deputy General Shin. Nightingale promptly produced a letter stating, "Miss, please take a look. This is a handwritten note from the eldest daughter of the Sioux family. You should know that General Shin was once an officer under the Sioux family as command, correct?" Chi Su pondered for a moment, shaking her head. "The general only mentioned his name as Shun Hui. I know nothing beyond that." Nightingale sighed, relieved that the poem had served its purpose. Otherwise, convincing Chi Su to come with them would have been an arduous task. She stepped forward, cradling me in her arms, and said, "Please follow me. Mississippi General Shin is in the capital now, serving as a fourth-rank deputy general. We shall take you to reunite with him." With the prior team of soldiers in mind, Chi Su grew cautious and did not step forward, asking, "Miss, it is not that I distrust you. However, what of these men you have subdued? If this journey poses any danger to the general, I cannot return." Nightingale understood that if they reached Chi Su first and revealed the truth, she would undoubtedly joyfully accompany them. However, with a group already ahead, especially one they had incapacitated, suspicion was inevitable. This predicament left Nightingale and her sisters in a quandary. If they could not successfully bring back and her mother, they would certainly face harassment from the Duke's household. If they were to be captured again and used as leverage against Deputy General Shun, it would spell disaster for the Sioux family's military. Shun was the left arm of the Sioux family army. Should anything happen to him, it would be akin to severing a limb. Moreover, the Duke's household likely had other schemes up their sleeve. Uncertain of what they might orchestrate using Shin to endanger the populace and the state, Chi Su, carrying me, suggested, "Perhaps we should first find an inn to stay at in town. I think it best that we return to Zishi County tomorrow." She feared that if she ventured into the capital, she might inadvertently compromise the general's safety. Nightingale, feeling helpless, found an inn for Chi Su and her daughter, assigning 2 sisters to guard the entrance. She was concerned that Chi Su might quietly flee with or that they might fail their mission, as Miss Su would surely impose punishment upon their return. Thus, she penned a letter to be sent to the capital, seeking guidance on their next steps. Coincidentally, the Sioux family army had received new orders that day. General Su had summoned several key officers to discuss matters, including Deputy General Shun. Presently, Shun held the rank of a 4th-rank deputy general, having been assigned his own residence, albeit one devoid of even a single fly. At 32, he had not only abandoned any plans for marriage, but had also lost interest in drinking and visiting brothels. The military had decreed that during leisure time, soldiers could indulge in wine and visit such establishments for recreation, yet gambling was strictly prohibited. Many mocked him, saying, "Deputy General Shun, having achieved success, why not settle down with a wife?" Shin waved his hands dismissively. "Marrying a wife is trivial. Would I still enjoy the freedom to drink as I please? That is out of the question. What wife would not be strict?" He glanced at the general who had mocked him, who instantly lost composure, known for his fear of his own wife. With a chuckle, Shin remarked, "Marrying a wife is not in the cards for me when I die. I shall wrap myself in a straw mat and be discarded wherever fate decides. Even in death, I shall revel in my freedom." Just then, the curious child Ye Feiran, having just learned to walk, ambled about with his little legs, exploring his surroundings. Though he fell and got dusty, he remained undeterred, wandering with unyielding vigor. His new legs were becoming more adept, and if he continued this way, the day he could run would not be far off. Peeking into the main hall, he overheard Deputy General Shin boasting and silently mocked him, thinking, "How dare you brag here? Your wife is merely a day's journey from the capital in Yongin Town, and she has borne you a beautiful and obedient daughter. Deputy General Shun, watch your back, for your daughter will surely keep you on your toes for life." Suddenly, Deputy General Shin heard Ye Feiran in her thoughts and turned around, puzzled. Who is there?" Ye Feiran had already turned to wander elsewhere, but continued to think. It seems Miss Chi Su is too afraid of danger to return and is stranded in Yongin Town. Deputy General Shun, do not delay, hasten to Yongin Town, or your wife and daughter will return to Jiangnan's Zishi County. This revelation struck Shun like a bolt from the blue, transporting him back 7 years to that fateful night he often reminisced about in dreams. On that night, Chi Su donned a red bridal gown, adorned with red mandarin duck bedding, and lit 2 red candles symbolizing prosperity. Though he had not intended to, in that moment, how could he, as a 7-foot man, remain passive? Yet, even after the night unfolded, he did not consider Chi Su as his own. He merely believed he had helped her repay her debt of gratitude, allowing her to seek a husband of her choosing thereafter. However, he had lost control that night, forgetting how many times he had stirred her passions. leaving her still asleep when he departed the following day. He had only thought of fulfilling another's gratitude, never realizing the possibility that she might become pregnant. Meanwhile, he had been embroiled in campaigns, executing one perilous mission after another, often only recalling her in fleeting moments. Little did he know she had given birth to a daughter and had been raising the child alone for 6 years. With this realization, Deputy General Shun's mind went blank. He could not afford to delay even a moment longer and rushed out. The generals in the room exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had come over Shun. General Su stepped forward, calling out, "Deputy General Shin, where are you off to?" Shin Hui did not look back, prompting General Su to pursue him, only to be stopped by Su Haoyun, who insisted, "Elder brother, do not chase after him. I have something to discuss with you." She pulled General Su to the backyard and recounted the entire story. General Su gasped, "So, that child and Shin's wife?" Su Haoyun replied, "Elder brother, do not fret. I have already sent someone to retrieve them, but they were a step behind and were taken by the Duke's household. However, Nightingale, being clever, has intercepted them. The issue is, and her mother are frightened and unwilling to return. Just now, Deputy General Shin must have heard something, which is why he hurried out to find them." General Su nodded slowly, then burst into laughter. Who would have thought Deputy General Shun, a simpleton, would be blessed with a wife and child falling from the heavens? And a daughter, no less. Ha! With his rough demeanor, can he possibly raise a daughter? Su Haoyun scoffed at her elder brother's laughter. "Oh, elder brother, you weren't particularly adept at raising daughters either." When little Dying cried, "Did you not rush to buy every trinket in the market for her?" General Su retorted, "This sister of mine is no longer relevant. Why dredge up old matters? Indeed, it is true that the Su family has more sons than daughters, with a plethora of gentlemen in their lineage. To produce even one daughter in a generation would be considered the greatest reward for the Su family, resulting in their relative unfamiliarity with raising daughters, tending instead to nurture them as if they were boys. In the generation of Su Dying, however, things have improved. Madame Su, a lady of refinement, has managed to educate Su Dying quite well. Yet, with the arrival of Ye Feiran, it seems they are about to revert to their old ways. Nonetheless, Ye Feiran is different. Although he is a boy, he is doted upon by everyone and is not subjected to the same strict upbringing as the other Su boys." Unbeknownst to Ye Feiran, a casual remark from him has spurred General Shin Hui to hasten towards Yong'an town. Upon noticing the 6th prince approaching, he quickened his little steps, pattering over to greet him. Not only has the 6th prince arrived, but also Prince Luo, accompanied by Su Yulan, dressed in a sky blue official robe. Su Yulan's already handsome visage is rendered even more striking, distinctly unlike the typical Su family lad. From a distance, onlookers wave in his direction, and Prince Luo, with a playful demeanor, remarks, "Oh, little Feiran can run already? Remarkable. At just 9 months, and already so swift, truly a descendant of the Su family." Su Yulan, who has only just begun to walk at a year and a half, casts an awkward glance at Prince Luo and retorts, "Are you saying that being able to walk early is a hallmark of the Su family? I didn't walk until I was 2. Yet I am still a proud descendant of the Su family." "Uncle, your words are rather hurtful." With a cheerful expression, Prince Luo looks at Su Yulan and responds, "Hurtful? My apologies, little Yulan. I must have forgotten that you were 2 before you walked." Feeling that Prince Luo is being intentionally provocative, Su Yulan refrains from further argument, recognizing that engaging with him would be futile. After all, the teachings of the ancients are often difficult to contest. As he approaches, Su Yulan picks up Ye Feiran, who internally comments, "Why is Prince Luo dressed in bright red today? Cousin is in sky blue. Are you 2 matching colors? Quickly, tell me. Do you have something going on?" Prince Luo. Su Yulan. Internally exasperated, Su Yulan thinks that is simply Prince Luo's ceremonial attire. He was at court today to pay respects to the emperor. What does that have to do with anything? Conversely, Prince Luo, having overheard Ye Feiran's thoughts, is quite amused. He steps closer to tease Ye Feiran, stating instead to Su Yulan, "What do you think of my newly crafted ceremonial attire? In the Daming dynasty, purple and red are colors of high esteem, with only the royal family permitted to don purple. With the exception of weddings, brides may wear any color, as it is a momentous occasion in their lives, and there is no concern over impropriety. Nevertheless, the Daming dynasty still upholds the tradition of red for men and green for women, the so-called red men and green women." Casting a sideways glance at Prince Luo, Su Yulan reluctantly replies, "Naturally, it is beautiful. Your Highness is a first-rank prince, specifically appointed by the Emperor as the Genie Wang. Your attire must exceed the standards of ordinary nobility. This ceremonial robe must have taken dozens of embroiderers half a year to complete, correct? Prince Luo, taken aback, replies, "Oh, you have knowledge of such matters? I heard you attended a course on needlework with Daying when you were younger. Is that true or false?" Su Yulan instantly bristles and exclaims, "False. Do not mention that again. Your Highness, you have come today just to tease me, haven't you?" Noticing Su Yulan's irritation, Prince Luo quickly adopts a humble tone. "Oh, how could I? I came to seek out my cousin. In a few days, it will be the Emperor's birthday celebration. An envoys from 4 nations will arrive to pay their respects. My elder brother, perhaps unable to tolerate my idleness, has entrusted this task to me. I thought to consult my cousin, who has experience with such festivities." Ye Feiran recalls that, in the original text, there was indeed an emperor's birthday celebration, presumably for the emperor's 38th birthday. The original narrative states that the event was organized by the Duke of Jing, as at that time, the Su matriarch had just passed away, making it impossible for Prince Luo to take charge. The original description portrays the celebration as grand, with the young male protagonist shining brightly and receiving a gold medal from the emperor, thereby earning the reputation of a talented youth, Ye Kitchen. Instinctively, Ye Feiran reaches for some melons to eat, and indeed, a new plotline emerges. The melon line for the birthday celebration reveals that the Nanzhao kingdom is sending a beauty to the emperor, and this beauty looks exactly like concubine Zhang. How could this be? Chapter 72. The Nanzhao kingdom, located south of the Qinling Mountains, has always been a land plagued by toxins, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. In comparison to Beiliao, Nanzhao is considerably milder. Its people primarily survive by foraging for mountain goods and mushrooms, occasionally engaging in agriculture. However, the mountainous and hilly terrain is not particularly suitable for rice cultivation. Ye Feiran contemplates this new revelation, feeling overwhelmed by the chaotic divergence of the plot since his rebirth, as well as the increasingly absurd developments. Does the world truly contain 2 individuals who look exactly alike? As he examines the introduction within the melon line, he hears a puzzling internal monologue. This beauty is Princess Linlang of the Nanzhao Kingdom, 19 years old. Although she is from Nanzhao, she is well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, comporting herself no differently than the women of the Central Plains. However, her personality is carefree and unrestrained, with a disdain for the men of Nanzhao, believing none are worthy of her. Thus, her brother, the king of Nanzhao, has sent her to the Central Plains to meet the emperor. Ye Feiran is astonished. Goodness gracious, so the beautiful princess is not being sent as a tribute, but rather for a matchmaking endeavor. Is the king of Nanzhao so indulgent towards his sister? Hearing Ye Feiran's thoughts, both Prince Luo and Su Yulan are filled with curiosity, particularly Prince Luo, who gestures to Su Yulan, suggesting they speak privately. Initially, Su Yulan is disinclined to engage, preferring to avoid walking alongside this troublesome relative who delights in teasing him. However, recognizing Prince Luo's noble status, he begrudgingly follows. Once in a secluded corner, Prince Luo remarks, "It seems that the envoys from various nations are not here with good intentions. I have heard that Beiliao has brought military performances for the celebration, while Nanzhao has sent a beauty for marriage, or rather, for a match. Matchmaking." Su Yulan corrects him. "Very well, matchmaking it is. I have also heard that Dongyi and Shirong are historical rivals. One has prepared a gift of 10,000 taels of gold, while the other has provided 20,000 taels of pearls and mother of pearl. With such dynamics at play, I truly feel burdened by this task." Su Yulan agrees with the sentiment, recognizing that Prince Luo, who typically lacks diligence, is now faced with a daunting responsibility. The difficulty etched across Prince Luo's face is evident. "Yulan, what do you suggest I do? Simply seeing the envoys from these 4 nations gives me a headache. Although they have yet to arrive, the mere anticipation is already overwhelming." Su Yulan retorts, "Then why did you not refuse the emperor back then? The gathering of 4 nations is no trivial matter. Should it be mishandled, it could disrupt the relations among the peoples of these nations, especially in dealing with the Beiliao. We have only just secured a 3-year truce after a hard-fought victory. If we were to provoke them again, while the men of Daming fear no battle, the cost of war is heavy, resulting in countless families losing their sons and many citizens being displaced." Prince Luo nods in agreement. "Indeed, Yulan speaks wisely. But do you think I wish to accept this burden? The emperor scolded me fiercely, asserting that I evade responsibility for every matter entrusted to me. This time, No matter how eloquent my excuses, I cannot shirk this duty. Otherwise, he lowered his voice and whispered to Su Yulon, otherwise, he will propose to me, forcing me to marry that plump daughter of the Minister of Works. Upon hearing this, Su Yulon couldn't help but burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. I think it's splendid. The prince is fortunate to marry such a blessed princess. Prince Luo, irked, retorted, Yulon, are we not relatives anymore? Is it fair for you to revel in my misfortune? Noticing the genuine anger on Prince Luo's face, Su Yulon suppressed her amusement and said, speaking of which, during my father's grand international assembly last time, I did lend a hand. However, I was quite young then, merely observing. Though I learned a great deal, it wasn't extensive. If the prince truly finds himself at a loss, I could offer my assistance during my leisure time. Upon hearing this, Prince Luo eagerly grasped her hand, exclaiming, it must be the advantage of having a dear nephew. Let us agree on this. I shall petition the emperor tomorrow to allow you to aid me in managing the affairs of the familyⅡ assembly. Only after Prince Luo had walked away did Su Yulon stare blankly in the direction he had vanished, pondering if she had been outmaneuvered by him. Besides, who is your dear nephew? I am merely your distant cousin. In Yong'an town, after a relentless ride of day and night, Shun Hui finally discovered the whereabouts of the 5th Young Ladies' Army at a small inn. At that moment, Chi Su was already startled, as a woman with a daughter. How could she simply follow others without caution? What if these people were in league with others, or worse, different villains? If something were to happen to her, it would be unfortunate, but losing the general's only bloodline would be disastrous. The general had been her savior, despite 7 years of silence. Neighbors told her that the young general had likely perished on the battlefield and would never return. Yet, she refused to believe it, holding on to a glimmer of hope that one day he would come back to her. What if she left and the general returned? Wouldn't that mean missing him yet again? He had never seen his daughter. She could not simply follow them without understanding. Thus, early that morning, Chi Su resolutely held her daughter and began to head back, determined to return to Zixixi County. By the time Shen Hui arrived, Chi Su had already left with her daughter, escorted from a distance by a few members of the 5th Young Ladies' Army, leaving only a handful stationed at the inn. Upon seeing Shen Hui, the girls were astonished and quickly informed him, Miss Chi Su has headed south along the official road. She was startled by the people from the Duke Jing's residence and refuses to trust anyone else. General, you must hurry and chase after her. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Hui turned his horse southward, fortunate that the mother and daughter had not ventured far. Within the span of a short incense stick's time, he caught up with them at the junction of Yong'an Town and Changle Needle. When he arrived, Chi Su was in the midst of an argument with Nightingale, holding her daughter tightly. I told you to stop following us. We mother and daughter have little money. Your interest is futile. The silver the general left us is nearly spent. I rely on my embroidery to support my daughter. Even if you were to sell me, this aging woman would fetch little value. Have pity on this 6-year-old child. She is still young. Please, let me go. Nightingale felt helpless. The girls from Jiangnan were indeed meticulous, and while caution is commendable, this was excessive caution. It was unfortunate that their method of capturing had been rather crude. The gentle girls from Jiangnan had never encountered such fierce opponents. Just as Nightingale pondered what to do, the sound of horses whinnied behind them, and Shun Hui's voice called out, "Is that Chi Su?" Upon hearing that voice, Chi Su felt as if all the sounds around her, the wind, the birds, the rustling leaves, had ceased. She abruptly turned towards the source of the voice and saw a tall figure dismounting from his horse. Although he had become darker and more robust, with 2 scars on his face, she clearly recognized the general from her memories. Chi Su's throat tightened, and she exclaimed, "General?" but could utter no more. Ye Feiran closed the chapter on the familyⅡ assembly and opened Chi Su's storyline, just in time to witness the reunion of the 3 of them. Shen Hui, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, stood before the delicate Chi Su and her timid daughter, unsure of what to say. It was Nightingale who sighed in relief and said, "My General Shun, you have finally arrived. Though your arrival was rather swift. Have you ridden for a day and a night? Chi Su, I entrust her to you. We managed to rescue her and her daughter from the Duke Jing's vile clutches. And by the way, your daughter's name is Mir. After you vanished, it left the poor girl in a riddle for 7 years, and now she has a daughter." Chi Su finally broke into tears, questioning, "General, after 7 years, where have you been?" Shen Hui slapped himself, saying, "I am truly sorry. I had no idea you would become pregnant. I thought if you couldn't wait for me, you would find a good family to marry." Had I known you had a child, I would never have abandoned you. At that time, the situation was peculiar. I thought I would not return. Leaving you alone in Jiangnan was entirely my fault. Please forgive me, Su. I will make it up to you tenfold. Seeing Shenhui finally speak up, Nightingale withdrew from their matters, leaving them to resolve the intricacies of the past 7 years. Su, with tears streaming down her face, said, I do not blame you. As long as you are back, I shall not hold the past against you. But General, what I said back then was true. I did not deceive you. You paid silver to redeem me. Therefore, I am yours for life. I said I would wait for you at home in Zixixi County, and I shall wait for you for the rest of my days. Do you believe me now? The towering man wept profusely, nodding, I believe. I am truly sorry. I will explain everything. It was I who let you down. My intentions were not to neglect you, but to ensure you could live a stable life, yet things turned out contrary to my hopes. At that time, I could not provide you with stability. That assassination mission had been perilous, and he had never believed he would survive. Yet, unexpectedly, he did. And it took 3 years to heal from the injuries and poison. What girl would wait 3 years for someone she had met only once? Yet, there existed such a foolish person in this world, who waited 7 years and bore a beautiful and obedient daughter. Wiping her tears, Su turned to the little girl in her arms. Mir, quickly call him daddy. Have you not been asking for your father all this time? This is your biological father. The little girl, rather petite, resembled her mother in 7 parts. With fair skin, dark hair, and large eyes like a fawn, she sweetly smiled. Lifting her little face and reaching out her tiny arms, calling, Daddy, Daddy, hug Mir. Observing this scene, Ye Feiran, who had been watching, covered her face. General Shun. How embarrassing. Crying like a donkey in front of your daughter. You might scare the poor girl. Shenhui responded, Thank you. Chapter 73. General Shun returned with his wife and child, and upon hearing the news, the other generals rushed to the city gate to welcome them. In truth, they were not there to greet General Shen, but rather to see what his wife and child looked like. Ye Feiran was utterly amused by the antics of these soldiers. Indeed, regardless of age or gender, whether from ancient or modern times, everyone harbors an extraordinary curiosity for gossip. Even before General Shun entered the capital, his colleagues were quick to mock him. General Shen, have you married? And a daughter too? Indeed, congratulations are in order. But I wonder who it was that claimed just the other day that marriage was simply out of the question for you. Exactly. They said that once married, one must take responsibility and can no longer be carefree. Isn't that the truth? Didn't you say you didn't want a wife? Yet here you are, bringing one home. General Shun, does your face hurt? Laughter erupted among the crowd as they teased Shenhui, who remained unfazed, cradling the young Mir in his arms, grinning foolishly, occasionally glaring at his colleagues with his large eyes. The shy Chizu, seeing her general in a predicament, quietly remarked, If the general desires freedom, I shall not intrude upon him. A woman is meant to support her husband and raise children, with the husband being the head of the household. Naturally, whatever the general says goes. The bystanders with barren wives could only think, the fool is me. Not far away, another colleague whispered scornfully about another peer. Look at the women from Jiangnan, and then at my sister. Brother-in-law, I suppose life isn't treating you well? The other colleague shot a glare at his brother-in-law. How dare you speak? As if you were faring any better. Who was it that was punished to kneel on a washboard yesterday? In the Su family army, most generals' wives hailed from the 5th Young Ladies' Camp. Each more spirited than the last, it was rare for them to heed their husbands, and if angered, it was common for them to give their husbands a good thrashing. Suddenly, here came a delicate and timid young woman, provoking envy among them all. Little did they know that Shenhui was not the formidable figure they imagined. He promptly stated, One cannot say that. A wife must manage, or else a man will not be satisfied. Shizu was taken aback. Having always viewed her husband as a grand general with a stern temperament, surely one to command without question. Gradually, she came to understand that a towering man need not possess a harsh demeanor and could indeed be exceedingly fond of his wife and daughter, especially in his affection for Mir, who was allowed to run wild, learning to ride at such a tender age. The etiquette she had learned from her father in Jiangnan was quickly forgotten under his loving guidance. Ye Feiran found great amusement in the spectacle of General Shun, a rare moment of warmth amidst the treachery of courtly intrigues. After Chiz's arrival, she seemed transformed, originally petite and charming. General Shun was now generous with silver for his wife and daughter, ensuring they were impeccably adorned. Chizu, who had always enjoyed reading and writing, now found ample time to pursue her interests, having been gifted 10 maidservants by Shenhui. She could read, write, embroider, and even manage household finances, a true rise in status. Although a fourth-rank military officer may not be as prestigious as a civil servant, their salaries were comparable, if not superior to that of Ye Feiran. Hearing of this amusing tale, Qin Wanshi felt a pang of jealousy, unable to comprehend how a woman of humble origins could possess such fortune, especially when she had only borne a daughter and had now become the wife of a fourth-rank general. She recalled an encounter at a gathering of noble ladies where she saw Chizu. While reasonably attractive, she paled in comparison to herself. Frustrated, she snapped the silk thread in her hand, pondering the unfairness of fate. Not only had she failed to secure her position, but even Ye Feiran had been demoted to a fifth rank. As she ruminated, her anger festered, warping her psyche, and she resolved to take action. Over the past few days, she had come to realize that her inability to rise was due to the third princess's monopolization of power. The third princess, unable to bear children and provide glory to her husband, was of little use, though she dared not harm the third princess. For even though Xiao Rong had relinquished her title, it was evident that the beloved concubine was not to be trifled with, having once visited her to deliver a warning. The third princess was not like Su Haoyun, who had taken advantage of a fallen family. Unfortunately, she had missed that opportunity, and she vowed not to let this one slip away. Ye Feiran, intrigued by the unfolding drama, had been discreetly monitoring the developments within the Ye family. While Ye Feiran still dominated the Ministry of Revenue, with only the minister present to challenge him, the overall atmosphere remained relatively calm. Upon noticing Qin Wanshi's engagement, he anticipated that something significant was afoot. This woman was known for her prowess, and her actions would surely lead to entertainment. As expected, Qin Wanshi had arranged a splendid performance for the third princess, which also served as a grand gift for Ye Feiran. Recently, during the early summer, the noble women of the capital had begun to stir, donning vibrant garments and setting out in groups to Longning Temple to pray for blessings. Longning Temple was a royal shrine, universally acknowledged for its efficacy, especially for the goddess of fertility and the red thread goddess, known for granting wishes. Of course, not every endeavor bore fruit. The third princess Xiao Rong had visited Longning Temple 3 times in earnest, yet despite being married to Ye Feiran for over half a year, she remained childless, her health deteriorating day by day. The concubine believed it was the adverse feng shui of the Yi residence causing her malaise and suggested she reside temporarily at the royal villa in the western suburbs, which boasted hot springs that might restore her vitality. Though the third princess was reluctant to grant Qin Wanshi any advantage, her health had indeed declined, prompting her to accept the royal villa's offer. Despite Qin Wanshi's efforts, her influence did not extend to the royal villa, and after residing there for over half a month, the third princess found herself surprisingly rejuvenated, her complexion returning to a healthy glow. Elated, she considered inviting Ye Feiran to join her, hopeful that this fortuitous locale would facilitate conception. However, Ye Feiran had recently been tasked with assisting Prince Luo in managing diplomatic affairs, and all expenditures from the Ministry of Revenue required his signature for release. This situation allowed Minister Lu to finally find his footing and begin working earnestly. With no other options, the third princess continued to soak in the hot springs to recuperate, consuming various potent tonics in hopes of regaining her strength to conceive with Ye Feiran upon her return. On this particularly sunny day, coinciding with the first of the month, an auspicious time for prayer, the third princess selected a light yellow gauze dress, preparing to visit Longning Temple once more to light incense. Her longing to bear a child for Ye Feiran had reached a fervent obsession. Once a woman falls deeply into a man's affections, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as a sudden thunderstorm trapped the third princess's carriage in an abandoned temple en route. When the third princess entered, 3 elegantly dressed noble women were already inside, seeking refuge from the rain. Without much thought, she took a seat on a clean stone bench with the assistance of Chun'er and Dong'er, merely contemplating the moment the rain ceased so she could offer incense. Nearby, she overheard a few women quietly discussing, "This Zitsuan Yangyang is truly miraculous. I burned incense twice, and my daughter-in-law became pregnant. Today, we are here to express our gratitude." Another woman chimed in, "Indeed, my daughter-in-law gave birth last month, and she has not yet completed her confinement. She blessed me with a healthy grandson, much to my husband's delight." A third woman, seemingly unfamiliar with the other two, asked, "Ladies, is the Zitsuan Yangyang you speak of the guanyin of childbearing at Chongning Temple?" The first woman shook her head and replied, "No, the guanyin of Chongning Temple grants children to those with merit. If one bears karmic debts, descendants will not willingly come. The Guanyin will not force it. What we seek is the Zitsuan Yang in this dilapidated temple. She is compassionate and does not wish to see those of us burdened with karmic debts without descendants, so she sends celestial children to assist us. However, sincerity is essential. One must burn incense for 49 consecutive days and perform prostrations. Yet, if we can summon the celestial children, what is a bit of hardship? Oh, the rain has stopped. I must return to prepare nourishing soup for my daughter-in-law. The other woman added, I too must return to embrace my grandson. To be honest, my little grandson does bear quite a resemblance to a Buddha. Alas, my knees were bruised from my devotions last year, but seeing my grandson makes it all worthwhile. As the two women were about to leave, they were hurriedly called by the third princess, who approached and inquired, Ladies, is the Zitsuan Yang truly as miraculous as you claim? The woman responded, Could it be false? Several in our village, after years of marriage without a child, have received celestial children from Zitsuan Yang. Each one is bright and clever. There's a little boy of only 3 who can recite poetry. Despite the village's poverty, they pooled resources to hire a tutor for him, recognizing his promising future. The two women, having shared their stories, did not linger and departed together. The third princess was struck by inspiration and grasped Chun'er's hand, saying, You must investigate whether the Zitsuan temple is indeed as effective as they say, and inquire about the specific rituals. Donger, somewhat disapproving of her idea, advised, Madam, the worship of deities is often based on superstition. You should focus on nurturing your health. You are still young, and there is ample time for children. Xiao Rong disliked hearing Donger speak and retorted, By your logic, all these royal temples must also be mere fabrications? Chun'er exchanged a knowing glance with Donger and smiled. Madam, why engage in a debate with her? You know Donger is quite stubborn. Allow me to handle this matter. Rest assured, I will manage it well. With that, Chun'er turned and headed in the direction of the two women, having been drawn into the gossip. Ye Feiran's curiosity was piqued. Qin intentionally led Xiao Rong to this dilapidated temple. It can't possibly be for her benefit. I wonder what her true intentions are. Just as he was pondering this, he heard Yi Hong calling from outside, Sister Yinshu, has the young master woken? Someone is looking for him. Chapter 74, Ye Feiran, well-fed and alert, had overheard their quiet conversation. His large eyes darted around, wondering who might be seeking him at that moment. Outside, Yinshu replied, The young master is awake. He was just laughing with the young prince. Yi Hong, please bring the guest inside. Yi Hong complied and led the visitor into the inner chamber. Upon entering, Ye Feiran recognized him immediately. It was General Shun. The man approached, holding a large box and wearing a silly grin. The sixth prince set aside the 9-linked rings he had been carving and looked up. General Shun first bowed to the sixth prince, then placed the large box before Ye Feiran, patting his head as he said, I should have visited the young master sooner. I wasn't sure what gift to bring. I heard the young master has a fondness for money, so I brought 300 taels of gold as a present. Ye Feiran's eyes widened in disbelief, internally exclaiming, What? 300 taels of gold? General Shun, have you emptied your entire fortune for me? But why? It's not a holiday or occasion for gifts. His thoughts were clear to General Shun, as well as the sixth prince. General Shun could not reveal the true reason behind his gift, simply stating, Last year, during the anti-bandit campaign, my troops and I achieved notable merit. His Majesty rewarded us with gold. General Su received half, while I got 300 taels. I thought to express my gratitude to the Su family, who have treated me with great kindness, not only aiding me in my career, but also helping me reunite with my long-lost wife and daughter. This 300 taels was meant for General Su, but he insisted that such a sum was insignificant to him. Yet, I could not leave this kindness unacknowledged, so I decided to gift it to the young master. I wish you may you flourish and prosper. Ye Feiran mused on General Shun's newfound poetic flair, likely influenced by the cultured Miss Chizu. However, his attention remained fixed on the 300 taels of gold, an astounding fortune. In modern terms, assuming gold is priced at 300 per gram, 50 grams make 1 tael. This equates to a staggering 450,000. Such wealth. How could General Shun bear to part with such a sum for me? Yet before he could voice his questions, General Shun performed a courteous bow and departed, leaving Ye Feiran and the maids in a state of astonishment. While only the sixth prince grasped the underlying significance, the 300 taels of gold, bestowed by the emperor, could ensure General Shun's lifelong comfort, yet ultimately, it might lead him to a solitary end. If not for Ye Feiran's reminders of his own family, General Shun might have perished. dragging his wife and daughter into the abyss with him. While 300 taels of gold could be worth a life, General Shun felt an obligation to protect his family. With his beloved wife and cherished daughter by his side, he drew envious glances from his comrades. It seemed peculiar that the Su family, though filled with sons, had no daughters, while General Shun alone was blessed with a charming and lovely girl. He carried her wherever he went, eager to show her off, adorning her beautifully, which only heightened the envy of the soldiers. General Chu returned home, urging his wife, General Han, to bear him a daughter, but she scolded him out of the room, stating she had no time to indulge his whims as she was preparing to welcome an envoy from the southern Zhao kingdom. In truth, her words were, "Even if I could give birth, it wouldn't be a princess like Mir. It would just be another Han Li Juan. What do you say to that?" Startled, General Chu hastily decided to cease his endeavors. One female tiger at home was already sufficient, and there was no need for another. General Zhang, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. What harm was there in having a fierce daughter? Such a disposition would prevent her from being bullied by those coarse men. If he could indeed have a daughter, he would gladly accept not just a female tiger, but also a lioness or even a formidable serpent. After all, there were men with squeaky voices and slender waists, yet they still thrived. The arrival of the mysterious girl sparked a wave of enthusiasm for daughters within the Su family army, resulting in an increase in their reserves a year later. It can only be said that the fortunes of the Su family were exceptional, had it not been for the girl's birth in the Jiangnan region. How could General Shun have found such a charming and clever daughter? Amidst the commotion, Ye Feiran suddenly felt compelled to engage in something productive. Lying idle was not synonymous with neglect. Considering the current plight of the Su family, they were far from a state of carefree security. Even though the Su family had an influential patron at present, they could not rely solely on others for everything. There is a saying, "Heaven helps those who help themselves." He needed to devise a plan and take some action. Thus, he contemplated what investment to pursue with the 300 taels of gold in his possession. Coincidentally, his gossip system presented a prompt indicating it would undergo upgrades and maintenance for approximately 3 days. Suddenly bereft of the gossip system, Ye Feiran found himself rather bored. Having grown accustomed to leisurely indulging in gossip since childhood, the silence around him felt somewhat lacking. Fortunately, the sixth prince discerned his unease and inquired whether he wished to observe the delegation from the southern Zhao kingdom, which had just arrived in the capital, bringing along the prince and princess. The southern Zhao prince sought to marry a noblewoman from the Great Ning and simultaneously arrange a marriage for the southern Zhao princess within the Great Ning. However, the southern Zhao king did not send them for marriage alliances. Rather, they were to engage in matchmaking with the noble families of the Central Plains. This sounded rather intriguing. Did Fei want to witness the spectacle? Ye Feiran nodded slowly, for even in the absence of the gossip system, his thoughts could still be heard. In a moment of hesitation, he mused, "I have heard that the southern Zhao princess bears an uncanny resemblance to consort Zhang. If the sixth prince were to meet her, would he mistake her for his own mother? Consort Zhang passed away in her 20s, and this princess is only 19. The age difference is not substantial. It is unfortunate that the sixth prince lost his mother at such a young age. Surely, the emperor would not resort to such a narrative trope? After all, in ancient times, emperors often had numerous consorts, and monogamy was exceedingly rare. Even today, the emperor had a dozen or so consorts, which, while fewer than in previous dynasties, still felt excessive to someone like Ye Feiran, who adhered to monogamous principles. The sixth prince, oblivious to his thoughts, picked him up upon his nod and declared, "If fate wishes to see, then we shall go. I have heard that the southern Zhao delegation is arriving with songs and dances to pay homage to the emperor, accompanied by dozens of exquisite dancers. You have certainly never seen such a spectacle. Let us go and take a look." The sixth prince now spoke with great fluency. Although he remained reserved in front of others, he seemed quite loquacious in Ye Feiran's presence. Ye Feiran nodded again, internally reflecting, "My brother understands me well. Remaining at home is indeed rather dull, especially without any gossip to indulge in. Going out will serve as a pleasant diversion." Thus, the sixth prince carried Ye Feiran and prepared a carriage, making their way to the city gates. From a distance, they noticed a gathering of officials welcoming them, led by Prince Luo and his cousin. Prince Luo was engaged in a hushed conversation with his cousin, whose expression was one of restrained irritation, as if he wished to confront Prince Luo were it not for the presence of the crowd. Unable to contain himself, Su Yulon warned him with an impassive expression, "Your Highness, we are in front of the civil and military officials. Is it appropriate to speak in such a manner?" Prince Luo chuckled softly and whispered to Su Yulon, What I said is merely the truth. I did not fabricate anything. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the Crown Prince's tutor. Despite his stern demeanor, he is quite the henpecked husband at home. His young wife, named Qi Jingzhou, was also a top scholar but did not pursue an official career due to her frail health. It is said that in her spare time, she writes scripts. And the kunku performers throughout the capital regard her as a deity. Securing a script from her essentially guarantees success. Su Yulan replied, exasperated. Why does your highness take such an interest in the private affairs of others? Do not forget that you are here on official business. Prince Luo retorted, is the Southern Zhao delegation not yet here? Besides, are we not merely chatting? Who told you not to believe that the Crown Prince's tutor is of a different persuasion? I am merely providing you with some context. Do you know that the Crown Prince's tutor was once the top scholar of his cohort, and suitors were constantly knocking on his door? Everyone speculated as to which noble lady he would marry to secure his assent, yet he chose to marry a man behind closed doors. Do you think he is of sound mind? This time, Su Yulan did not retort, but shook his head. Matters of the heart cannot be dismissed with a simple judgment of soundness. The tutor disregards societal norms and future prospects, devoting himself wholeheartedly to that young gentleman, which surely speaks to his deep sense of loyalty and commitment. In my opinion, he is not only sound of mind but rather commendable. To Su Yulan's surprise, upon hearing his remarks, Prince Luo fell silent. Only when the distant sound of drums and gongs signaled the arrival of the Southern Zhao delegation did he lower his voice and inquire, what you just said, is that truly how you feel? Su Yulan, bewildered, replied, what do you mean? Prince Luo, however, dismissed the question with a light-hearted chuckle. It is nothing. Our dear Yulan has grown up. I can no longer regard you as a child. The Southern Zhao prince and princess have arrived. Let us go greet them. The distinct cultural identity of the Southern Zhao people was evident as they donned traditional attire adorned with jingling silver ornaments, exuding an air of grandeur. Particularly striking was the young woman seated atop a horse at the forefront, dressed in a purple robe embellished with gemstones. Her headdress and necklace featuring the symbols of the Southern Zhao royal family, a series of exquisitely crafted ghost orchids. Her face was veiled, obscuring her features. Yet her presence radiated an elegance that overshadowed the other Southern Zhao maidens. Chapter 75. Ye Feiran contemplated the Southern Zhao princess, grappling with numerous uncertainties within his thoughts. If she truly resembles Consort Zhang so closely, could she possibly be Consort Zhang's long-lost sister? That would be quite the Klitsch storyline, wouldn't it? However, with his system currently undergoing upgrades, he had no means to confirm or deny this, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. The sixth prince, catching wind of his thoughts, chuckled inwardly, pondering how improbable it was for so many identical individuals to exist, let alone the possibility of long-lost sisters. With the arrival of the Southern Zhao delegation, the curtain was finally drawn back, and the story began in earnest. The melodious music of the southern lands filled the air. As the enchanting dancers performed lively routines, the sounds of flutes and sheng blending harmoniously. The courteous Southern Zhao prince dismounted, extending a hand to steady his unbalanced sister. From within the carriage, Ye Feiran continued to observe the siblings closely, noting as Prince Luo approached with Su Yulan, slowly exchanging formal greetings with the two. As the host, Prince Luo spoke first. Welcome, esteemed guests, who have traveled from afar. I am Xiao Jintang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The Prince of Nanzhao, appearing youthful at around 20 years of age, recognized Xiao Jintang upon hearing his name. Ah, it is His Royal Highness, the Prince of Luo. My elder brother has often spoken of you. I am Duan Yi, and this is my sister, Duan Feifei, the renowned Princess of Feiyu of Nanzhao. Princess Feiyu, adorned with a dot of vermilion on her forehead and dressed in splendid Nanzhao attire, gracefully performed a curtsy to the Prince of Luo. The prince, exhibiting great decorum, returned the gesture with a slight bow and remarked, I have long heard of the illustrious Princess Feiyu, and indeed, your presence today is nothing short of remarkable. I have prepared a modest banquet to welcome our esteemed guests from afar. Please, allow me to escort you to the capital in my carriage. Inside the carriage, Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed the name of the Nanzhao princess, Duan Feifei, such a melodious name. As for Duan Yi, if one does not listen closely, one might confuse him with Duan Yu. However, it is indeed true that the Duan clan has governed Nanzhao for over 4 centuries, the tale spun by the venerable Mr. Jin are not without their factual basis. This alternate history bore certain similarities to the history of his original world, yet diverged in its particulars. Historically, the Dali Duan clan rose from the Baiman tribe, later known as the Bai people, with a figure named Duan Sipin founding the Dali kingdom. Here, the kingdom of Nanzhao is likely synonymous with Dali. The sixth prince began to recount the history of the Nanzhao kingdom. The founding emperor, known as Duan Si, has a name shrouded in mystery, and now 7 generations have passed under his reign. The people of Nanzhao are not particularly warlike, while their lands are not barren. The abundance of mountains and lakes makes agriculture challenging. They primarily subsist on foraging and livestock farming. Nevertheless, the scenery of Nanzhao is splendid, especially the capital, Dali. With its ethereal Irai Lake, Ye Feiran exclaimed, "Ah, that Songshan and Irai. How breathtaking! Alas, I have never had the opportunity to visit." Coming from a modest background, he had devoted all his time to diligent study, aspiring to escape the clutches of poverty. Yet now, his circumstances were not dismal. He was well-fed and surrounded by affection. And even without the distractions of electronic devices, he felt content. The sixth prince inquired, "Do you fancy that place? If so, I shall take you there in the future." Ye Feiran nodded vigorously, his thoughts conveying, "Indeed, I am immensely fond of it. Each time I read descriptions of Irai, I cannot help but yearn for it." He longed to discover if the waters truly held flowering aquatic plants, to savor the taste of stir-fried water-loving grass, and to swim in Irai, perhaps even climb Songshan. He wondered if the ancient city of Dali was as legendary as told, filled with silver shops where aging artisans crafted exquisite by jewelry. The sixth prince nodded, "Very well. We have an agreement. I shall certainly take you there." He mused that once the realm was secure, he would ensure Feiran explored every corner of the splendid landscapes of Daming. The Nanzhao delegation, resplendent and vibrant, made their way into the capital, attracting a throng of onlookers with their lively songs and dances. Upon entering the city, the dancers from Nanzhao scattered flower petals, not fresh ones, but rather dried petals, which, due to their abundance, filled the air with a delightful fragrance. The Prince of Luo found this quite intriguing. Nanzhao is indeed a land of flowers. Do they not mind casting such a bounty upon the streets? Princess Feiyu finally spoke, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the sound of silver bells. "Rest assured, Your Highness, our dried petals are harmless and even beneficial in repelling snakes and insects. Our lands are plagued by such creatures, and these petals have been developed to combat them. While the capital does not face significant threats from such pests, our actions here will effectively cleanse the area of lurking dangers. There are only benefits to be gained, none to be lost." The Prince of Luo nodded slowly, "I see. The Nanzhao monarch is truly thoughtful to bestow such a generous gift upon the citizens of the capital." However, he harbored some doubts. He was acutely aware of the recent troubles concerning Lady Yu and the insect plague that had afflicted the city. The timing of Nanzhao's gift, arriving just after such calamity, raised questions of coincidence versus ulterior motives. If it were mere coincidence, it would be inconsequential. Yet, if there were deeper implications, the secrets of Lady Yu were closely guarded, even from the emperor himself. How could others possibly know? Pondering this, he overheard the Nanzhao prince inquire, "Your Highness, when might we have the pleasure of meeting the emperor? My sister has long admired him and wishes to behold his visage. Should the emperor also be inclined, Nanzhao would be delighted to fulfill a union for 100 years, offering my sister as a consort." The Prince of Luo was taken aback. Just upon their arrival in the capital, the Nanzhao prince broached such a delicate matter. He felt somewhat troubled. Since the passing of concubine Zhang, the emperor had not taken in a new consort. In the past, concubine Zhang had been a strong advocate for new alliances, but now, her absence seemed to have deepened the emperor's affections for her, leaving little room for others. The sudden arrival of a sister who bore a striking resemblance to concubine Zhang only intensified his suspicions regarding Nanzhao's intentions. Not wishing to hasten a meeting between the Nanzhao delegation and the emperor, he sought to observe their demeanor further and jovially replied, "As you know, we are holding a conference of 4 nations. Currently, only the Nanzhao delegation has arrived. The other 3 nations have yet to make their appearance. The conference shall commence only when all parties are present. My elder brother is quite busy with affairs of state, especially with the recent drought in Shandong, making it difficult for him to attend. For now, I suggest you stay at the Honglu Temple, and while waiting for the other nations' arrivals, you may explore the grandeur of Daming." Surprisingly, the Nanzhao prince and princess showed no signs of displeasure, instead responding casually, "There is no rush. We intend to remain in the capital for several months. The emperor will surely find time to meet us." The Prince of Luo felt a sense of resignation. They seemed well prepared for this encounter. With that, He arranged for them to have the most spacious accommodations and assigned a contingent of the esteemed 5 young ladies' army for security. The commander of the guards was none other than Han Li Juan, a remarkable woman known for her boldness. Ye Feiran and the 6th prince followed to the Honglu temple, contemplating their departure only once the Nanzhao delegation had entered the courtyard. However, they were intercepted by the Prince of Luo, who halted their carriage and playfully inquired, "Young ones, you have followed us all this way. Surely you are not merely here to sightsee?" The 6th prince poked his head out, while Ye Feiran's thoughts echoed from within the carriage. "Oh no, we've been discovered by the Prince of Luo. Will he punish us?" The Prince of Luo chuckled lightly, entered the carriage with ease, and asked, "What brings you here, little ones?" The 6th prince remained silent, prompting the Prince of Luo to clear his throat. "Do not worry. This area is filled with my people. No one will learn of your ability to speak. Moreover, we are in a carriage. Simply lower your voices." The 6th prince dropped the pretense, respectfully bowing to the Prince of Luo, "Uncle." The Prince of Luo clicked his tongue. "An uncle is an uncle. There is no need for the little prefix. You rascal, do not think I will overlook you when good fortune comes your way." Ye Feiran suddenly interjected, "Indeed. The Prince of Luo is quite amiable, not a villainous character. Beautiful brother, you may fully trust him." The 6th prince softly remarked, "No, uncle, you've misunderstood. It's just that, given the current circumstances, I fear it might lead to unnecessary complications." Prince Luo gently fanned himself with a folding fan, saying, "It is wise to exercise caution. Recently, there have been several significant incidents involving the Duke of Jing's household. The Minister of Works has retired and has been replaced by one of the Duke's students. The renovations at the Prince Yi's residence are being overseen by them. Fortunately, you are not in the residence, so they cannot eavesdrop on anything. However, several generals from the Su family army have been impeached over baseless accusations, and nothing substantial has been uncovered, leading to a quiet resolution. Recently, the Su family army conducted a self-examination and discovered a traitor among them, who is currently on the run. You too should refrain from wandering about. Be wary of being kidnapped by rogues." In Prince Luo's eyes, they were merely 2 defenseless children, easily whisked away by wrongdoers. The 6th prince retorted, "I will protect Feiran, uncle. I possess martial skills." Prince Luo sighed, "Oh really? Do you think that having martial prowess guarantees your safety? Are you aware of the backgrounds of those who have come from Nanzhao? Do you know who excels at using poison in this world? It's none other than the Duan family from Dali. They are plagued by snakes and insects, and both men and women are adept at playing the lushing. The lushing is not merely for amusement. It is their tool for controlling venomous creatures. Moreover, it is said that they possess a formidable ability to communicate with these creatures, commanding them to act as they wish. While you may be able to guard against villains, how can you defend against insects? Not long ago, there was a disturbance in the capital involving poisonous insects, and I certainly do not wish for you to encounter such matters." Ye Feiran shuddered internally, muttering to herself, "Is it really that terrifying? Could the Princess of Nanzhao also wield poison?" The palace seems to have poor feng shui. First, it welcomed Lu Guiran, and now, it has brought in Duan Feifei. I wonder whose poison is more potent. I hope they don't end up clashing. If that were the case, it would indeed be quite entertaining to observe. Listening to Ye Feiran's words, Prince Luo suddenly expressed interest. He smiled slyly while fanning himself, and thought that this might actually be advantageous for them. With chaos in the harem, the Empress would certainly be preoccupied, and the Duke of Jing's household would also divert some of their attention. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the 6th prince slightly furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. He looked up at Prince Luo and asked, "Uncle, will my cousin be upset if you leave him to handle official matters alone?" With a confident smile, Prince Luo waved his fan. Why would he be? Xiao Yulan is the most filial. He volunteered to take on this heavy responsibility. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yulan emerged from the Honglu temple, glancing around while grumbling. "Xiao Jintang, where are you? You left me to deal with so many people at the Honglu temple all by myself, while you ran off to enjoy yourself. If I ever work with you again, I'll be your little dog." The 2 youngsters looked at Prince Luo in unison, who did not expect to be caught off guard so swiftly. Clearing his throat, he said, "Listen to that. A scholar who can't even curse properly. You 2 should head back early. Don't wander around outside. I need to soothe my little Yulan." Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 youngsters saw Prince Luo hastily disappearing. Ye Feiran inwardly scoffed, "Why the rush? It's as if he's chasing after a wife. Hee. One would think his wife is angry." Beside her, the 6th prince remained silent. With anticipation, Ye Feiran turned to the 6th prince, "Brother, Shall we take a stroll through the West Market? We have money now. Let's go shopping. Yet she only managed to utter 2 words. Brother. Bye. The 6th prince, though aware of the chaotic state of the capital and the various factions probing into it, felt helpless. Fortunately, the patrols of the Sioux family army had become stricter, with soldiers seen everywhere. General Han seemed to have dispatched all available troops for vigilant patrols. Xiao Tsung gently affirmed and instructed the carriage driver, Yin Shu, to the West Market first. Let us see the puppet show by Black Third Master. Every time Ye Feiran attended a puppet show, she found herself laughing heartily. Previously, she had even remarked, what can one do? The entertainment in ancient times is so limited. I must advocate for the development of cultural and entertainment industries. Ancient times actually had great potential. The idle young masters with nothing to do were most willing to spend money on entertainment. After a stroll through the West Market, Ye Feiran acquired a set of puppet show puppets, akin to what we refer to as string puppets today. Holding the strings, she gently pulled, making the puppet's arms and legs move in sync with the lively rhythm of the drums, truly resembling a performance. The 6th prince inquired, what else do you wish to play with? It's rare for us to be out. Ye Feiran shook her head, feeling a bit anxious. Moreover, her system was currently undergoing maintenance, leaving her without danger alerts. It would be difficult to handle any unforeseen events. After pondering, the 6th prince suggested, let us buy some snacks, then we shall return. Ye Feiran nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, pea cakes, plum pastries, osmanthus, dumplings. Now at 9 months old, with 6 teeth, she could enjoy these delightful little treats. The 6th prince chuckled softly, promising, all right, I will buy you everything you desire. The carriage soon arrived at the most popular snack shop in the West Market, where even princes had to queue. Sure enough, from a distance, they spotted Prince Luo and Su Yulan standing in line. Ye Feiran's internal commentary surfaced at the perfect moment. Are they on a date after their argument? Prince Luo knows how to woo his wife. The first stop is to buy food. The 6th prince was speechless but pretended not to hear, softly instructing Yin Shu, buy a few of the little snacks that the young master often enjoys, stand in line for them. Yin Shu complied, while Ye Feiran leaned out the carriage window, secretly eavesdropping on the conversation. As they stood in line, Prince Luo softly reassured, I merely greeted Prince Ye and Feiran. I'll be back shortly. It hasn't even been half a tea time. Xiao Yulan, have you noticed that you've been rather unreasonable lately? Su Yulan retorted, the Grand Assembly of 4 nations is such a significant affair, and I am practically handling it all alone. Prince, are you even paying attention? Prince Luo replied, of course I am. But you know me. I've always been unskilled in affairs. How could I manage such a monumental task? If it weren't for you, Xiao Yulan, Ning would have likely severed ties with our 4 neighbors. Su Yulan sighed, but continued to scold him. Even so, you cannot simply give up and do nothing. The emperor has high expectations for you. He trailed off, as it was true that the emperor had great hopes for Prince Luo. But the more expectations there were, the more precarious Prince Luo's situation became. Su Yulan sighed again, conceding, very well, I understand you are paving the way for me, allowing me to advance through the success of the Grand Assembly. Yet, given the current circumstances, the Sioux family is already treading on thin ice. If I take another step forward, I fear. Su Yulan left the thought unspoken, but Prince Luo understood, gently wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Xiao Yulan, you are truly naive. Even if our Sioux family retreats repeatedly, we will still be plotted against. Rather than passively enduring strikes, we should take the initiative. When have the sons of the Sioux family ever endured such indignities? Su Yulan hissed softly, exasperated. Prince, you are a royal. How can you speak so nonsensically? Prince Luo covered his mouth and cleared his throat, stating, I was momentarily careless and spoke too quickly. In any case, you need not fear anything. I shall bear it all. You can proceed boldly. If you succeed, the credit is yours, and if not, I will take full responsibility. You may place the blame entirely upon me. After all, my elder brother will only scold me lightly, calling me a useless scion. As long as it does not cross certain lines, he will not truly hold it against me. Even if it does cross those lines, he will surely go to great lengths to preserve my life. Indeed, the emperor had acted in such a manner in the original text, though it was a pity for Su Haoqing, who had taken all the blame upon himself. Initially, Ye Feiran had intended to merely spectate, but after eavesdropping for a short while, she discerned a certain sweetness in their exchange and internally remarked, those two, they seem quite compatible. I could bend down and let you step on me to ascend to your position. The prince is so affectionate. My cousin is indeed fortunate. The 6th prince had overheard their conversation as well, One was astute and perceptive, while the other possessed remarkable skills, enabling them to hear whispers inaudible to the average ear. Although the sixth prince understood that Prince Luo's actions were intended to advance the Su family's interests, he couldn't help but follow Ye Feiran's line of thought. Despite the progressive nature of Daming's customs, there were still no precedents for marrying a male spouse, with only one Taizi Xiaofu quietly conducting such a union in private. Moreover, considering their identities, one being the legitimate grandson of General Su and the other the emperor's favored prince, their union would indeed be nothing short of scandalous. The more the sixth prince pondered, the more improbable he found it. After all, they had numerous matters to consider, and who would risk public scorn for mere romantic sentiments? At present, the sixth prince was a pure-hearted youth, unaware that in years to come, he would engage in even more audacious endeavors than theirs. Before the pastry shop, Prince Luo procured several delicacies favored by Su Yulan and returned with him. Along the way, they discussed the details of the upcoming FamilyⅡ court assembly. This year's Qianqiu festival was of great importance to the emperor, who hoped to use this assembly to ease tensions among the four nations. Years of continuous warfare had left the citizens of the four realms in dire straits. Particularly in Beiliao, a victory had been achieved the previous year, albeit at a great cost, with 30,000 soldiers' lives lost to force Beiliao to retreat 10 miles, resulting in a 3-year truce. General Shui Gui, in his haste to attack, had indeed won the battle but at the expense of 30,000 soldiers, and instead of receiving commendation, he was reprimanded by the emperor. It was evident that he had disregarded the lives of his men by launching an attack while Beiliao was still strong, when waiting until the spring would have allowed for a more robust offensive. As winter in Beiliao was exceedingly harsh, even the most formidable soldiers would succumb to hunger and cold after a winter's endurance. Thus, it was possible to achieve victory with minimal forces at that time. However, Shui Gui was in desperate need of accomplishments, as Su Haoqing had been promoted 3 ranks, attaining the position of second-rank general, threatening Shui Gui's own status as a first-rank general. This was why the Duke of Jing had been stirring up trouble in the capital, seeking to create better opportunities for his son-in-law, Shui Gui. Fortunately, despite the heavy losses, the emperor rewarded Shui Gui and his family with numerous gifts for their victory. Su Yulan remarked, "Therefore, I have arranged for a martial demonstration. Although I am unsure how to present it in a manner that best showcases the might of our Daming kingdom and exerts a deterrent effect on Beiliao." Prince Luo suggested, "I believe you could vent your frustrations to Feiran. Perhaps he may offer you a brilliant idea." Su Yulan nodded. "That sounds good. With half a month remaining until the Qianqiu festival, the envoys from the 4 nations will likely begin to arrive one after another. I shall take this time to refine the strategy for the demonstration." Prince Luo agreed. "Understood. I have faith that you will excel in this endeavor." Su Yulan lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows as he observed Prince Luo's hand gently embracing his own, furrowing his brow, yet ultimately refraining from pulling away. He awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, "Today, upon my departure, the maidservant of Princess Nanjiao presented me with a peach blossom note, stating it was for me to deliver to the emperor. The ladies of Nanjiao are indeed extraordinary, so proactive. I have heard that Nanjiao does not practice polygamy. Does this princess not realize that the emperor already has over a dozen consorts? It seems unlikely that she would even see the emperor once in 10 days or half a month, and that would be a conservative estimate. I've heard that some nobles enter the palace without ever serving the emperor. Why would she wish to join this fray?" Prince Luo remained silent, gazing at Su Yulan without uttering a word. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Su Yulan asked, "Why are you looking at me? I've said so much. Do share your thoughts." Prince Luo chuckled softly and replied, "Nothing at all. I merely find it curious when my little Yulan became interested in the emperor's bedchamber matters. Were you not always devoted to your studies, eschewing discussions of such improprieties?" Chapter 77. Su Yulan felt somewhat embarrassed and frowned. "Who is your little Yulan? Furthermore, I am already 20. Please refrain from calling me that incessantly. Besides, I was merely discussing the matter. There was nothing improper about it. If anyone is being inappropriate, it seems to be you, turning palace affairs into matters of the bedchamber." Prince Luo did not argue, patiently waiting for Su Yulan to finish before clapping appreciatively. "Well said. When did you become so talkative in my presence? This eloquent and quick-witted version of you is indeed the true you, is it not? You dislike me calling you little Yulan? What should I call you then? Yulan. But you used to respectfully address me as cousin or Prince Luo. Now you simply say you, and even your prince carries a hint of mockery. I have not reprimanded you, yet you scold me instead. Oh dear. How unreasonable. Su Yulan. Indeed, Prince Luo spoke the truth. He had not seen Prince Luo for a long time since returning from Hanqing Academy. He had entered the academy at 13 and only returned before the major examination. During those years, they had only met occasionally, often merely exchanging distant glances without approaching to greet one another. Although they were cousins, a prince held a lofty status, especially in the eyes of the young Su Yulan. Furthermore, during those years, the late Empress Dowager had been fond of traveling, with Prince Luo always accompanying her, ostensibly out of filial piety, but in reality, he would often abandon her to indulge in his own adventures. Over the years, he had explored nearly every corner of daming. Su Yulan felt his face flush. He had only recently begun to act so audaciously, having finally recognized the prince's true nature. This fellow, while hedonistic, indulging in all manner of pleasures, bore no semblance of the regal airs one might expect, nor did he readily resort to anger or punishment. This had emboldened Su Yulan, allowing him to grow increasingly brazen in his presence. Su Yulan stammered, That's because you always tease me upon our meetings, and now you conspired with the emperor to deceive me into assisting you with the organization of the familyⅡ court assembly. Yet, once I arrived, you simply became a hands-off manager, leaving me to handle everything while you lounged about. Look at you. Do you possess even a hint of princely demeanor? In moments of insecurity, he tended to ramble, perhaps even unaware of it. Prince Luo only observed quietly, listening patiently as Su Yulan vented his frustrations, then playfully prodded. Well said. Pray, continue. I wish to hear more. Su Yulan, exasperated, shook him off and marched ahead. Prince Luo chased after him, cheerfully advising, Why are you angry again? Here, have a piece of pastry. It's both flaky and crispy, and quite sweet. Are you really not going to eat? If you don't, I shall devour it all. Su Yulan replied silently, Your Highness, why must you act like a child? Prince Luo thought to himself that there was indeed a child, one who had been sulking just moments ago, and could not be easily consoled. He then half-embraced Su Yulan's arm, and the two of them strolled towards the Su residence, occasionally bickering along the way. It was not until they had walked far away that Ye Feiran, keenly perceptive, could no longer hear their playful banter. He yawned and leaned into the arms of the sixth prince, inwardly reflecting, So eavesdropping on others is such an exhausting endeavor? Perhaps it is best to refrain from such activities in the future. With that thought, he fell into a deep slumber, leaving the sixth prince with a bemused expression, muttering, It was you who insisted on eavesdropping, now you lament about it. He chuckled lightly, holding him close, and instructed Yin Shu, Let us return to the Su residence. That night, the emperor received a letter from the princess of Nanzhao, written on the fragrant Songhua yellow paper, traditionally used to express yearning. It was said to be crafted by the talented woman Xue Tao of the Tang dynasty, meant to convey her longing for her beloved Yuan Zhen. Prince Luo, unwilling to subject Su Yulan to such embarrassment, volunteered to personally deliver the letter to the emperor. Perhaps due to the warming weather, the emperor's health had improved significantly. Although he still coughed occasionally, his spirit appeared markedly different from before. Upon receiving the letter, he could not help but chuckle softly. This princess of Nanzhao is quite lively and straightforward, yet I am 20 years her senior. It is rather inappropriate. At that moment, Prince Luo was in the mood to jest with his elder brother, teasingly remarking, Your Majesty, do not forget that the new concubines in your harem these past few years are not much older than Princess Feiyu. If she harbors feelings for you, what harm is there in meeting her? The emperor was not angered. He had always indulged this younger brother. He merely cast him a meaningful glance and replied, Actually, I have a most suitable candidate in mind for the Princess of Nanzhao to engage with. Curious, Prince Luo inquired, Oh, who do you refer to, elder brother? It wouldn't be the fourth prince, would it? He is only 13, but then again, it is not unheard of for a young husband to wed an older wife, as older wives tend to cherish their husbands more. The emperor gasped, tossing a crumpled piece of paper at Prince Luo's head in disbelief, exclaiming, Is there such a thing as an uncle like you? Hunger is just 13, he is still a child. To propose marriage at this age would squander several years of a maiden's youth. Prince Luo dodged playfully, his demeanor quite lively, and continued, Then, who does your majesty suggest? Are there any eligible heirs in the royal family? He began listing families. The Prince of Penglai has lost his wife, and the Duke of Fukan has only taken 2 concubines. Perhaps they could be considered. The emperor shook his head and replied, I have heard that Princess Feiyu possesses both beauty and talent, admired by many scholars in our central plains. They are simply not worthy. Puzzled, Prince Luo was about to search for another suitable candidate when an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Alarmed, he asked, "Your Majesty, you cannot mean me?" The emperor nodded. "Indeed. What say you? Do not blame me for not considering you. The talent of this Princess Feiyu is truly exceptional. This poem she penned is no less impressive than that of the top scholar in the imperial examinations. You are of an age where marriage is expected. If you delay further, our mother will surely be distressed." To his surprise, Prince Luo abruptly knelt before the emperor, panic etched across his face, and implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you, retract your decree." The emperor was taken aback, taking a moment to process such a strong reaction. Is not Princess Feiyu quite wonderful? Do you truly dislike her? Prince Luo shook his head, insisting, "No, Princess Feiyu is indeed admirable, but I have already given my heart to another, and cannot accommodate anyone else. Therefore, I humbly request that your Majesty retract your decree. I cannot endure being mismatched with someone and becoming a pair of ill-suited partners." The emperor laughed, saying, "Oh, you have someone you favor? Which fortunate maiden has captured your heart? Speaking of ill-suited partners is rather grave. It appears my dear brother has truly given his heart away. Ah, this is splendid news. As long as you are happy, I shall support you. Do not be like me, forced to accept others' arrangements, unable to protect the one I love." Realizing he had been careless, Prince Luo noted that the emperor had merely spoken in jest, and yet he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings. He mentally chastised himself, recognizing that concern often leads to confusion, and he had unwittingly exposed his genuine affections. Clearing his throat, he quietly stated, "Your Majesty, the one I cherish is gentle and soft-hearted, and I shall refrain from disclosing their identity for now. Please, do not matchmake me hastily. I am truly unworthy of such a fate." The emperor stepped forward to help him up, exasperatedly saying, "If you do not wish for it, then do not fret so. I am merely curious who has so captivated my brother. You may not wish to divulge now, but there will come a day when you will beseech me for a marriage decree." Prince Luo thought to himself that a marriage decree was out of the question. It would never be bestowed upon him. Even he was still in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether his heart had chosen correctly. At present, he harbored a singular thought. If his beloved reciprocated his feelings, he would pursue her without hesitation. If she did not, he would guard his heart closely. Some matters cannot be forced, nor should they be. He only wished for her happiness, not to bring her harm. The emperor, glancing at the fragrant Songhua yellow letter in his hand, felt a pang of indecision. Initially, he intended for the Princess of Nanzhao and Prince Luo to communicate, but now it seemed impossible. Prince Luo, too, had his own thoughts. Perhaps this Princess Feiyu could mend the emperor's heart. Since the passing of concubine Zhang, the emperor had remained melancholic, unable to escape the shadow of losing his beloved even after 6 months had passed. Thoughtfully, Prince Luo smiled and suggested, "Elder brother, in my humble opinion, you should certainly meet Princess Feiyu. It could prove beneficial for both her and you. If, upon meeting, she realizes her affections were merely fanciful, it might quell her desires. Perhaps, upon seeing her, you may even find unexpected delight." The emperor sighed with a hint of resignation. "Jintang, do you truly not understand me? Were I not an emperor, I would have married only Tong'er and had just the 6th prince as my child. Now I have disappointed them. How could I possibly think of taking another into my harem?" Prince Luo countered, "You may not have met her yet, so do not be hasty in your conclusions. How about this, elder brother? Let me wager with you. If upon meeting her, you still feel no attraction, I shall heed your counsel and accept a minor position in the court. However, if you find yourself drawn to her, I shall seek a favor from you." The emperor recognized that his brother was merely concerned for him and did not take his words to heart. Yet since he had spoken so openly, the emperor could hardly dismiss his brother's goodwill and nodded, "Very well. Nanzhao is the first of the 4 countries to send envoys. I shall host a banquet the day after tomorrow to welcome the princess and prince of Nanzhao to the palace." The emperor's intentions were clear. He aimed to gather all his concubines and allow the young princess to witness the grandeur of his court. In her harem, there are indeed over a dozen concubines. If she were to arrive, merely waiting for the emperor's summons would entail a lengthy queue, and perhaps this young girl would retreat upon realizing the difficulty. Thus, 2 days later, the emperor, under the name of the empress, extended an invitation to Princess Nanzhao and the prince to attend the Cool Breeze banquet at the palace. Chapter 78. Observing the invitation in his hands, the corners of the Nanzhao prince's lips curled into a wry smile as he lightly bowed to Duan Feifei, saying, "Look, it is sent in the name of the empress." Clearly, The emperor does not hold you in high regard. Princess Feiyu received the invitation and gently admonished Duan, brother. Please refrain from such formalities. I am your sister, not a distant relation. The Nanjiao prince chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister. Princess Feiyu removed her veil, revealing her exquisite features. Her skin was as delicate as a petal, and apart from a trace of vermilion on her forehead, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Mitong. However, she appeared younger, her skin smoother, and her demeanor more innocent and playful. Glancing at the invitation, she chuckled softly. The empress, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. In truth, she had once shared a tender connection with the emperor. It was the late Empress Dowager who had selected the Duke's legitimate daughter as empress to provide a strong ally to the Emperor of Daming. Ironically, the Duke of Jinghua had risen through the ranks due to the late Empress Dowager's favor. Alas, she had underestimated the desires of the human heart. After merely a decade away from the court, Daming had transformed into its current state, a lamentable sight indeed. The Nanjiao prince scoffed. I see no merit in this Daming emperor. Sister, why must you cling to him? Furthermore, sending you an invitation through the empress is a blatant indication of his disregard for you. Why should you seek his approval? Yet, Princess Feiyu accepted the invitation, replying, You are mistaken, brother. The reason he had the empress deliver this invitation is to convey that if I were to enter the palace, I would face the empress above and a multitude of concubines below. Life would not be easy. It is a clever ploy to dissuade me, but alas, his good intentions are wasted. Since I have come to Daming, I have no intention of retreating. The Nanjiao prince could hardly comprehend. Sister, why endure such hardship? Why venture into that den of wolves? Princess Feiyu responded, You do not understand. Perhaps when you truly fall in love, you will grasp it. Moreover, what is so flawed about the Emperor of Daming? He is the most exalted man in this world. Even if there are many women, it is not without reason. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. What do a few more women in the harem matter? Additionally, my journey is not solely for the ephemeral notion of love. There are far more significant matters awaiting me. The Nanjiao prince asked, Since he has extended an invitation, shall we attend the banquet tomorrow? Princess Feiyu nodded, Of course, and I intend to present the Emperor of Daming with a surprise. The Nanjiao prince bowed and exited Princess Feiyu's chamber to prepare for the banquet the following day. After delivering the empress's invitation, Su Yulan instructed the guards and attendants to treat the Nanjiao envoys with utmost care and to accommodate their requests as much as possible. Simultaneously, she observed the reactions of the Duan siblings before returning to her temporary office in the Honglu Temple to discuss the arrangements for the Northern Liao envoy's accommodation with Prince Luo. Prince Luo remarked, There has been no enmity between Northern Liao and Nanjiao. After all, one is in the south and the other in the north, making their conflict unlikely. However, it seems that the Western Rong and Eastern Yi have some discord. Despite the vast distance, they manage to clash, which is quite remarkable. Su Yulan replied, You may not be aware, but once, an Eastern Yi king visited Western Rome, and out of admiration for Eastern Yi's water culture, he was treated with honor. Yet, this king behaved poorly, developing an infatuation with the wife of the Western Rome chieftain. This incident caused quite a stir, leading to the chieftain expelling the Eastern Yi king and maligning him publicly. This was the first time Prince Luo had heard of such an event, and he was taken aback. So, the Eastern Yi king behaved unscrupulously? I have heard that Eastern Yi people uphold moral values. How could he act in such a manner? Su Yulan chuckled. There is a twist to the tale. The Eastern Yi king claimed he was wronged, asserting that he had not been involved with the chieftain's wife, but had fallen for the chieftain's sister. He intended to propose marriage to the chieftain, but unexpectedly, the chieftain turned hostile and expelled him. To this day, he remains baffled as to why, when he sought to marry the chieftain's sister, he was met with such hostility. Disregarding the diplomatic ties between their nations, which not only humiliated him but also soured relations between the two states, Prince Luo was perplexed. So, who is telling the truth here? Who is lying? Su Yulan replied, That remains uncertain. As it stands, both kings have passed away, and even the two involved, the chieftain's wife and sister, have aged. No one will seek them for the truth, and the animosity between the two nations has become a traditional spectacle. At every international court assembly, both sides avoid each other as if they were plagues. Therefore, regarding the accommodation issue, it is prudent to keep the envoys from these two nations apart. Let Northern Liao place them between the two countries. Prince Luo nodded. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. So let us proceed with this decision. Su Yulan was speechless. This individual was truly excessive, and she was no longer referred to as Little Yulan, What was this lunar nonsense? She frowned at Prince Luo. In official matters, please refer to me as Master Su. Prince Luo readily complied, responding, Of course, Master Su. Might I inquire if you have any other arrangements? If not, shall we share a meal together? Su Yulon perceived a hint of sarcasm in Prince Luo's address, and, unable to find any evidence, retorted, I am not hungry. 3 days later, Ye Feiran system upgrade was finally complete. The upgraded system boasted a significantly improved interface, not only expanding the inventory but also introducing a customizable reward feature, as long as the rewards fell within the system's permissible level range. Ye Feiran could add desired items when unlocking the inventory. For instance, upon unlocking the next tier, he could request a Lubon lock or a deck of cards. However, due to certain restrictions in this ancient setting, high-tech items like a mobile phone or electric light were prohibited by the system, as they would incur an anachronistic value. Ye Feiran gazed at the vacant shelf and suddenly lost interest in food. After some contemplation, he smiled and entered a request. I wish for a set of primary school textbooks for 9 years of compulsory education. To his astonishment, the system approved his request. And with the shelf highlighting, a notification chimed. This item meets the era's specifications, devoid of magical or technological values. Only the relevant technological and historical content has been adjusted to align with the established worldview. Ye Feiran marveled. The upgraded system's capabilities surpassed the previous version by such a margin. It can even adjust educational content. Initially, when he arrived in this world, he had no grand aspirations. He merely sought to survive in this alternate realm. However, after realizing that reality was not as dire as it had been portrayed, he became even more lethargic, content to live day by day, indulging in gossip and living as a carefree young master. Suddenly finding himself in possession of a significant sum of money, and as he matures with the passage of time, his emotions grow increasingly sincere. At present, he harbors no ulterior motives. He merely wishes to conduct a small experiment, to ascertain whether a modern educational curriculum might cultivate youth with contemporary thinking. As a young man of the 21st century, he experiences a palpable conflict with ancient ideologies. Concepts such as male superiority, polygamy, and the unwavering loyalty expected of subjects and offspring stand in stark contrast to the notion of equality that should be inherent to humanity. In antiquity, society was stratified into rigid hierarchies, even relegating some to servitude, where signing a contract of servitude meant surrendering one's autonomy over life and death. However, he does not wish to instigate upheaval, akin to the establishment of the 5 young ladies' army by the elderly Empress Su. He seeks merely to carve out a sliver of alternate paths and hope for the young women confined by mainstream ideologies. Ye Feiran shares this sentiment. While he acknowledges the dominance of prevailing thoughts, he aspires to forge his own unique school of thought. Yet, as a mere infant of 1 year, he ponders what means might persuade Mr. G to allow him to conduct this ideological experiment within her academy. Thus, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he utilized the 300 melon coins he diligently earned over time to acquire a set of teaching materials, which he discreetly concealed within the grand chest crafted by the 6th prince. Just as he completed this task, he overheard a conversation between Su Haoyun and the 6th prince. Tonight's royal banquet. The emperor has requested your presence. But fret not, I shall accompany you and Feiran. It was mentioned that the emperor would be meeting with the envoy from Nanjiao, and rumors circulated that the Nanjiao princess had prepared an exotic dance. Ye Feiran perked up his ears, pondering whether he was truly about to enter the palace. This would mark only his 2nd visit since his arrival in this world. Surely, the new gossip within the palace must have ripened by now. The last tidbit revolved around the Empress Yu being humiliated by the queen, though it turned out she had merely feigned disfigurement and had not been harmed. Following that incident, she adopted a more reserved demeanor, retreating to her own courtyard to tend to flowers and birds, even having a Persian cat brought into the palace, embracing a tranquil life. The queen felt relieved after removing the thorn that was the Empress Yu, enjoying a brief period of peace. However, the prospect of the Nanjiao princess courting the emperor stirred jealousy within her, leading her to vent to Lady Lu. That young girl is merely 19, while the emperor is 38. Why the eagerness? Not to mention, among the young concubines, each one is a paragon of beauty and talent. Does the emperor even notice anyone but Zhang Mintong, the princess of Feiyu? If she arrives, it will only end in disappointment. Lady Lu, sensing the complexity of the situation, advised caution. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. With the upcoming summer banquet, perhaps you could discern her true intentions. The queen dismissed the significance of the Princess of Feiyu, yet the princess was poised to deliver an astonishing surprise. At the summer banquet, the Princess of Feiyu, adorned in an ethereal celestial garment, danced gracefully barefoot to a melody rich with exotic flair, surrounded by a throng of accompanying dancers. Chapter 79. The Princess of Feiyu donned a golden half-mask. Her jade-like skin, even partially obscured, still radiated an unparalleled beauty. Ye Feiran was seated in Su Haoyun's embrace, while the sixth prince, who had been beside him, was summoned by the emperor. He feigned immersion in his own world, diligently carving an intricate Luban lock. The emperor, engaged in warm inquiries with the sixth prince, asked if he had been eating well and if he had grown taller, noting the boy had become quite robust, affirming that the Su family indeed nurtured well. The queen, momentarily adopting a demeanor of benevolence, complimented the sixth prince. Your Highness truly possesses an extraordinary presence. Among the royal offspring, it is you who most resembles the emperor. The emperor, pleased by this remark, concurred, stating, Indeed, I noticed from the moment Songer was born that he bears the closest resemblance to me. Nearby, Ye Feiran whispered, There is some resemblance. But the sixth prince is far more handsome than you, father. The emperor, overhearing this thought, chuckled, remarking, This is what they call a student surpassing the teacher. Indeed, Songer is more pleasing to the eye. The sixth prince paused in his carving, nearly faltering in his composure, thinking, Fair, such comments are ill-timed. I must maintain my decorum in this setting. At that moment, Empress Yu, wearing a hood, observed as the sixth prince drank a cup of wine and poured another for his mother. Just then, the Princess of Feiyu entered the main hall, her bare feet gracing the golden-red carpet, as the enchanting strains of music filled the summer banquet hall. Prince Duan Yi of Nanzhao approached the emperor. Bowing low, I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Daming. The emperor replied, Prince Duan, no need for formalities. Please take a seat. Duan introduced. My sister, the Princess of Feiyu, brings forth the extraordinary celestial dance from our realm for your enjoyment. As he spoke, the Princess of Feiyu elegantly tossed her crimson shawl, which billowed out like a peacock's tail, enchanting all present. The emperor could not suppress his exclamation of wonderful, affirming to the queen, The Princess of Feiyu dances with remarkable grace, does she not? Yet, within the queen's gaze flickered a serpentine jealousy, though it swiftly transformed into a mask of congeniality as she replied, Indeed, the customs of one region certainly differ from another. Such attire is something a girl from the Central Plains would never dare to wear. Ye Feiran could not help but roll his eyes, thinking, Indeed, you would not dare, lest you find your layers of flesh resembling Michelin tires. The queen frowned, glancing about, sensing a childish voice in the air. However, there were only 3 children present, the sixth prince, the fourth prince, and an infant of less than 10 months, who could scarcely articulate a single word, let alone construct a lengthy sentence. The emperor, perceiving the whispered thoughts, chuckled. The customs of Nanzhao are indeed unparalleled. The young ladies are vivacious and spirited, which is not without its merits. As the music swelled, the Princess of Feiyu danced with increasing joy, the accompanying dancers becoming mere embellishments, captivating everyone in attendance. Even the emperor's attention was drawn, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his visage as he discerned the half-exposed face of the princess. His brow furrowed momentarily, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere illusion, and continued to admire the performance. However, as the exotic melody reached its crescendo, the Princess of Feiyu removed her half-mask, prompting the emperor to rise abruptly, breath quickening and eyes widening, as he descended from his dragon throne to approach her. The Princess of Feiyu, pleased with his reaction, offered a gentle bow, smiling. I am Princess Duan Feifei of Nanzhao, honored to meet His Majesty, the Emperor of Daming. The emperor, in a sudden motion, grasped her wrist, urgency evident in his voice as he queried, Tong? You are my Tong. Princess Feiyu displayed a look of confusion and took a step back. Your Majesty, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not Tonger, I am Duan Feifei, the Princess of Feiyu from Nanzhao. However, the emperor shook his head vigorously in denial. No, you are indeed Tong. Someone, quickly, bring forth the portrait of noble consort Zhang. The chief eunuch hurriedly ordered for the portrait of consort Zhang to be fetched, his eyes softening in disbelief, convinced that the deceased had somehow returned to life. Not only the emperor but everyone present stared incredulously at Princess Feiyu, or more accurately, at her face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of consort Zhang. Only the sixth prince remained composed, calmly carving wood as if the chaos around him held no relevance to him. After a brief moment of shock, the Empress grew flustered. Anxiously wringing her handkerchief, she thought to herself, having just disposed of noble consort Ye, another Fei has appeared. What is it with these women? Flocking to the emperor one after another? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, finally unable to contain herself as she exclaimed, Your Majesty, please see clearly. Before you stands merely the Princess of Nanzhao. Consort Zhang has long since passed. This girl merely bears a slight resemblance to Zhang Mintong. Do not remain so obstinately deluded. The emperor, usually gentle in demeanor, raised his voice in public for once, commanding the Empress, Silence. Do I need your counsel to discern the truth? I am not blind. I can see who she is. She shares an identical visage with Tonger. Who else could she be? The Empress, taken aback by the emperor's outburst, could only seethe in silence, her chest heaving with suppressed anger. Noble consort Ye, rarely curious, peeked out from beneath her veil to observe the commotion. Today, she had applied only a light layer of powder, fearful that the Empress would notice her lack of full makeup. Yet, upon seeing Feifei's face, she recognized it as an exact replica of Consort Zhang's. A cold smirk crossed her lips as she lowered her veil and chuckled softly. Isn't this Sister Zhang? This face is one I can never forget, even in dreams. Perhaps Sister Zhang had some unfulfilled wish, hence her return to the palace to fulfill it? After all, her death was so tragic, suffering for months on end. One could say she died with her eyes wide open. A chill ran down the Empress's spine as she forcefully stifled a scream, pointing an accusing finger at noble consort Ye. Bold Ye, what nonsense are you spouting? When one dies, they remain dead. There is no such thing as returning through another's agency. I suspect you are tired of living, trying to weave these sorcery tales in the palace. In the past, noble consort Ye would have readily admitted her faults, but this time she defiantly replied, Sister, what are you saying? Look closely. Doesn't this face belong solely to Sister Zhang? Oh, apart from the additional vermilion mole on her forehead. I refuse to believe you haven't dreamt of her. Surely, in your dreams, Consort Zhang appeared just like this? The bystanders, engrossed in the unfolding drama, were nearly unable to suppress their laughter, particularly Ye Feiran, who thought noble consort Ye was cleverly hinting at the Empress. It seemed to imply that the wrongdoings she had committed were now haunting her. If they hadn't come back to seek vengeance, then what was this but a harbinger? The Empress's face turned ashen, muttering in disbelief, Madness, madness. Noble consort Ye, have you lost your wits? How could she dare speak to her in such a manner, without fear of being cast into the cold palace? Yet, at that moment, she was too preoccupied with stopping the emperor from taking Princess Feiyu into the palace. Stepping forward with urgency, Your Majesty, though the truth may sting, I must speak. With such grave internal and external crises, Your Majesty focuses solely on personal pleasures, neglecting the safety of the people. The drought in Shandong is severe. This is not the time for indulgence. The emperor, captivated by the visage of the deceased consort, paid little heed to her words and coldly responded to the Empress. And what of it? Regarding external threats, for nations pay tribute to our great Ning. Even Beliao has signed a 3-year peace treaty. Where is this external crisis you speak of? As for internal troubles, the greatest internal strife lies within your own Duke's household, which controls my Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Revenue, and now meddles in my palace affairs? Did I not already declare that noble consort Ye holds the Phoenix seal? I have chosen not to hold past grievances against you. Has the Empress forgotten her time in the cold palace? The Empress, pale with disbelief, gazed at the emperor, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If you take this woman into the palace, then I no longer wish to live. The emperor, clearly irritated by the Empress, retorted, Then go die. It would spare me your presence. Though spoken in anger, his words revealed his disdain for the Empress. Just then, a young eunuch entered with the portrait of noble consort Ye, and the emperor stepped forward to unveil it before the assembly. The portrait depicted noble consort Ye as she had been upon her entry into the palace, painted by the emperor himself. In the image, she appeared to be around 18 or 19, radiant, graceful, and exuding a gentle elegance, qualities that had earned her the title of noble consort. In contrast, Princess Feiyu appeared innocent and lively, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with unworldly purity. Upon seeing the portrait, she stepped closer, examining it with curiosity, before bursting into laughter. She then turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, have you been harboring feelings for me all along? Otherwise, why would you have my portrait hidden in your palace? As Princess Feiyu spoke, the emperor's reverie began to fade, and he felt a sense of clarity. He thought to himself that Consort Zhang had indeed passed. How could anyone return from death? She was not Consort Zhang. The latter was gentle and compliant, not someone who would raise her chin and speak so boldly. Nor would she so readily meet his gaze. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. Has the princess also mistaken herself? This is not your portrait. It is that of my beloved noble consort Zhang, Zhang Shumin, the woman I cherished most. A flicker of something unusual crossed Princess Feiyu's eyes, and she slowly nodded. I see. She must have been an extraordinary woman to have garnered the emperor's affection. The emperor affirmed, though she seemed demure, she was exceptionally astute. The moment I met her, I knew she was remarkably clever and discerning. Yet, her brilliance was her flaw. She constantly considered my comfort, neglecting her own needs. Many believed she was merely a chosen beauty, but in truth, I met her when she was just 14. Amidst the city's splendor, only she captured my attention. Alas, I lament my own inadequacy, for I could not protect her. As he spoke, he raised his cup and drained it, then turned to Princess Feiyu, saying, Princess Feiyu is still young. Youthful infatuations can sometimes be mere illusions we craft for ourselves. Should one truly come to know? The assembly leaned in attentively. Even Ye Feiran found himself captivated, pondering whether the emperor was about to bestow goodwill upon Princess Feiyu. The empress felt a flicker of hope. The emperor had not entirely lost his senses, recognizing that this foreign woman was unsuitable. However, at that moment, the sixth prince, who had been absorbed in his wooden carvings, suddenly paused. He set down his work, rose, and slowly approached Princess Feiyu, lifting his face to call out, Mother. Consort. Chapter 80. In an instant, the hall fell into silence, as if everyone had forgotten to breathe, all eyes now fixated on the sixth prince. The queen's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at the sixth prince, who had been mute for 3 years. She could hardly believe that he had finally spoken. In stark contrast, the emperor, after a brief moment of shock, was engulfed by overwhelming joy. He approached the sixth prince, crouching before him, gently resting his hands on the boy's shoulders, and asked, Songer, did you just speak? Come, tell your father. Who is she? The sixth prince glanced up at Princess Feiyu and uttered, Mother. Mother. The emperor's tears threatened to spill over as he enveloped the sixth prince in an embrace. Exclaiming with joy, Indeed, she is your mother. She is your mother. My Songer can speak. My Songer can finally speak. Shout Song then assisted further by pointing at Princess Feiyu and declaring, She is. Mother. In that moment, he spoke 4 words. And the emperor was rendered speechless with joy, nearly wishing to grant a general amnesty to express his elation. He stammered, quickly, summon the imperial physician. Let him see for himself, my Songer can truly speak. The physician soon arrived at the Liangxia banquet hall, kneeling before the sixth prince to take his pulse. After examining him, the physician, trembling with trepidation, reported, Your Majesty, the prince's pulse is steady and strong, showing no abnormalities. It appears that his recent nourishment has led to a restoration of his bodily functions. Now, he has also broken through the psychological barriers, and one day, he may be no different from an ordinary person. However, the emperor, filled with urgency, inquired, what? The physician bowed and replied, The opportunity to help the sixth prince break through his psychological constraints must be seized, and it is essential to stimulate his senses further, as this will expedite his recovery. The emperor understood immediately that the key to his son's breakthrough lay in the presence of Princess Feiyu, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the late concubine Shu. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance, for the sake of his only child with Tonger, he commanded, I have heard that Princess Feiyu has come to the capital to seek a match with me. If that is the case, let her remain in the palace. For the purpose of courtship, we must get to know each other better, so we can truly discern if we are meant for one another. Bestow upon Princess Feiyu a purple gold waist token, granting her free access to the palace, and she shall reside in the Rufu Palace from this day forth. Princess Feiyu bowed her head in response, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty of Dening. I, Feiyu, will cherish this opportunity. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran, who had been a silent observer, could not fathom the significance of this grand spectacle. To outsiders, it appeared that the sixth prince had finally found his voice through the stimulus provided by a woman who resembled his late mother. Yet, only the Su family knew the truth. The sixth prince had spoken long before, and he now spoke fluently. His motives were undoubtedly profound. Was he seeking to invite Princess Feiyu into the palace? When Princess Feiyu heard the sixth prince refer to her as mother, tears welled in her eyes. Was it merely the touching tale of motherly love that moved her to tears? Regardless, her entrance into the palace had stirred the waters. which was a tremendous boon for the Su family. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the queen, still kneeling on the ground, glared in fury but ultimately sank back down, her heart seething with resentment. After the Liangxia banquet concluded, she summoned Lady Lu into her chambers. Lady Lu's expression was equally grim. Though she cared little for whom the emperor chose to bring into the harem, the people of Nanzhao were another matter entirely. Nanzhao was skilled in the use of poison and could manipulate poisonous insects, a practice that directly countered her own expertise in the art of gu. Simply put, gu insects were poisonous creatures, and the people of Nanzhao excelled in using reed pipes to control them, facilitating communication with these insects. This meant that the painstakingly cultivated gu insects could very well be turned against her. Moreover, she had not seen her mother insect for several days. It would typically come to drink her blood on the night of the full moon to alleviate her suffering, yet it had not appeared this month. Of course, it was possible that it had encountered a male insect, but with the Nanzhao envoy arriving at such a critical moment, its disappearance was highly suspicious and likely due to the machinations of the Nanzhao people. The more Lady Lu pondered, the angrier she became, kneeling before the queen and declaring, "Your Majesty, fear not. If one comes, I shall deal with one. If two come, I shall handle two. A mere princess from Nanzhao is nothing to fear. Even concubine Yu and consort Zhang have fallen before you. What difference does she make?" The queen, upon hearing this, felt as though she had found a lifeline and immediately grasped Lady Lu's hand, saying, "My dear sister, you are too kind to me. Rest assured, our family will protect the two lords Lu outside, especially the young Lord Lu. I will ensure his path to success, as long as you can assist me. Everything is negotiable." Lady Lu smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Now that I am in your service, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Duan Feifei, I will make you pay for the life of my mother insect." In the carriage, on the way back to the Su residence, the sixth prince knelt before Su Haoyun. Bowing in apology, Su Haoyun promptly helped him to his feet, saying, "A man's knee is worth gold, especially one of your noble status. Do not kneel so readily. I understand that you have your own considerations tonight. There is no need for explanations or clarifications. I know you are a good child. And as long as you need us, the Su family will always be your support. Moreover, even I was nearly entranced upon seeing Princess Feiyu. I truly thought Tonger had returned." The sixth prince lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, and asked, "Aunt, you truly do not wish to know why?" Su Haoyun smiled, playfully weighing Ye Feiran in her arms. "If I were to ask why, would there not be too many questions? Even you must be curious about the reasons behind it all. But since you have come, it seems destined. If fate has already laid its course, why question it further?" The sixth prince nodded slowly, saying, "Aunt, your wisdom surpasses mine. Rest assured, all my actions will bear no ill will toward the Su family. The Su family is my savior, and I seek only to repay that debt, nothing more." Su Haoyun interpreted his words as gratitude for rescuing him from the treacherous palace and did not think further. She ruffled his hair affectionately, saying, "I help you only for the sake of my dear friend. I do not wish to fail her expectations. But now that our bond is strong, as long as you are well, there is no need for apologies. My only wish is for you and Feiran to lead lives of peace and prosperity. That will ease my heart as a mother." The sixth prince, feeling moved, also understood Su Haoyun's current predicament. One could imagine that if he had a son who inexplicably broadcast his thoughts, and another who inexplicably retained memories of a past life with aspirations to restore the state, he too would question his existence. Reflecting on this, it was clear that the Su family was extraordinary, remaining composed regardless of the situation. At that moment, Ye Feiran finally grasped the reality. The sixth prince was indeed no ordinary individual. Was he a reincarnation or a traveler from another world? Ye Feiran felt he must be a reincarnation. How else could one explain his diligent pursuit of success upon awakening? Everything the sixth prince had discussed with his cousin had resonated deeply within him. Ye Feiran pondered quietly within himself. Is there truly anything to be concerned about? Even with reincarnation? Age merely brings a deeper understanding of cherishing the little ones. Thus, his constant care for me stems not from youthful maturity, but from his inherent wisdom. The sixth prince interjected, "My dear, do not be so dramatic. I was only 20 when I met my demise. Is that truly old?" Upon reflection, Ye Feiran realized he was indeed older than the sixth prince, having already turned 22 on the day he transmigrated. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Haoyun recounted the peculiar events from the palace to Su Haoqing and Lady Su. Curious, Su Haoqing asked, Is it true that Princess Feiyu bears an uncanny resemblance to Consort Shu? Is the emperor dabbling in substitute literature? Indeed. This concept of substitutes was something I learned from Ye Feiran, Su Haoyun replied. At this, Ye Feiran, who was sipping milk, almost choked, coughing violently for quite some time. Su Haoyun feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Whether she is a substitute or not is uncertain. Nonetheless, she remains in the palace, residing in the tranquil palace of Consort Shu. Regardless of the emperor's original intentions, the situation now appears to solidify the notion of substitution. Before long, the capital would erupt with speculation, pondering whether the emperor was a sentimental figure clinging to past affections or merely a lecherous ruler enamored by beauty. From their perspective, the current emperor was considered a decent steward of the dynasty, maintaining ancestral foundations despite lacking the prowess to expand territories. If he could continue to govern without significant achievements or failures for several decades and nurture a more virtuous and capable monarch, it would be ideal. However, Ye Feiran's inner warnings suggested that circumstances were less than promising. The new ruler was the fourth prince, who, to discerning eyes, was evidently a puppet of the Duke of Jinggua's household. The emperor's untimely demise before the fourth prince matured only exacerbated this puppetry. The newly arrived Princess Feiyu obscured many truths, yet it was clear to all that she belonged to their faction. After a lengthy bout of irritation from the sixth prince, Ye Feiran finally regained his composure, inwardly lamenting, "I've nearly choked to death. Is it so easy to drink milk? Uncle truly is quite trendy, even familiar with such a ridiculous trope as substitute literature. He must indulge in quite a few scandalous novels." Su Haoqing, feeling a flush of embarrassment, cleared his throat and remarked, "Continue your conversation. I must check on the arrangements for old Lu's night watch." One slip of the tongue and he risked his reputation. How could he know about substitute literature in those scandalous tales? It was merely the young one's sudden mention of it that piqued his curiosity. Ye Feiran's inner musings persisted. Moreover, why did the sixth prince bring that identical Princess Feiyu into the palace, provoking the emperor with this substitute literature? It baffles me truly. Chapter 81. The gathering of the Su family and the sixth prince rendered them speechless at Ye Feiran's incessant chatter. Could this child be a reincarnation of Tangxing? Ye Feiran thought to himself that if it weren't for the hardships of his past life, he might have become a rapper. The sixth prince, unable to endure further, worried that the young one might offend the Su family with his remarks, quickly intervened. "It is getting late. Feiran, let us retire for the night." Ye Feiran, however, feigned shock, inwardly exclaiming, "What are you saying? Who wishes to share a bed with you?" The others were left speechless. The sixth prince, having reached his limit, scooped him up and carried him back to the room, determined not to allow such embarrassment to continue, even within the confines of home. As the months passed, Ye Feiran had become an undeniable presence. With summer's arrival, the four-nation conference was set to commence. The Northern Liao delegation arrived with great fanfare, clearly intent on humiliating the people of Daming. They paraded a formidable troop of cavalry, the sound of their horses' hooves echoing with authority. Perhaps the Northern Liao people, having been raised in harsh climates, cultivated both resilience and physical prowess, resulting in their imposing stature. This entire cavalry was meticulously selected to showcase their might to Daming. Su Yulan scoffed derisively. A defeated small nation, and they still have the audacity to flaunt themselves. Did they not request a peace treaty, abstaining from war for 3 years? To which Prince Luo fanned himself with a folding fan, suggesting, "Calm yourself, small nations are often petty. The less they possess, the more they wish to boast. I hear Northern Liao is currently plagued by locusts, and their pastures have been ravaged. Not only their horses, but many cattle and sheep have perished from hunger. They must have exerted considerable effort to assemble this cavalry. We, the Daming, should embody the grace of a great nation and not stoop to their level," he continued. Su Yulan, aware of the locust disaster afflicting Northern Liao, sighed. "Alas, the common folk suffer regardless. Those in power care little about their plight. They are preoccupied with vying for power and profit, indifferent to the lives of the people. I hope the citizens of Northern Liao endure this calamity and that the locust retreat swiftly." Prince Luo responded, "Typically, locust plagues last only a season. By winter, they can burn the grasslands, effectively eradicating the locust eggs. Northern Liao's locust issues are usually manageable, given their vast lands and sparse population, predominantly relying on nomadic lifestyles. Our locust crises are far more challenging, requiring large-scale extermination efforts each year. If not eradicated this year, we can expect an even larger swarm next year, a true nuisance." Su Yulan, surprised, turned to Prince Luo. You are knowledgeable about such matters? His impression of Prince Luo as a person lacking in practical knowledge led him to believe he was uninformed about governance. Prince Luo chuckled. Ah, Su Darren, you underestimate me. Is my reputation in your eyes truly so poor? Su Yulan cleared his throat and gestured toward the approaching Northern Liao delegation. No more idle chatter. The Northern Liao envoy has arrived. The delegation was led by the current Khan's son, reportedly named Ye Ming, who had been designated as the crown prince. Su Yulan and Prince Luo approached with their customary greetings. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. I am Su Yulan, the presiding officer of this four-nation conference. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Ye Ming. Dismounting, Ye Ming offered a courteous smile and performed a traditional Ao greeting, saying, Su Darren. I have long heard of the illustrious Su family army, yet I was unaware of your literary prowess. Su Yulan was taken aback by Ye Ming's familiarity with Central Plains culture. It seemed the Northern Liao delegation was well prepared. He humbly replied, I am but unworthy. Having been frail in my youth, I could not master martial arts and thus had to settle for dabbling in civil affairs. Ye Ming laughed heartily. You Central Plains people are fond of modesty. If even the top scholar of this era is deemed unworthy, what hope is there for the rest of us? Prince Luo, recognizing that Su Yulan disliked dealing with such individuals, interjected, Prince Ye, after such a long journey, why not retire to the inn for some rest? We have prepared a sumptuous feast for you, allowing you to refresh and replenish. Ye Ming nodded. Very well. I appreciate your hospitality, Prince Luo. Afterward, Ye Ming remounted his horse and addressed his companions. I wonder what the Emperor of Daming is thinking. Sending a mere fifth-rank official and a lowly prince to greet us. Such disregard for Northern Liao. The voice of the speaker was somewhat raised, perhaps deliberately intended for Su Yulan and Prince Luo to overhear. The two displayed a remarkable tacit understanding, each maintaining a composed demeanor as if they had heard nothing. After settling Iluming, Prince Luo and Su Yulan proceeded to report to the Emperor regarding the affairs of the Four Nations Court Assembly. The delegation from Beiyang was the last to arrive in the capital, having delayed their journey for several days for reasons unknown. Consequently, their arrival was postponed until the day before the official commencement of the assembly. Yet Ye Feiran exhibited little interest in the Beiyang delegation. His curiosity evidently piqued by the fate of the Princess Feiyu, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the noble consort. Therefore, he activated his small television, and as anticipated, the palace's news channel unveiled yet another intriguing development. Upon accessing the new report, Ye Feiran observed the queen's personal maid entering the Rufu Palace, where Princess Feiyu resided, and imperiously issuing an order. Tonight, Her Majesty the Queen is hosting a banquet, and Princess Feiyu is kindly requested to attend. Princess Feiyu was not alone in the Rufu Palace. She had brought along over 20 handmaidens, dancers, and guards from Nanzhao, among whom 2 were the finest insect tamers from Nanzhao, each adorned with a pair of golden and silver reed pipes at their waists. One of the guards stepped forward and stated, My princess is still acclimatizing to this place and has been feeling unwell these days. Therefore, she will not be attending your queen's banquet. The maid, however, scoffed coldly. Do you think Her Majesty the Queen's banquet is a matter of your whim? I am merely here to inform you. No one dares to miss Her Majesty's event. Unfamiliar with the Nanzhao people, the maid presumed they could be easily intimidated like the other palace maids. Having grown accustomed to her unchecked authority, she failed to anticipate the fierce response that was about to unfold. Another guard stepped forward defiantly. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have already stated that my princess is unwell and will not attend the banquet. Are you people from the Central Plains deaf or foolish? The maid, clearly unaccustomed to such defiance, turned pale and exclaimed, You, how dare you speak to me like that? Someone, silence this insolent girl. 2 lower-ranking maids rushed forward to seize the guard, but unexpectedly, the guard delivered a swift kick, sending the 2 maids flying. Alarmed, the maid retreated a step, shouting, You are committing violence in the palace. I will inform Her Majesty the Queen. The guard, however, was not one to be easily intimidated and swiftly blocked her path, raising her hand to strike. At that moment, a voice interjected, Inju, do not act disrespectfully. The guard named Inyu retracted her hand with a huff, explaining to the princess, It is this little maid who does not regard you with due respect. I merely intended to teach her a lesson. The maid, having never encountered such a scene, was now cowering behind a tree, crying, You are being too unreasonable. This is the royal palace, where Her Majesty the Queen holds the highest authority. I am her servant, You must show respect. Princess Feiyu replied with a mocking smile, stepping forward, little maid. First and foremost, you must understand that I am a guest invited by your Emperor of Daming, not a concubine of your harem. Nor can you command me as you please. Moreover, I must inquire, who holds the greatest power within this palace? The maid's countenance shifted, stammering, I'm meant within the harem. Of course, Her Majesty the Queen is the most powerful. Princess Feiyu responded, Oh, so you acknowledge that it is within the harem? I was under the impression that the Queen's authority eclipsed that of your Emperor of Daming, to the extent that she could command even the guests he invites. Perhaps I should inquire with your Emperor who truly wields the greatest power? As the maid hastily retreated towards the entrance of Rufu Palace, she shouted, You shall wait and see. Her Majesty the Queen will exact punishment upon you. With that, she fled in a panic, accompanied by the two lower-ranking maids. Yin scoffed disdainfully and asked, Princess, why did you not allow me to teach her a lesson? I find such arrogance intolerable. Let's see if she dares to confront the princess again. Princess Feiyu smiled, Do not rush. We have only just arrived in the harem. Such incidents will be frequent, providing ample opportunity for you to display your skills. Ye Feiran was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Astonished that the Nanzhao princess had already made waves mere days after her arrival in the palace, it was evident that the queen was not to be underestimated. Despite Princess Feiyu's temporary status, lacking any formal title bestowed by the emperor, she was already making her presence felt. Now convinced, Ye Feiran realized that the queen's ascent was not due to her own merits, but rather attributed to her advantageous familial connections. Observing the sixth prince, who had noticed his rapt attention, he mused internally, The Nanzhao princess indeed possesses remarkable prowess, bolstered by her formidable allies, the skilled insect tamers. It seems she is not aligned with the queen, nor with Lady Lu. The question remains, is she an independent force or affiliated with the elusive shadowy powers? Ye Feiran pondered thoughtfully, while the sixth prince discreetly observed him, sighing and shaking his head, thinking that the boy had become utterly engrossed in the spectacle. Within the palace, the queen's personal maid knelt before her, weeping, Your Majesty, you must stand for me. The Nanzhao princess utterly disregards you, having struck both Cui and Bai and now seeks to strike me as well. This is not merely an assault on me, but an affront to you, Your Majesty. Furious, the queen slammed her palm on the table and was about to speak when she noticed the maid's face becoming mottled, causing her to instinctively step back and ask, What has happened to your face? The maid screamed, My face? What is wrong with my face? It hurts, it itches. Your Majesty, please save me. Yet, the queen, filled with disdain, kicked her away and ordered, Get out. You are repulsive. Do not let me see that ghastly visage again. Lady Lu, observing the scene, furrowed her brow and approached to inspect, her anger flaring. It is a poison. You wretched fool. You have been poisoned and were unaware. Quickly, someone fetch help and remove her. This poison is contagious. Anyone who comes into contact with her will suffer the same fate. Upon hearing this, the queen stepped back in fright, retreating into the inner chamber while admonishing, You foolish servant, hurry and leave. You are soiling my space. The maid, trembling in fear, continued to prostrate herself, pleading, I will not leave. I do not want to die. Your Majesty, please save me. Two sturdy women approached to drag her away. Yet none dared to touch her, fearing the contagion. Lady Lu, exasperated, shouted, What are you waiting for? If you do not remove her, you will endanger your entire lineage. With no other option, the two women urged, Miss, please leave. If you do not, you will not only endanger your own face, but also your entire clan. The maid, paralyzed by fear, could only cry and bow, and the women had no choice but to drag her away and confine her to the cold palace's storeroom. After dragging everything out, she immediately stripped off all her garments and burned them. The entire Chongning Palace was also sprinkled with realgar powder, and every palace maid had to repeatedly jump over the fire basin to be deemed finished. The empress was seething with rage, chastising the Princess of Scarlet Jade mercilessly within the hall. This Princess of Scarlet Jade has turned the inner palace upside down since her arrival. I insisted she should not enter the harem, yet the emperor, as if bewitched, vehemently disagreed. He is completely entranced by her visage. And what of the sixth prince? Why does he suddenly? The empress, preoccupied with jealousy towards the Princess of Scarlet Jade in recent days, suddenly recalled this matter and exclaimed as if awakening from a trance, Indeed, how did the sixth prince suddenly learn to speak? This cannot be trivial. His newfound ability to articulate is far from favorable. The emperor has already favored him, and now, with his ability to speak, his position will undoubtedly be even more elevated. And what of the fourth prince? The empress felt as if her head might explode. Nothing had gone her way lately. Ye Feiran, who had been observing this spectacle, was nearly in stitches, thinking to herself, "Isn't this just poetic justice? You have always schemed against others, causing the demise of concubine Shu. And now you seek to end concubine Yu. You have hoarded all the good fortune for yourself. Now, the tides have turned. The Princess of Scarlet Jade is an expert in poison, and while you sought to intimidate her, you found yourself ensnared instead." The empress dared not confront the emperor regarding the matter of poison, as there was no evidence. The red spots on the maid's face had not spread, and she was the only one afflicted. After being confined in the firewood room for 3 days, she recovered. The imperial physician had merely suggested it was an allergy. Yet the empress, wary, dismissed her and cast her into the laundry bureau. Now, the maid faced dire consequences. She had often wielded the empress's name as a shield, bullying other palace maids. With the empress's protection stripped away, those who had suffered her tyranny rushed to seek justice, avenging their grievances. Even a simple task like washing clothes became fraught with mishaps, leading to punishment from Lady Liang. Ye Feiran, doubled over with laughter, thought to herself, "This is what they call karma. One should leave room for others. It makes future encounters more pleasant. When you wield your power to bully others, do not be surprised when you find yourself at the mercy of those you once oppressed." She mused. Now that the empress has realized the sixth prince can speak, what kind of ripple effect will this have on her and the Jingwa Duke's residence? As Ye Feiran had predicted, that very afternoon, members of the Jingwa Duke's residence entered the palace, led by Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, the heir to the Jingwa Duke, was exceptionally proactive regarding all matters of the estate. To uphold the prestige of the Jingwa Duke's residence, he, like his father, would stop at nothing. What he took pride in was not merely his title as the Duke's heir, but also his esteemed position as the emperor's uncle, which garnered respect from all. Naturally, he lamented that his sister had not borne a legitimate heir. Otherwise, the Jingwa Duke's residence would not need to toil so hard. Upon entering Chongning Palace, Wang Zhen reproached, "Why must your majesty, for the sake of fleeting benefits, antagonize a mere princess from a small nation? No matter how much she resembles concubine Shu. She is not concubine Shu. The future of the Wang family lies in children, not women. If you only think of your petty affections, do not expect the Wang family to pave the way for you. Do you have any idea how much the Wang family has sacrificed to reach this point?" The empress shot a cold glance at Wang Zhen, scoffing, "Even you dare to criticize me? Look at how I am being mocked by them all. Even Lady Liang has the audacity to challenge me, all because I lack a prince. Concubine Yu has openly turned against me. And now we have the Princess of Scarlet Jade. Each step I take in this palace feels like walking on eggshells. And now you come here to rebuke me? What purpose does my existence serve?" Wang Zhen replied, "Your Majesty, do you not see that your efforts are misdirected? These women are insignificant. What matters is the emperor and the future heir to the throne. As long as you win over the emperor and the fourth prince, the present and future will be firmly within your grasp. You are the empress. In this harem, everything should revolve around you. As long as the Jingwa Duke's residence remains intact and you do not commit any grave errors, the emperor cannot possibly depose you. I have said my piece. May you find your own fortune." With that, Wang Zhen turned and departed from the empress's Chongning Palace. The empress, in a fit of rage, overturned her teacup, seething. "Get out, all of you. Do you think I cannot survive without you?" The palace maids were terrified into silence, none daring to enter the hall. Only Lady Lu, accompanied by 2 maids, waited at the entrance of Chongning Palace, offering a cup of water to convey to the empress. "Your Majesty's concerns, I shall gladly tend to." As summer approached, the four-nation court meeting drew to a close, and the emperor hosted a grand banquet for the ministers and envoys from the 4 nations to celebrate the occasion. The Princess of Scarlet Jade, as the guest of honor, performed a dance that captivated all present, even drawing admiration from the envoys. The emperor, watching her graceful movements, felt a fleeting moment of confusion. His beloved Tongo had already passed, and he had witnessed her last breath with his own eyes, having personally laid her to rest. He was certain that the person before him was not his beloved concubine Shu. Yet, the princess's every expression and subtle gesture bore an uncanny resemblance to Tonger. If someone resembles another too closely, it could either be deliberate mimicry or the true individual. The emperor withdrew his gaze, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him. Regardless of whether her resemblance was intentional or otherwise, the Princess of Scarlet Jade's entry into the palace raised significant doubts. The emperor was not naive. Although he allowed the princess's entrance due to the sixth prince's minor gesture, it had not been without careful consideration. He had observed the princess's actions since her arrival and was aware that the empress would attempt to take action against her. Yet he had not anticipated that the empress would falter so easily. Years ago, when she conspired with concubine Ye and the Feiran and Lu family, she had orchestrated numerous obstacles against Tong'er, all while under his protection. Had Tong'er possessed the cunning of the princess of Scarlet Jade, she would not have been eliminated from this courtly struggle, and she would have safeguarded Tong'er. But if that were the case, could she still be the Tong'er he cherished? Noticing the emperor lost in thought, Prince Luo gently reminded him, "Your Majesty, what do you think of the princess of Scarlet Jade's dance?" The emperor finally snapped back to the present, leading the applause. "Excellent. As a reward, bestow upon the princess of Scarlet Jade a pair of jade auspicious objects, along with 10 treasures from the royal treasury for her to choose." The princess of Scarlet Jade performed a graceful bow to the emperor, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. But Scarlet Jade does not covet royal treasures, nor does she desire auspicious objects." The emperor smiled, inquiring, "What then does the princess wish for? I can have it fetched." The princess of Scarlet Jade replied, "If it is what I desire, will Your Majesty grant it to me?" The emperor's smile faded as memories flooded back. He suddenly recalled an encounter from over a decade ago, when he had disguised himself to investigate the people's conditions and stumbled upon a girl of 13 or 14 sitting by the roadside, weeping. She was distressed over a broken jade bracelet gifted by her mother, and, perhaps out of boredom, he accompanied her to select a new one. The girl looked at him in awe, saying, "Brother, you are so amazing. You can find anything." At that time, the emperor merely regarded her as a little sister and teased her by saying, "Of course, whatever you wish for, I can procure it for you." The girl, puzzled, asked, "You?" The emperor smiled at her, paid the bill, and turned to leave. Years later, she entered the palace as a candidate for selection. And upon raising her gaze, she immediately recognized the one who had once said, "Whatever you desire, I can procure for you." Prince Luo noticed his brother lost in thought and cleared his throat, saying, "Brother, I am asking you a question. Do speak." The emperor, regaining his composure, shook his head and replied, "I may not be able to fulfill that. After all, the things of this world are not always attainable by mere desire." He wished for his Tong'er to truly come back to life, but how could she possibly return? Princess Feiyu chuckled, "Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Since you have bestowed upon me such treasures, I shall not be polite. I shall take the jade and the royal treasures. Furthermore, I wish to request one more thing from you." The emperor responded, "Very well, Princess, please proceed." Princess Feiyu continued, "It is not a matter of great significance, merely an imperial edict. I reside in the inner palace solely to become acquainted with you. I do not wish to be one of your consorts. Should our acquaintance flourish, I shall not become one among them. I am myself, an existence beyond them. In my eyes, Your Majesty is not merely the emperor, but my husband. I do not wish for your harem to interfere with my life, nor do I desire them to harbor jealousy over my presence. After all, they belong to the Emperor of Daming, while I am simply Xiao Yihong's wife." The emperor's heart began to race uncontrollably. For once, Tong had voiced similar sentiments, expressing her desire to be Xiao Yihong's wife rather than the emperor's favored consort. Observing from the sidelines, Ye Feiran finally grasped the situation. Could it be? Princess Feiyu is truly consort Shu? But she was clearly deceased. At this moment, Ye Feiran was engulfed in existential doubt. Consort Shu had died. Yet now she seemed to have returned from the dead, who then lay buried in the imperial tomb. If memory served him correctly, Consort Shu was only a few years younger than his mother, nearly in her 30s, while the Princess Feiyu before him was merely 19. Although the difference between 19 and 20-something was slight, a woman who had borne children could be easily distinguished from one who had not. The innocent playfulness of Princess Feiyu unmistakably revealed her youthful demeanor, making it difficult for Ye Feiran to associate her with the ailing consort Shu he had known. Moreover, did the sixth prince have knowledge of this? He even suspected that the entire affair had been orchestrated by the sixth prince from the outset. Since the incident occurred before his arrival, the system's narrative had not encompassed it, indicating that the sixth prince had been planning this since he was 4 or 5 years old. Deep in thought, Ye Feiran stared incredulously at the sixth prince. "Quickly tell me, what other secrets have you kept from me?" He then remembered his own situation, burdened with the weight of the system. Had he ever truly divulged anything to him? No, it wasn't that he didn't want to share, but rather he simply lacked the ability to articulate. This predicament couldn't be blamed on him. It was entirely a matter of inherent limitations. The sixth prince, hearing Ye Feiran's fragmented musings, felt an urge to laugh. He thought to himself that he had already been poisoned on the very day of his rebirth, and he was aware that the poison of enlightenment was incurable. However, at least during the first 6 months after being poisoned, he could retain a semblance of consciousness. Thus, he utilized that period of awareness to devise a strategy to ensure the survival of both his mother and the entire daming. Whether he would succeed remained uncertain, but at the very least, he aimed to protect his mother. The wooden carving he constantly held was the medium through which he orchestrated this plan. As only his enlightened mentor knew the technique he employed in carving, he had never even met this mentor, as it was the same figure who had once taught him to harness the peculiar power within him in his previous life. In this life, they had yet to cross paths, and he was unaware of his own existence in this world. Nevertheless, he gambled on the notion that his mentor would not remain indifferent, embedding the plight of his current situation into every piece he carved, and subsequently smuggling them out through a young eunuch who pilfered treasures from the palace. In the capital, there was a renowned Mingwu wood carving workshop, a property belonging to his mentor, specializing in the collection and sale of exquisite wood carvings. Wood carving was his mentor's passion. Having once crafted a masterpiece like the sunrise over clouds, he held a humble wish to elevate the craft of wood carving. The young eunuch, well aware of how to find suitable buyers for the treasures in his possession, indeed sold the carved pieces to the Mingwu wood carving workshop, which eventually reached his mentor's hands. His mentor cherished talent and wished to uncover the identity of the artisan behind the carvings. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the technique was unmistakably his own. Driven by curiosity, he began to study these carvings overnight, ultimately discovering the plea for help embedded within the intricate patterns carved by the sixth prince, known as the Wood Master of Mingwu Mountain. This was the moniker bestowed upon him by the world, as he was often seen with a piece of wood in hand, tirelessly searching for quality timber wherever he went. He found the title quite fitting and had no desire to adopt a formal name. Thus he willingly accepted the name Wood Master. Born in the exotic lands beyond the frontier, he was naturally mute but communicated through ventriloquism. The stories behind this were numerous and lengthy, and the sixth prince found it challenging to explain everything to the young boy at present. Moreover, the child was still too young to fully comprehend. As he grew older, he would naturally elucidate everything. The sixth prince feigned ignorance of Ye Feiran's complaints, a smile creeping upon his lips as he asked, "Feiran, are you feeling warm? Shall I have someone fetch some ice from the ice chamber?" Ye Feiran turned away, pretending to be annoyed, and presented him with a sulky pout. The sixth prince chuckled at his adorable demeanor, softly saying, "Feiran, you are still so young and know so little. Sometimes, revealing certain matters to you could be dangerous. Just know that I am currently engaged in an endeavor that concerns the survival of the Daming people. This may be my inherent responsibility, which is why I cannot let go, generation after generation." The phrase generation after generation struck Ye Feiran deeply as he lay there, suddenly feeling a wave of sorrow. His previous life must have been filled with immense hardships, not only physical suffering, but also emotional torment. To witness his beloved mother perish, to see the malicious protagonist ascend to power, and to watch the people of Daming being trampled upon by the Liao, living in dire straits, such anguish was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Ye Feiran's anger dissipated as he sat up, gazing into Shao Tsung's watery eyes, and softly declared, "Brother, I will stay with you." The sixth prince was momentarily taken aback, gently pulling him into an embrace, nodding softly in agreement, "All right. I will stay with you as well." Within the palace, amidst the Four Nations Conference, the emperor's confusion spread across his visage as he fixated on Princess Feiyu. Contemplating the past he shared with Tong'er. When he first met Tong'er, he had already assumed power, and the empress had borne him 2 daughters, while the favored consort was pregnant with the third princess, alongside another consort who was also expecting. Subsequently, the child of that consort had tragically miscarried at 5 months, a boy who had already begun to take shape. After this incident, he grew increasingly distant from the empress, coming to the realization that they were not truly husband and wife but merely partners of convenience. The original crown prince was not merely an inexplicable miscarriage, but rather eliminated by the empress under the pretext of prioritizing the interests of the royal family. She had not given birth to the crown prince, and if others were to bear children, it would pose a significant threat to the royal lineage, for even a non-legitimate heir would hold a claim to the title. If the empress remained childless, the crown prince would naturally ascend as the heir apparent. It was during this time that concubine Yu was brought into the palace by the empress, becoming yet another pawn in the power play of the royal family. Whenever the emperor felt discontent, he sought out this young sister for conversation. Even without discussing anything, the sight of her innocent smile uplifted his spirits. Yet, she regarded him merely as an older brother, sometimes visiting her several times a month, while at other times, he would not appear for months on end. The emperor finally took a deep breath and addressed Princess Feiyu, stating, "Very well, I consent." Everyone present was taken aback. And the people of Beilu could not help but applaud with delight. They had not expected the Emperor of Daming to be such a man of sentiment, before such beauty. How could he disregard her wishes? Yet, to fulfill one beauty's desires would inevitably offend another. If everyone approached the Emperor with such sentiments, he would certainly find himself inundated with requests. Prince Luo, fanning himself with a folding fan, chuckled, "Your words are misguided, Prince Yel. While my elder brother may be a man of sentiment, not everyone can capture his eye. It is undoubtedly due to Princess Feiyu's extraordinary beauty that he has set this precedent. Furthermore, Princess Feiyu is correct. Xiao Yihong is Xiao Yihong. And the Emperor is the Emperor. The two can be considered separately." The ever-scheming Su Yulan was astonished, pondering how the Xiao family could so skillfully engage in such theatrics. It was not just the Empress or concubine who would be incensed. Even the newly entered noble ladies from 2 years ago would undoubtedly have their tongues wagging in outrage. It was only the powerful who could speak so freely. Had a lesser noble uttered such words, they would surely be drowned in scorn. It could not be said that the Emperor was wrong, after all. In this alternate era where men held supremacy as Emperor, he could take on multiple women without raising any eyebrows. Many women in the harem, aside from those coerced into the palace, entered for the glory of their families or to carve out a future for themselves. As long as the Emperor treated them well and provided for their families, their objectives would be met, though their youthful years would be spent within the confines of the palace. Princess Feiyu's expression shifted slightly in surprise. She had not anticipated the Emperor's agreement. She should have felt joy, yet inexplicably, happiness eluded her. At that moment, did the Emperor regard her as Zhang Shufei or as Princess Feiyu? Upon reflection, she realized that regardless of how she was perceived, she could not find joy. Subsequently, she smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking what was she being so sensitive about? Had she not achieved 1/3 of her objective? Thus, she gracefully curtsied to the Emperor and spoke, "Thank you, Your Majesty. If that is the case, may I visit you at any time? Whether you are strolling in the garden or reviewing documents in the study. Aside from the main hall and the inner palace where I shall refrain from intruding, could it be understood that I am permitted to seek you out at other times?" The Emperor, betraying no emotion, simply responded, "Very well." Prince Luo could no longer tolerate the situation, thinking to himself, "I just provided you with a way out. Why must you complicate matters further? Moreover, indulging your partner excessively could lead to her managing your every affair." During the Four-Nation Court Assembly, the envoys from Beilu, Shirong, and Dongyi were merely spectators, more enthusiastic than Ye Feiran, who lounged about with snacks. Even Prince Yelming of Beilu adopted a congenial demeanor, stating, "Tomorrow's martial exhibition is to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. Without any ulterior motives, everyone is welcome to enjoy the spectacle." In this moment, Beilu was weakened and could not contend with Daming, so such words were merely a tactical maneuver. After the assembly concluded, the court officials began to discuss the matter, especially those from the Jingwu Duke's household, who were all fuming. Wang Zhen, with a cold smile, whispered to the Minister of Revenue, "What does the Emperor mean by this? Establishing a wife outside the harem is a clear affront to our Jingwu Duke's household, isn't it? My sister, Wang Shi, is the Empress. Though she has not borne a son, she has given birth to 4 princesses. By doing this, does he not disregard the Empress?" The Minister of Revenue, having been engrossed in the gossip, was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Wang Zhen's pointed inquiry. After much contemplation, he finally found a suitable retort. "Your Grace, you are mistaken. Not conferring a title upon her is, in fact, a great boon for the Jingwu Duke's household. Consider this. Without a title, she is merely a princess of Nanzhao, a commoner in our Daming. Any children she bears will also be commoners. How could such commoners threaten the influence of the Duke's household?" Wang Zhen, surprised to find some merit in that argument. Ye Feiran, who had been eavesdropping, found the Minister of Revenue's reasoning so amusing that he rolled on the bed with laughter, thinking, "This is not just somewhat reasonable. This is utterly brilliant. Ha ha. The Minister of Revenue is truly clever." Thus, Wang Zhen relayed the Minister of Revenue's reasoning to his father, the Duke of Jingwu, who surprisingly also found some validity in it. Wang Zhen blinked and asked his father, So, should we intervene in this matter? The Duke of Jing was snorted dismissively. How can we intervene? If we start meddling in how many women the emperor has, it would only solidify the notion that our Jingwa Duke's household extends its reach too far. Wang Jun hesitantly replied. However, it seems the empress is rather displeased. She has been in an uproar for several days. When I visited her, it appeared she was still unhappy about the emperor casually taking another woman into the palace. Foolishness. The Duke of Jingwa retorted. Should she be concerned with such matters? She ought to focus on educating the fourth prince, preparing him for greater responsibilities. Wasting her energy on these trivial romantic entanglements, has she forgotten the purpose of her entry into the palace? Wang Jun replied, Father, I have conveyed your sentiments. But the empress is, after all, my sister. We cannot disregard her. If she is in a foul mood, it will hinder her efforts. The Duke of Jingwa, displeased, said, Such matters are for her to contend with. We, as outsiders, cannot assist her. Besides, she is the mother of a nation, the emperor's first wife, and 3 years his senior. At 40, why should she compete with the new concubines? History shows that the new always outshines the old. Who among her contemporaries still enjoys favor? Wang Jun understood his father's logic but replied, While that may be true, have you considered that the emperor is still young? He is only 38, in robust health, and free from illness. He could easily reign for another 20 years. Presently, the emperor harbors no other intentions. But if he were to father another son of superior caliber than the fourth prince, he could easily use the empress's childlessness as justification to name another as the crown prince. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Observing the Duke of Jingwa's contemplative expression, Wang Jun felt a sense of relief, hoping his father would take his sister's situation seriously. Indeed, the Duke of Jingwa nodded and said, I understand. I will find a way to address this matter. Tell your sister to rest easy and focus on her own responsibilities. Ye Feiran, indulging in gossip, pondered the intentions of Duke Jingwa. What could he possibly be planning? Was it to target a certain lady in the palace or perhaps the Princess of Crimson Jade? He questioned whether Duke Jing could truly handle such a task, considering the emperor had numerous consorts. If he so desired, he could easily select new entrants to the palace each year, potentially siring several more princes. He felt a twinge of gratitude towards the late concubine Zhang. Had she not passed away, the emperor's harem would have been even more abundant. As Ye Feiran munched away, Yanshu entered and bowed to the sixth prince, saying, Master Ji has arrived. Your Highness should attend your lessons. Master Ji visited the estate 10 times a month, each session lasting 1 to 2 hours, and the curriculum was exceptionally diverse. The sixth prince replied, All right, I will go now. Please escort the master to the inner hall. With his snack completed, Ye Feiran's eyes sparkled as he internally whispered, Don't call me, don't call me. I don't wish to go right now. The sixth prince, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, If Fei Heir is tired, he may rest here. I shall attend my class and join you for lunch later. Ye Feiran chuckled inwardly and nodded vigorously, thinking, Hurry along. The sixth prince, aware of his mischievous intentions, chose not to expose him and simply gestured for Yanshu to keep a watchful eye before heading off to his lesson. Once the sixth prince had departed, Ye Feiran lay upon his bed, feigning sleep. Observing his stillness, Yanshu retreated to the doorway. After a while, Ye Feiran assured himself that the room was empty before stealthily retrieving a set of textbooks from the cabinet. He first tossed the books out the window and then quietly climbed through the opening. As a mere 9-month-old infant, navigating the window was quite a feat. Fortunately, a small rockery lay beneath, allowing him to grab the window frame and touch down with his tiny feet. Inside the textbooks, he had concealed a letter outlining his intention to collaborate with Master Ji, along with a promise of 300 taels of gold should she agree. In recent days, he had contemplated much. Since the sixth prince had undertaken so many clandestine endeavors, he too could not remain idle. If his educational experiments bore fruit, he might cultivate a multitude of versatile talents for the future of Daning. With this resolve, Ye Feiran stealthily approached the inner hall. Faintly hearing Master Ji explaining the origins of the goo worms to the sixth prince, he mused, So this is what you study at school. No wonder I wasn't invited this time. But it matters not. I have no interest in goo worms. One day, I shall achieve greatness and dazzle the sixth prince. Measuring his small stature, he quietly crawled past the screen and placed the bag of textbooks along with the letter beside Master G's basket. The sixth prince, who had witnessed the entire act, remained silent. He had already noticed the textbooks. While he did not comprehend the term Huasia's 9-year compulsory education first-grade curriculum, he could surmise they were indeed valuable educational materials. He feigned ignorance and continued to engage Master Ji with questions about the goo worms, which were thoroughly answered. Master Ji stated, "Goo worms are difficult to rear, not due to anything else, but because of the climate and geography. Only those raised in the southern regions are truly pure, as that area has the most snakes, insects, mice, and ants, providing ample toxins to nourish the goo worm larvae. However, meeting these two conditions alone is insufficient for breeding a goo worm. It is said that goo worms prefer two specific bloodlines, the Dao family from Yunnan and the Luo family from Shu. These two bloodlines are the most successful in goo breeding. Others are merely trivial pursuits." The sixth prince inquired, "The Dao family from Yunnan?" Master Ji nodded, "Indeed. The last head of the Dao family was named Dao Ru Feng, who is said to have given birth to a pair of twin daughters named Dao Yinyu and Dao Yinchu." Ye Feiran, who was preparing to sneak away, instantly recognized the names and thought, "Oh, aren't those the two attendants of the Princess of Crimson Jade? No wonder they easily poisoned the Queen's maid. They truly are skilled." The sixth prince pretended not to hear, deep in thought. Initially, he had only requested his master to rescue his trapped mother, yet for reasons unknown, the old man had transformed her into a princess of Nanzhao and returned her under the guise of matchmaking. Fortunately, he had arranged for 2 guards adept at countering goo worms to protect her. His curiosity piqued. The sixth prince wondered about the old man's connection to Nanzhao. In his previous life, he had never heard of any ties between the old man and the Nanzhao people, likely because he had been solely focused on martial training, yearning to master his skills to protect the people of Daning. Ye Feiran paused, suddenly intrigued by the discussion, and sat down on the carpet behind the screen to listen. However, Master Ji did not continue speaking about the Dao and Luo families. Instead, he shifted to discussing the breeding conditions and precautions for goo worms. Ye Feiran found himself yawning and eventually dozed off behind the screen. It was only after Master Ji finished the lesson and turned around that he noticed the small figure nestled behind the screen. Master Ji sighed. How did the young master of the Su family end up sleeping here? In reference to Ye Feiran, everyone called him the young master of the Su family, forgetting that his surname was originally Yi. The sixth prince gestured for silence, knowing that Ye Feiran typically remained undisturbed during his slumber, often sleeping for at least an hour. He gently lifted the sleeping infant and whispered, "Sir, I can handle this. By the way, I had someone place a set of books in your basket. Please take a look and see if they might be suitable for your educational institution. If they are not appropriate, there is no need to force it." As he spoke, he pointed to the basket and discreetly retrieved the letter from within. He thought to himself, with those scribbles resembling demonic runes, Master Ji would surely struggle to decipher them. Ye Feiran had felt quite ridiculous writing them. As an infant of over 9 months, he could hardly use chopsticks, let alone a brush. Thus, he could only manipulate the brush according to his limited understanding, resulting in a muddle of chaotic characters that he could barely comprehend himself, leaving Master Ji to rely on guesswork. Master Ji nodded. "That would be perfect. I am in need of a set of primer books. Current primers are still too complex and unfriendly for children aged 6 or 7. Conversely, those meant for older children seem overly simplistic. Daning lacks a systematic approach to primer education. It is all left to the discretion of the teachers. I will review them, and, if suitable, I will certainly have the children try them out." The sixth prince agreed, respectfully escorting Master Ji out. He returned to his chamber, cradling the still sleeping Ye Feiran, gently placing him on the couch. Outside, petals fell like rain, the essence of summer deepening, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on Ye Feiran's forehead. He softly instructed Yen Shu, "Fetch some ice and place it a distance away from the young master to prevent him from catching a chill." Yen Shu acknowledged quietly and turned to retrieve the ice. Yi Hong then entered to report, "Your Highness, someone has sent you a gift and requests you open it yourself." With that, she stepped aside, revealing 2 servants carrying a large object. The sixth prince examined the item, asking, "Did the messenger mention who sent it?" Yi Hong shook her head. "No, Your Highness. Would you like me to assist you with the unboxing? Is there a risk involved?" The sixth prince waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You may attend to your duties." Yi Hong complied, signaling the 2 servants to carry the large object into the sixth prince's courtyard. The sixth prince circled around the colossal figure before untying the ropes and unveiling the red cloth, revealing a magnificent wooden pagoda. The tower, comprised of 7 levels, was indeed a 7-tiered stupa. With a resigned smile, the sixth prince mused, "Have you finally come looking for me?" It was about time. As he had unwittingly assisted so much but had received no explanation in return, a reckoning was in order. Upon opening the 7th tier of the stupa, he discovered a letter inside, which bore a single word, "Come." At that moment, Ye Feiran awoke, groggy and disoriented. As he turned over and opened his eyes, he was startled to see the towering wooden structure in the courtyard, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. He exclaimed inwardly, "Good heavens! After a mere nap, how has Mr. G transformed into a tower?" In the Chongning Temple, an elderly man with hair as white as snow leisurely sipped tea, reclining idly as he addressed the abbot. "The tea here is exquisite, thanks to the fine spring water of this mountain." As August arrived, the bustling familyⅡ court assembly drew to a close. Everyone understood that there would be no significant developments at this juncture, for Great Ning's might kept the four nations in check. The people of Beiliao were the first to depart, primarily due to their defeat in the martial exhibition. They had sent only a single cavalry unit, while Beiliao had mobilized all troops stationed in the capital for a grand military parade. The synchronized steps, dazzling formations, and various formidable siege engines left a profound impression. When a stone from the trebuchet soared through the air, it nearly prompted the Beiliao prince, Ye Ming, to draw his sword, but he was restrained by Prince Luo, who assured him, "We are out of range, Your Highness. Fear not, the stone shall not reach us." The parade methods were indeed gleaned from Ye Feiran, intended not only to intimidate neighboring nations, but also to instill discipline within the soldiers, enhancing their collective spirit. The results were remarkable, earning the admiration of both Prince Luo and Su Yulan for the young Ye Feiran's ingenuity. As Ye Ming departed, his countenance was ashen, perhaps vowing never to step foot in Great Ning again. After bidding farewell to the Beiliao envoy, Prince Luo and Su Yulan also saw off the envoys from the Western Rome and Eastern Yi, who left without even exchanging pleasantries, suggesting their deep-seated animosity had reached an irreconcilable state. In August, as the flowers began to wither, the 10-month-old Ye Feiran was now able to move about freely. Not only could he traverse the surroundings, but his speech was also considerably clearer, and his knowledge vastly exceeded that of his peers. This was a result of the system's constraints. Otherwise, Ye Feiran could have easily passed the imperial examination on the spot. Currently, two pieces of good news arrived. One was that Su Yulan had been appointed as the fourth-rank minor official of the Honglu Temple, having successfully organized the familyⅡ court assembly, much to the emperor's satisfaction. Initially, Su Yulan had doubted the significance of the Honglu Temple in realizing his aspirations for his country and its people. But his perspective changed after the assembly. The Honglu Temple played a crucial role, especially in the diplomacy of a great nation, serving not only as a face of the country, but also as a symbol of its authority. Take the recent military parade as an example. Had it been conducted carelessly, it would have failed to intimidate Beiliao and could have led them to underestimate Great Ning, possibly reigniting their desire to attack. Now, with the deterrence provided by such national power, the Beiliao would likely return to report Great Ning's strength to their Khan. The second piece of good news was that the Duke of Jing's household had sent another young noblewoman into the palace. This development infuriated the empress beyond measure. In Yongning Palace, the empress angrily shattered cups and plates, unleashing her fury upon her brother, who had brought the newcomer. "Was this your intention? Is this deliberate? Must I die for you to be at ease?" Wang Jun was at a loss for words. He had assumed that their father had a plan to assist his sister in dealing with the troublesome Princess Feiyu and to rein in the influence of the concubines' families, ensuring their daughters behaved within the palace. However, to his dismay, his father had chosen yet another stunning noblewoman to be sent into the palace. Wang Jun stepped forward to console. "Ashi, sister, do not be angry. Father's intentions are for your benefit." The empress, on the verge of fury, pushed him away, retorting, "For my benefit? Brother, do you hear yourself? For my good, you should be devising ways to eliminate the scourge of Feiyu and those little vixens in the harem. What have you done? You have brought in yet another wretched girl." As she spoke, she seized a spoon and hurled it at the newly arrived lady, who did not flinch, sustaining a wound on her forehead that bled profusely. The young woman remained silent, merely bowing her head and allowing the empress to vent her wrath. Wang Jun sighed. "She is already here. What can we do now? Father believes that the emperor is still young, and if the harem were to show favoritism towards others, our Wang family would inevitably have to yield ground to other families. You know our father. He does not wish you harm, but his methods may be difficult for you to comprehend." The empress replied, "Have you considered that those you have brought in will never align with the Wang family? Look at Yu. She no longer regards me. She is nearly at the end of her days. Once she is gone, the fourth prince will be entirely under my control. Why must you hastily introduce another into the fold? Will the emperor even spare me a glance then? Will he ever return to Yongning Palace?" Wang Zhen was somewhat speechless. Ah Shi, when you entered the palace, you were well aware that the emperor is first and foremost an emperor, and only secondarily your husband. You should understand that your life cannot resemble that of an ordinary couple. To speak bluntly, you must grasp your own interests and opportunities. Do not chase after illusory sentiments. And you can still reign as empress. But if you insist on pursuing such things, do not blame me for dampening your spirits. The emperor cannot devote himself solely to you. The empress wept, why can Zhang Shufei have it all, while I cannot? Wang Zhen sighed. You are not comparable to Zhang Shufei. The Wang family has a mutual interest with the royal family, while the Zhang family does not, nor does Zhang Mitong. Sister, come to terms with this. Without Princess Feiyu or Zhang Shufei, there will still be Li Shufei and Lin Shufei. As the rightful consort, why must you compare yourself to those concubines? Ye Feiran, eavesdropping on the unfolding drama, reflected that while Wang Zhen maneuvered through court politics, his words held a semblance of truth. In this world, one cannot have it all. To attain wealth and status often requires sacrificing the ephemeral nature of love. If the empress could grasp this truth and become a pragmatic participant in the exchange of benefits, perhaps her life would unfold more smoothly. Yet, no matter how pitiable her circumstances, they did not justify her desire to harm others. Zhang Shufei was innocent, and although Ye Feiran had once been complicit, she was still her cousin, making her actions all the more malicious. Ye Feiran mused. The Hershili empress entered the palace for the sake of interests. The emperor needed the influence of the Hershili family, yet he also longed to marry the woman he loved. For the sake of the realm, he had to wed Hershili. However, destiny had its course, and their feelings blossomed rapidly after marriage. With the support of the royal family, the emperor governed effectively, thwarting foreign incursions and achieving great victories. While Hershili bore him 2 children. Even after her death, the emperor donned mourning attire to honor her, reflecting the depth of his affection for her. Alas, Empress Wang may never attain such respect from the emperor. The 6th prince listened to Ye Feiran recount historical anecdotes he had unknowingly absorbed, pondering the many constraints that come with being an emperor. Only the emperor who seizes the world swiftly can be considered somewhat free. Yet he must also make sacrifices to balance the affairs of the court, such as marrying the daughter of a minister. Everyone is well aware of these unspoken rules and thus tacitly accepts them. The 6th prince glanced at Ye Feiran, thinking how he, at merely 10 months old, was already burdened with worries. He was indeed too bored. With this thought, he pulled out a letter from his pocket and discreetly placed it into the bag of books held by Ye Feiran, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Who left this bag here?" Ye Feiran perked up at the sound, turned, and spotted his bag on the windowsill. He quickly dashed forward, hugging it tightly, exclaiming, "Mine! Mine! It is Feiran's." The 6th prince chuckled inwardly, gently ruffling his forehead and saying, "All right, it belongs to our Feiran. No one will snatch it away from you." Turning his back, Ye Feiran retrieved the letter from the bag and saw several words awkwardly scribbled in a style mimicking his own. Agreed. Funds may be placed in the bag. Gee. Upon seeing the word agreed, Ye Feiran was overjoyed. He beamed as he tucked the letter into his bosom, eagerly awaiting the next visit from Mr. G to fill his basket with gold. However, he forgot that at only 10 months old, he could carry only a few gold ingots at a time. The 300 taels of gold were quite heavy for him. Thus, he could only add a few ingots to Mr. G's basket at a time, taking over a month to complete the task of filling it with the 300 taels of gold. Both Mr. G and the 6th prince were fully aware of the situation but chose not to expose him. They could hear his thoughts, and each time Mr. G lectured, Ye Feiran's murmurs became mere background noise. It was not until Ye Feiran fell asleep behind the screen, bored, that the 6th prince approached to cover him with his coat. Ye Feiran believed his actions were flawless, yet everyone had already noticed. They all carefully protected him, striving to accommodate his wishes. For they had tasted the sweetness of his endeavors, knowing his intentions were bound to be beneficial. This included the pilot teaching. After reviewing the teaching materials, Mr. G was astounded. Particularly in mathematics, students previously claimed it was too difficult to comprehend. However, after examining the curriculum provided by Ye Feiran, he realized that mathematics could indeed be taught in a more accessible manner, starting from the basics. Enlightened, Mr. G attempted to redesign a set of introductory materials for the Great Ning, achieving remarkable results. He planned for that group of children to learn from both sets of materials, selecting the cream of the crop to form a dual curriculum class. Thus, even if Ye Feiran's experiment were to fail, these children would not be left without prospects. After reading Mr. G's reply, Ye Feiran marveled at his thoughtfulness. The sweltering summer gave way to the soothing sounds of cicadas, and as the weather cooled, Ye Feiran's birthday approached. Before his birthday, the sixth prince finally met with the wooden master. Over 2 months had passed since he last received the wooden carving, and it seemed the master had vanished after delivering it, possibly as a form of revenge. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the master had gone to the northern regions to admire the snow. At last, the sixth prince encountered him at Changning Temple. The old man appeared much as he did in his previous life, showing no signs of youth, indicating he had indeed lived for an extended period. Upon seeing him, the sixth prince performed a respectful bow, saying, "Greetings, master." The wooden master, gesturing to the ground beside him, beckoned, "Is this how you greet your master? You haven't even performed the proper bow." It was evident that the wooden master spoke without moving his lips, using ventriloquism, which gave him an air of an ancient sage. The sixth prince felt a twinge in his heart, rising to stand before him, holding the teacup with both hands, and respectfully performed the formal bow of a disciple. The wooden master nodded, clutching his pipe, and spoke through ventriloquism, "Not bad. You possess good aptitude, remarkable talent, and handsome features. It is worth the great effort I expended on your behalf. I did not summon the spirit of words back from the realm of Prajna in vain." Upon hearing the term spirit of words, the sixth prince abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the wooden master, suddenly enlightened. He inquired, "Master, is the spirit of words you mentioned?" The old man appeared utterly unfazed, his garments hanging loosely, exuding an eccentric demeanor. After releasing a plume of smoke, he replied, "Did you not already know? Only he can counteract the poison of your divine sealing, and only he can resolve your immediate predicament." The spirit of words had already ventured into the realm of Prajna to transcend his tribulation, yet he failed this time and must now wait another century to refine himself. Alas, that lad will surely not let me off the hook. The sixth prince took a moment to absorb this, realizing that Ye Feiran had come specifically to rescue him. Did he inadvertently hinder Ye Feiran's grand undertaking? He turned to the wooden master and said, "Master, it is my fault. I shall take responsibility for this matter." The wooden master waved dismissively, puffing on his pipe. "What responsibility can you take? Can you bear such a burden? That troublesome lad has a terrible temper and is lazy. He would rather lie down than sit, and rather sit than stand. He will not repeat his tribulation. He has accumulated 10 minor tribulations to resolve in this instance. The challenges he faces are beyond normal comprehension. Bereft of parents, he bears the burden of siblings, lacking friends to assist him, unable to earn money or find a wife. Yet, he possesses a good heart, helping others while paying a price. He has a modicum of intelligence and manages to secure a respectable position, but alas, he faces a lonely old age. Just listen to the tribulations he has set for himself. A mere mortal would perish before even beginning. And yet, he has yet to overcome them. Are you not afraid? Do you dare take on such a responsibility?" Listening to Ye Feiran's series of tribulations, the sixth prince felt disheartened, pondering why he would subject himself to such difficulties. Yet he also understood that for those of their mystical realm, these tribulations were unavoidable. With determination, the sixth prince replied, "I am not afraid, and I am willing to take responsibility." He resolved that no matter how the spirit of words expressed his fury, he would accept it all without a hint of complaint. The wooden master clicked his tongue, shaking the ash from his pipe, and murmured, "Do not be so confident. Once you witness his wrath, you will realize he is not an easy opponent. I once merely indulged him with a bowl of fish noodles, and he left me searching for my teeth." He covered his mouth, reflecting on how fortunate he had been to find them. Otherwise, he would now be toothless. The sixth prince considered that matters were likely not as simple as portrayed. Ye Feiran had his reasons for confronting the master, and although the old man was his mentor, sometimes one must look at the matter objectively. In their past life, he had spent several years with the old man and understood that aside from being the foremost master of the mystical arts and the greatest wood sculptor, he had little else to commend him. Clearing his throat, the sixth prince stated, "Master, do not worry. Regardless of how he treats me in the future, I will fully accept it, not daring to offer a single word of resistance. Here, I, Shaotsong, swear to the heavens, should I break this vow, let my soul be shattered." The old woodworker resumed filling his pipe with tobacco and remarked, "There is no need to make such a fervent vow. Although that rascal Yen Lingzi has his flaws, he possesses one weakness, his soft heart. If you approach him with sincerity and humility, he may very well spare you." The sixth prince contemplated the gentle demeanor of Ye Feiran, and his own heart melted like wax. He did not fear Yen Lingzi's wrath. Rather, he sensed that Ye Feiran was not as the old woodworker described. The old man began puffing on his pipe and inquired, Have you come to see me with a question in mind? The sixth prince bowed respectfully. Master, your insight is unparalleled. The elder nodded. Then speak quickly. Once you have asked, I must depart southward. It is possible we may not reunite for a year. The sixth prince furrowed his brow. Master, will you not remain in the capital? The old woodworker scoffed. What purpose would I serve in the capital? To impart my woodcarving skills to you? You have already mastered them. Or perhaps to cure your divine poison and teach you how to harness your Shakti. You have learned all that. The sixth prince realized that his master was likely aware of everything that transpired in the capital, as if it was all under his control. He bowed again. But the old man grew impatient. You are a good lad, yet you are overly concerned with rules and filial piety. You ought to learn from that scoundrel Ye Feiran. Despite having raised him, he can be quite insufferable. But enough of him. Speak your mind quickly, for I must soon set out. The sixth prince stood and said, This bow is on behalf of my mother, and I thank you for saving her. The old woodworker replied with displeasure. You dare thank me for saving your mother? Do you have any idea how arduous it was to excavate her tomb? Had I delayed even a moment longer, she would have been beyond saving. That medicine merely maintains a false death state for 3 days. Beyond that, even a celestial being could not help her. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or you would never have seen her again. The sixth prince was about to bow again, but was halted by the elder. Cease this. My assistance is not merely out of obligation. It is because I feel a kinship with you. And who knows? Perhaps you might even manage to reform that rascal Ye Feiran. The sixth prince nodded. Thank you, master. But how did you manage to transform my mother into another person entirely? The old woodworker explained. I owe a debt to the king of Nanjiao. When his siblings fled, I was the one who rescued them. Alas, the sister did not survive. However, the princess of Nanjiao is there by clan's holy maiden, and her identity must remain a secret until the new holy maiden is chosen, lest it incite unrest among the faithful. I arranged for her to replace Princess Feiyu and facilitated the selection of a new holy maiden before my arrival, which led to the subsequent events. As for your mother's changed demeanor and appearance, have you considered that this may be her true nature? The years spent in the palace have dulled her essence. As for her looks, you must have seen the ephemeral flower goo. I have modified it. Ye Feiran named it the eternal flower goo. The name is pleasing, but it does not grant eternal life. It will last only a few decades, but that is sufficient for your mother. The sixth prince understood, nodding gently. I appreciate your efforts, master. Once I achieve my ambitions, I will ensure to repay your kindness. The old woodworker smiled broadly. That is splendid. I shall expect you to care for me in my old age. I cannot rely on that scoundrel Ye Feiran. His mere presence is enough to drive me to despair. The sixth prince chuckled inwardly, pondering the old man's evident grievances against Ye Feiran, suspecting that the two had clashed numerous times in the past. He escorted the old woodworker outside, where he noticed the leaves around Chongning Temple were beginning to fall. The capital, situated in the northern reaches, experienced mild winters. Though snow was not uncommon, the distinct seasons offered unique beauty, and the autumn scenery around Chongning Temple inspired the sixth prince to recall a line of poetry. Since ancient times, autumn has evoked sorrow. Yet I proclaim that autumn days surpass spring mornings. At that moment, he longed for Ye Feiran more than ever, eager to embrace him and express gratitude for abandoning something so significant to assist him. Yet, he feared inadequacy and the possibility of failing to fulfill his promises. Mounting his horse, the sixth prince hastily rode back to the Sioux residence, bursting through the door to find Ye Feiran munching on a piece of fried cake. He pulled him into an embrace. Ye Feiran, with food in his mouth and oil smudged on his face, asked in confusion, Brother, what is it? The sixth prince held him close without answering, simply saying, Feiran, if I am not the brother you envision, will you resent me in the future? Ye Feiran, puzzled, replied, What brotherly goodness? A brother is just a brother, who needs a perfect one. The sixth prince chuckled helplessly. It is nothing, rest assured, Feiran. I will never disappoint you. Ye Feiran was bewildered, thinking to himself, You can only disappoint your future wife. The term disappoint should not be used so lightly. Today, the sixth prince struck Ye Feiran as somewhat eccentric, though the reason behind his odd behavior was unclear. Fortunately, the sixth prince's peculiar mood subsided quickly. He released Ye Feiran, took out a handkerchief to wipe the oil from his lips, and remarked, How did you manage to get so messy? Fried foods should be consumed sparingly. Be careful, or you might upset your stomach at night. Ye Feiran thought to himself, Not a chance. I have gastric aid tablets for that. After the system upgrade, the array of items had expanded, and as he grew older, the items also evolved. Infant formula had been upgraded to toddler formula, and a variety of snacks and treats had been introduced, making his diet far from monotonous. Now, with new teeth, he could indulge in many ancient delicacies without restriction, often overindulging. Without the gastric aid tablets, he would surely be seeing the doctor far too frequently. For him, food was a vital necessity, and the body of a baby made such restrictions particularly burdensome. The sixth prince asked, "What gift do you wish for your birthday, fair?" Suddenly recalling that his first birthday was approaching, Ye Feiran realized the significance of the occasion. Not only Su Haoyun, but the entire Su family, including the Empress Dowager and Prince Luo, were treating it with utmost importance. A grand celebration was to be held at the estate in the southern suburbs, inviting all the prominent families and officials of the capital to demonstrate the Su family's affection for their young nephew. The news spread throughout the capital, causing mixed reactions. Some deemed it excessive for the Su family to lavish such attention on a nephew, while others admired their dedication. Regardless of the opinions, the conversation often turned to the Ye family. "Have you heard that Ye Qingze, as a father, has not visited his own son in over 6 months? Is that even possible? And you may not know, but the Ye family has a talented, illegitimate son, beloved by all, who, at not yet 8 years old, has already topped the local examinations. It has come to my attention that Madame Xinyi, after more than half a year of marriage, remains without child. Recently, she has been frequenting the Zitsuan temple, having placed her faith in folk remedies, eagerly hoping for conception." In Chapter 87, Ye Feiran has not indulged in the Ye family's affairs for quite some time. Ever since Ye Qingze was demoted, his presence has diminished considerably. Although Ye Qichon has distinguished himself over the past year, he is merely 8 years old, regardless of his capabilities. No one would truly entrust a significant role to a child of such tender age. Moreover, Ye Feiran has been living a life of contentment, choosing to ignore the trivialities of the Ye family. Ironically, it is Ye Qichon who, noticing her indifference, has sought her company. This morning, Qin Wanqi sent someone to persuade her, stating that regardless of the circumstances, Ye Feiran is still Ye Qingze's son, and thus, she hoped the Ye family would send representatives to partake in their affairs. Su Haoyun, observing the messenger with amusement, inquired, "Oh, is this matter conveyed by your esteemed Aunt Qin?" The messenger, a rather astute young servant, quickly replied, "It is indeed my aunt," recalling their past sisterly bond, who hopes to maintain harmony between the two families. Su Haoyun does not genuinely believe in Qin Wanqi's benevolence. She retorted, "If that is the case, let your aunt personally convey her sentiments. Sending a mere servant lacks sincerity. Furthermore, this child is Ye Qingze's. If he cannot come himself, surely your esteemed matron, Madame Xiao, should represent him. It is quite unbecoming for a concubine to act in place of the legitimate wife." The young servant, aware of the Su family's esteemed status, refrained from further commentary, understanding the weight of the Su family's lineage and decorum. He conveyed Su Haoyun's words to Qin Wanqi, who was incensed and mocked for quite some time. A woman dismissed from her home, forsaking her position as a princess, is truly foolish to come here and meddle. As Su Haoyun anticipated, Qin Wanqi indeed had ulterior motives. She wished to project the image that the Ye family was under her control, while Madame Xiao was merely a figurehead. The reality was that Madame Xiao, a little princess in the palace, had 4 personal maidservants, 6 nurses, and 4 young eunuchs at her disposal. Her status was indeed modest compared to the legitimate princess, who had 20 attendants, including 8 wet nurses and 8 caretakers, along with others responsible for maintaining the princess's quarters. To expect Madame Xiao to manage affairs was impractical. Unlike Su Haoyun, who meticulously remembered every detail, Madame Xiao had little knowledge of her storerooms, which had allowed Qin Wanqi to profit significantly from selling valuable items. After contemplating, Qin Wanqi stated, "Very well. Since my sister has this intention, how could I possibly disappoint her? When the master returns, I shall speak with him regarding an important matter." The young servant departed, leaving Qin Wanqi, filled with schemes, pondering her next steps. Ye Feiran, after indulging in the Ye family's gossip for a while, found it utterly uninteresting. Aside from the trivial matters of the inner court, there was little else of substance. Reflecting on her situation, she felt fortunate that her mother had departed early. Otherwise, she would have been mired in this quagmire for a lifetime, drained of vitality. The proverb "a fortunate daughter does not dwell in an unworthy household" seemed to apply to the Ye family, which now appeared to be awaiting its inevitable decline. Su Haoyun, too, was preoccupied, focused on preparing a grand celebration for her son's first birthday, bringing forth all the finest treasures her family could muster. Su Haoyun and Madame Su even deemed it insufficient, resorting to extracting several old ginseng roots from the storeroom to brew wine, leading outsiders to believe they were hosting a banquet for centenarians. The extravagance of this first birthday celebration was deemed excessive by many, with preparations commencing a month in advance, transforming the southern city's hot spring resort into a resplendent golden phoenix poised for flight. Though it was not ostentatiously lavish, there was an inexplicable allure to it, as onlookers felt it resembled a phoenix ready to take wing. On this day, everyone from the Su family set aside their schedules, including the venerable matriarch, Prince Luo, Su Yulan, and Su Yushi. Even the fourth prince joined in the festivities. The fourth prince, who had grown considerably since their last encounter, was nearing 14 years of age, embodying the youthful grace expected of a young man. The emperor was contemplating bestowing a title upon him, as princes over the age of 14 were required to establish their own households outside the palace. Thus the fourth prince was elated at the prospect of newfound freedom. Su Haoyun and Madame Su stood at the entrance, welcoming the esteemed guests from the capital, marveling at the assembly of half the nobility in attendance. Aside from those openly aligned with the Duke of Jing, nearly all the prominent families had arrived. Clad in a charming little dress, Ye Feiran curiously peered from the doorway, even catching a glimpse of the fabled wife of the crown prince's tutor. Dressed modestly yet possessing an extraordinary presence, she exuded an air of scholarly elegance, mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma. As the crown prince's tutor introduced him, he appeared somewhat embarrassed, simply stating, "This is my younger brother, Qi Jingzhou. His health is not very robust, which is why he rarely ventures out. Today, however, with the splendid weather, I have brought him to share in the joy of the Su family." Ye Feiran felt an inexplicable fondness for this handsome brother, silently pondering. It seems that his ailment could be treated by Master Lu. I wonder if he is still available for consultations. The crown prince's tutor heard her inner thoughts and, taken aback, glanced around, suspecting he had misheard. Qi Jingzhou, concerned about his brother's potential embarrassment in such a gathering, quietly cautioned, "Let us not linger at the entrance, lest we obstruct other esteemed guests." The crown prince's tutor nodded, gently supporting Qi Jingzhou's arm, saying, "Take your time, lest you faint again." As they walked, Qi Jingzhou lowered his voice, advising, "Be cautious. It is best not to appear too close to me in front of outsiders." Ye Feiran observed them for a while, reflecting on how delightful it was to witness Xiao Yu, typically stern in the court, displaying such tenderness before his wife. It was not until they reached the rear of the rockery that Xiao Yu remarked, "Did you hear that? Master Lu from Xianan can cure your ailment. He will also be attending today, and I must ensure he examines you." Qi Jingzhou shook his head in response. "My condition has persisted for over a decade, fluctuating between good and ill. Even if a cure were possible, I would not want to burden anyone. Moreover, despite my reclusive nature, I have read many books. I have heard that Master Lu aligns with the Duke of Jing. Given your righteous nature, why seek his assistance?" Xiao Yu countered, "Initially, I shared your sentiments, but my observations over the past few weeks suggest that Master Lu is not as ill-intentioned as I assumed. On the contrary, his expertise is quite remarkable. It is his brother who tends to be somewhat overbearing." Feeling fatigued, Qi Jingzhou sat upon a stone to rest, remarking, "The Su family's garden is truly splendid, with pleasant summer scenery and a comfortable temperature. I have heard there are hot springs as well." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the rockery. "If I am not mistaken, sir, your ailment could be significantly alleviated by soaking in a hot spring for an entire summer." Both men turned to discover it was none other than Master Lu. With a courteous gesture, Master Lu addressed them. "I apologize. I did not mean to eavesdrop. I was already present when you arrived, and I was taken aback to find such medicinal herbs flourishing within the Su family's garden. Indeed, it is a place of remarkable talent and spirit." They glanced at the large root of Angelica he held in his hand. Xiao Yu and Qi Jingzhou returned the greeting, with Xiao Yu expressing some embarrassment. "I apologize for discussing others behind their backs. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." Unexpectedly, Lord Lu displayed remarkable composure and chuckled. "Who among us is free from gossip, or who is not the subject of whispers? There is no need for the two of you to feel remorse. If you do not mind, allow me to take your pulse. Although I, Xian and Lu, may not excel in administration, I dare say I possess a modicum of pride in my medical knowledge." Zhang Hao felt an inexplicable fondness towards Lord Lu and stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a fair wrist. "I appreciate your assistance, my lord." Lord Lu, displaying great courtesy, produced a handkerchief to place over Zhang Hao's wrist. And after a moment, he spoke, "Did you, my lord, happen to fall into water during your childhood?" And did you neglect proper recuperation afterward? Zhang Hao was taken aback. Your insight is remarkable, my lord. When I was 12, I fell into the water while fishing in winter due to our family's poverty, and indeed, I did not recuperate properly afterward. My mother passed away, my father remarried, and I was forced to interrupt my studies. Although I later achieved the degree of Jinshi, my health deteriorated, preventing me from serving in office, and I was compelled to remain at home to convalesce. Fear not, dear sir, Lord Lu reassured him. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Over the summer, take this for 49 days and ensure you soak in this hot spring for half an hour each day. It is imperative that you adhere to this duration. Should you be unable to come daily, you must soak a total of 100 times. If you fall ill again in winter, I shall willingly reverse the character Lu in my name. Before Zhang Hao could respond, Zhao Yu, anxious, interjected, Is what you say true, my lord? Can Zhou's ailment truly be cured? In a moment of urgency, Zhao Yu inadvertently called out the affectionate nickname. Zhang Hao's ears turned slightly red as he softly admonished. Ayu, mind your language. Lord Lu chuckled lightly. Naturally, I seldom guarantee a cure, for not every ailment can be remedied by mere medicine. However, I can assure you that your condition is simply the result of lingering cold within your body, which is yet to manifest. The hot spring will dispel the cold and strengthen your constitution, alleviating pain. But do not immerse for too long. Your frail health necessitates emerging after half an hour to avoid dizziness. Zhang Hao comprehended, and Zhao Yu nodded repeatedly. Excellent. I shall seek Lady Su's assistance today, allowing Zhou to stay here for a while. Do not glare at me. I shall certainly pay. Suddenly, a sweet melon was devoured, causing Ye Feiran to squeal in delight. The sixth prince, aware of the situation, realized he had been caught spying on others. His gaze had revealed his interest in the interaction between Zhang Hao and Zhao Yu. The sixth prince preferred not to let him observe, for one was the crown prince's tutor and the other a fourth prince. Their romance was fraught with taboo. If the little one continued to watch day after day, what if he were to learn bad habits? Su Haoyun called out to a group of guests, proclaiming, A stage has been set up in the back courtyard, and I assure you, you have never seen one like it. The actors have prepared a new play, so those interested in enjoying a performance may join me in the back garden. Observing the bustling atmosphere of the Su family, Ye Feiran felt a bloom of joy within her heart. This was far superior to her time at the Yi residence. Notably, her mother had become a woman of enviable stature, and the enterprises she had brought from the Yi family not only remained intact but had also increased by 20% in the last 6 months. Wasn't he that infuriating? The most vexed of all was Yu Qingze. With his son's first birthday approaching, his presence was expected, yet his absence would surely invite scorn from the entire capital. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to attend, but was met with an empty doorway, for everyone had flocked to the back to enjoy the play. Chapter 88 This time, Su Haoyun had not acted with intention. No one knew of Ye Qingze's arrival, and he had not informed the Su family in advance. Su Haoyun remained dignified. Even after their separation, she would not allow Ye Qingze to lose face, at the very least granting him the respect he deserved. Ye Qingze held a gift box, accompanied by Qin Wanxi, whose flamboyant attire loudly proclaimed her status as a concubine. Ye Feiran was cradled in Su Haoyun's arms, watching the performance, which indeed resonated with the currents of thought prevalent in the capital. The young ladies were eager to break free from their shackles and constraints. The narrative revolved around a young woman in her boudoir awakening to new ideas, yet feeling utterly lost. She received guidance from an esteemed elder and sat for the women's imperial examination, ultimately entering the palace as a female official. During her tenure, she unexpectedly aided the beleaguered new emperor. Ye Feiran had anticipated a cliché detail of the emperor falling in love with the female official, leading to her marriage and ascent to the role of empress. To her surprise, the plot unfolded differently. The female official supported the new emperor's ascension, refusing his romantic advances, delivering a passionate speech that echoed her patriotic fervor. Moved by her conviction, the emperor established a special examination for women, inviting virtuous and talented women to serve in the court, where they could rise to high positions. The female official, too, achieved great heights, becoming a prime minister. Ye Feiran found herself invigorated by the performance, as applause erupted throughout the hall, and the noble ladies were moved to tears. The elderly matriarch of the chancellor clutched Su Haoyun's hand, exclaiming, If such fortunate events were true, we women would no longer need to live by the whims of men. Beyond raising children and embroidery, everything has been to please them. Alas, it is too late for me to seek prominence. Had I been 20 years younger, I would surely have joined the ranks of the 5th Young Lady's army. Su Haoyun chuckled. Dear matriarch, perhaps it would be wiser to bestow this opportunity upon the younger generation. I have heard that Huiru has been frequently practicing archery with Daying. She is a fine girl and may yet achieve something remarkable. The Chancellor's matriarch sighed. It is indeed thanks to the Su family that the old Chancellor has been spared the disgrace of a tarnished reputation. The Emperor has already approved his request for retirement. Next year, he may enjoy a peaceful life at the estate we purchased in the countryside. Actually, I have one more favor to ask of you, Haoyun. Huira wishes to remain here rather than return to the countryside or marry casually. She hopes to stay in the 5th Young Lady's army and continue her archery practice alongside Daying, and I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing her. Su Haoyun replied, You need not speak in such terms, dear matriarch. Huiru and Daying are good friends, and she is also my beloved niece. I shall ensure they share the same quarters, making her visits to the 5th Young Lady's army all the more convenient. Upon hearing this, Daying immediately brightened. Clapping her hands, how wonderful! With Sister Huiru by my side, I shall no longer feel lonely. From a distance, Su Yulan's mocking voice rang out. When have you ever felt lonely? You are always dashing about, never at home, blissfully carefree. Daying shot back. How can you speak of your sister in such a manner? Su Yulan retorted, I am a younger sister, indeed. Come now, call me brother. Nearby, Prince Luo watched the banter with amusement. Which pair of twins engages in such daily bickering as you two? Daying replied, He is always causing trouble for me. I was born first, so I am the elder sister. Su Yulan countered, That is debatable. Mother mentioned that she gave birth to us during a battle, and after delivering, she fainted. When she awoke, she could not recall who was born first. The Chancellor's matriarch, puzzled, interjected, Did I not remember correctly? Your sister gave birth to the first child at her maternal home in Jiangnan. How did it turn into a battle? Su Haoyun paused, then after a moment said, Perhaps time has muddled the details? It is possible she was with the army during the birth of the second child. Besides, they are merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? The matriarch dismissed it, yet Prince Luo remained deep in contemplation. He leaned closer to Su Yulan and asked softly, Do you wish to continue watching the play? If you prefer not to, I can take you outside for a stroll. The mountain scenery here is quite beautiful, and I suspect you have not explored it much. Su Yulan indeed found himself rather bored. The performances were those favored by the women of the inner quarters. He had little interest in the martial dramas that extolled loyalty and patriotism, naturally inclined towards literature rather than martial pursuits. He was indeed a rare flower among the offspring of the Su family. Looking around, it was evident that those who shared the Su bloodline were all tall and robust, excelling in martial arts. Only he, inheriting his mother's delicate features, was frail and sickly, unable to practice combat from a young age. Yet he displayed remarkable talent in scholarly pursuits. Stealing a glance at his mother, he smiled and nodded. Very well, let us exit through the back door. The sounds of drums and gongs filled the rear courtyard, while in the front, merely a handful of maids and servants were preparing for the banquet. Upon the arrival of Yuqingzi, they hesitated, uncertain whether to greet him. However, Qin Wanqi was incensed, stepping forward to demand, Is this how the Su family treats its guests? What? Does being a second-rank general make you look down upon our humble 5th-rank official? With the head steward absent, the juniors dared not speak, merely bowing their heads and attending to their tasks. Had it not been for Ye Feiran's boredom and idle curiosity, no one would have noticed Yuqingzi's arrival. Ye Feiran almost burst out laughing. What brings the scoundrel father here? He must be weary of the city's scorn and wishes to silence the public outcry. If mother does not greet him, could it provide him an excuse? As Ye Feiran anticipated, she soon heard Qin Wanqi's derisive laughter. My lord, we have arrived, and we have brought gifts. It is they who are unwelcoming, not we who have failed to come. If the gossip persists, let it not be said we lack manners. Before her words could fade, a voice interjected, What a lack of decorum. I am eager to witness how Aunt Qin demonstrates such ungraciousness. Upon hearing Ye Feiran's sentiments, Su Haoyun hurried to the front courtyard, arriving just in time to overhear Qin Wanqi's gossiping. Seeing Su Haoyun, Qin Wanqi immediately adopted a smiling demeanor. Sister, the lord and I thought to come today to present a few birthday gifts for Feiran. Who would have thought the servants in the front courtyard would be so unappreciative? Su Haoyun chuckled lightly. It is no wonder the servants are oblivious. The rules of the Su family are stringent, and no uninvited guests are permitted entry. However, since you are here, why not join us for a drink before departing? With a graceful gesture, she extended the invitation, demonstrating her courtesy. Yuqingzi looked up at Su Haoyun, somewhat surprised. thinking how the Su household had clearly treated her well. Post-divorce, she appeared not a bit aged. Her complexion rosy and her skin fair, looking significantly younger than during her time at the Ye family. Rumor had it she managed the vast estate single-handedly. Perhaps the steward handled all the affairs, allowing her to maintain her vitality. In contrast, Qin Wanqi, alongside the pale-faced Xiaorong, puzzled Yi Qingze. Why did these two women neglect their own well-being? Turning to Yi Qingze, Su Haoyun coldly scoffed inwardly, thinking how Yi Qingze seemed more enamored with the outside than with his own family, even casting lingering glances at his ex-wife. In the past, he had insisted on extinguishing the lights during their intimacy. Such a scoundrel deserved to be cut up and fed to dogs. Noticing Su Haoyun's glare, Yi Qingze quickly averted his gaze, saying, "Very well, after all, time is still." Yet Qin Wanqi seized his arm, exclaiming, "My lord, have you forgotten? We still need to fetch sister. We cannot afford to delay." Yi Qingze reluctantly cast a glance at Su Haoyun and replied, "Actually, it is not too late. As long as we can fetch her before nightfall, it will suffice. Today is Feiran's birthday, and surely many dignitaries from the capital are present. It is an opportune moment to forge connections. A brief delay is of little consequence, is it?" Seeing Yi Qingze's insistence, Qin Wanqi could only acquiesce, but added, "My lord, do drink less. Fetching sister is a significant matter. Should we be delayed and sister becomes angry, she might take her grievances to the Empress Dowager." Yi Qingze grew somewhat impatient, saying, "Why do you fear her? I have not seen you so deferential to her before. Today is Feiran's birthday. It is a grand occasion, do not embarrass me." Qin Wanqi fell silent, accompanying Yi Qingze to toast the esteemed guests, eloquently expressing gratitude for their attendance at her son's celebration. Had he not spent nearly an hour without uttering a word to his own son, Ye Feiran might have believed her. Nestled in his mother's embrace, he coldly scoffed inwardly. Truly, if one casts aside all shame, even the heavens cannot intervene. To exploit such an occasion, no wonder she ascended through my mother's influence without a shred of psychological burden. As Qin Wanqi completed her rounds of toasts, she urged Yi Qingze to leave at least thrice, which left Ye Feiran highly suspicious. Thus, he opened his gossip line and discovered yet another scandal brewing within the Ye family. Ye Feiran clicked on the gossip thread. Realizing the truth, no wonder Qin Wanqi had been urging the scoundrel father to leave quickly. Her coaxing was merely a pretext to set her plans in motion. When he looked up again, he saw Yi Qingze being half-dragged by Qin Wanqi towards the exit, as she implored, "My lord, if you delay further, sister may return in a fury. She will not harm you, but I shall bear the brunt of her wrath. Have a heart for me, for I am but a mouse caught in a wind-box, suffering from both sides." Though Yi Qingze was displeased, seeing Qin Wanqi's concern for the first wife satisfied him somewhat. He chided her lightly and exited with her. Meanwhile, Ye Feiran couldn't help but sneer inwardly, reflecting, "You wish to emulate my mother's tactics. But you are merely a poor imitation." Alas, the third princess may find herself in dire straits after this incident. It seems Yi Qingze will indeed support the Qin family's rise.